Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public on TikTok Live, and we discuss politics and whatever else is in the news that day. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you can find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description below. And let's get some housekeeping out of the way. We first of all should get the backup account in the corner, which I always say at the beginning. People should follow on TikTok, but there's nobody watching on TikTok. There's only 20 people here, who are the people who show up at the same time every day. So they're probably already following the backup account. Let's get the multi-guest request queue open. And I guess a little piece of news for everybody. While I'm not ready to set it up today, I did buy the production iPhone. So we now have our backup phone for running a spare TikTok account to allow people to call into the show through a phone number. If what I just said didn't make sense to you, don't worry about it. But we will be taking phone calls from a phone number soon. To broaden the scope of people who we can get to call into the show, because lots of people say that they'll call in if we give them a phone number. We'll see how many of them actually will. That will be interesting. Daniel says we aren't sad or angry, Oscar. Daniel, you can call in. We can talk about it. And I should read the super chats, because we've got Chronos sent $2 to say, is Iowa golfer and what happened coming up. Iowa golfer, regular caller to the show, kind of friend of the show at this point, lost some favor by supporting Israel on Pickles Live. So I hopped up and we talked about it, and it was a pretty messy conversation. I'm not in a hurry to dig into that with Iowa golfer. As much as it was like a slightly more nuanced conversation about Israel than generally happens, it was just kind of a mess. And, I also got to meter the amount of Iowa golfer times. Daniel is going to get muted if he keeps just like bragging about how wrong he thinks the sign is. The point is people call in to prove if the sign is wrong, or, maybe prove that it's right, but he might get muted if we don't get a caller. And what was the other super chat? That was, whoa, watch out, scroll wheel over on OBS. Don't ruin my life. Chronos said for $20, if your birthday already passed, happy late birthday. If it's happy birthday today, if it's the next couple days, happy birthday early. And if you lied about it being in July, then screw you. Show us the guitar. Okay, yeah, I'm celebrating my birthday on Friday. That's when we're going to go do like a karaoke circuit and sing with all my friends. But I did buy myself my birthday present yesterday. It's it's a shame for to be a guitar guy where the guitar you want is just like a very normal looking like Google guitar and it'll show you a picture of this. But it's a Martin Road series for people who know their guitars. With the studio compression, I don't know if it sounded any good, but I'm muted. I don't think I am muted. I think Wolf is messing with me. But yeah, it's straightforwardly. I'm pretty sure it's like the first thing I've spent any of the show money on for myself. I've bought some gear for the show. I buy more Ubers than I used to. I deliver my groceries instead of going and getting them. There's a couple of time-saving things that I do, which makes sense given how busy I am, I think. But I've tried to continue to live really frugally. So thanks, Chronos, and everybody else for the guitar. I'm pretty excited about it. I was playing like an $80 beater for a very long time. So Yargram says for $2 on YouTube super chat, happy new guitar, happy birthday. Thank you. But we're gonna get to calls today. We got Raven in the chair. Raven is gonna be coming and going a little bit because I've got a delivery coming today that is coming during show hours. But that's what I have staff for. Yay, staff.
Morning chat.
But yeah, seriously, guys, thanks for that. I feel very guilty having spent some of the money on myself, but a lot of the core fans who donate a lot to the show and are a big chunk of what keeps the show running have all been very excited for me to buy the guitar. So I'm super duper excited about it. I'm going to bring it over to my lady friend's house later today. We're going to play some guitar. It's going to be fun. But we're going to do something that's probably not going to be so fun, which is talk to somebody whose TikTok username is capitalist maxing. Let's see what we're in for with this guy. How old are you?
Hey, Oscar, I'm 23.
Okay.
I'm 2.
Okay. I believe you. What are we talking about? You support Trump?
Yeah, well, I just came for the prompt. I don't feel pretty sad or angry. I voted MAGA.
Yeah, I think that it's like rage bait, right? Like I don't think every Trump voter is sad and angry. I think some of them are hateful monsters, and that's why they do it. I think other people turn to, cult-like thinking around cults of personality because they're sad or angry about how their life is going, that sort of thing. So we could dig into that. We could dig into you if you want to, or we could just talk about if Trump's a good president. It's really just rage bait.
We could. Yeah, no, I get that. We could do both.
Thank you, Emily, for the galaxy. Maybe I think the idea is that people will call in and they'll support Trump, and we'll find out through the conversation if I'm right that they're supporting Trump because they're sad or angry or hateful or some other such reasons.
Well, okay. I guess this, in terms of, let's say, making a peaceful world at the same time and just us conversating, I would think right now, though, the greater is on the Democratic Party, on people who are violent, sad, or angry.
Oh, that's fucking nonsense. What are you talking about?
Oh, absolutely not. Well, let's just start out. I don't want to give the picture out there, but we saw what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, he was assassinated. That was very violent. The same calendar year, we had Melissa Hortman, a lawmaker in Minnesota, assassinated in her sleep. Do you want to go blow for blow on these sorts of things?
Yes. So I heard about the lawmaker, and I think there was 2 other politicians, maybe. I believe it's still inconclusive if that was Republican related.
I'm sorry. Do you think that the person who made a list of Democrats to assassinate in Minnesota and went to their homes trying to assassinate them, successfully assassinated one of them with her husband and her dog, failed to assassinate another one of them with his wife, and then was apprehended before he got to the third address? Are you suggesting that person was a left-wing nut job?
So once again, I'm a little confused with all 3 of them, like the lawmaker and the 2 politicians. But to answer your question, just because someone is killing Democrats does not make them aligned automatically with. Yeah,
I would actually point out that just because somebody tries to assassinate Trump doesn't mean that they're necessarily a Republican, because Trump has done some things that are so obviously against establishment Republican ideologies over recent years. Things like being anti-freedom speech, like things like being against the Second Amendment. I agree. There's a good path to explaining why a right-winger might try to assassinate Trump. I don't think that there is a good path to explaining why a left-winger would go to Minnesota and try to kill a bunch of our lawmakers. I think you were just asserting that there's not good reason to assume that, and I think there's perfectly good reason to assume that.
Oh, Oscar, I wasn't saying a left winger did those type of violence.
Somebody left of center. I'll update my statement. Somebody left of center.
I'm not saying anyone politically.
I don't take you seriously because of this position, so I'm going to ask that you turn your camera on if you want to stay on the show.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting dressed, Oscar, so I'll let you go. But don't
get dressed while you're on my show. That's weird.
I'm getting ready to leave my house.
Okay, that's fine, but I just mean I just don't take you seriously at all if you're not going to show your face in accordance with the idea that you think that it's not obvious to assume that the person who assassinated Melissa Hortman was probably right of center.
What time are you done today? I'm Eastern time, 11 a.m.
I might go 4 hours, and I just started, so you might have 4 hours.
So I'll catch you later then, Oscar.
Goodbye. Really, chat? How do I respond to that? That the guy who made a list of all the Democratic leaders in Minnesota and went to try to assassinate him, that we're going to give them plausible deniability. We're gonna give him plausible deniability on being on the left. It's known that he's on the right, by the way. But anyway, we're gonna give him plausibility on that. We're gonna give Trump plausible deniability on Eugene Carroll. We're gonna give Trump plausible deniability on 34 felony counts. We're gonna give Trump plausibility on all the reasons that they've tried to impeach him, all this shit. But if Biden sneezes in the wrong direction, they think he's trying to touch a kid. What the fuck? We're gonna talk to Josh Cook. And we're gonna see if Josh Cook gives us a more serious position on this. If he connects, we'll see. I love all the people who say that I'm not Dean. You're right. I'm not. I'm Oscar. Congratulations. You have facial recognition. You can read. Yay. Oscar's been laughing a lot more lately. There was 2 or 3 weeks where it was a lot of spicy Oscar, and that was very much in response to a thing that was happening with the type of callers we were getting. And I say we because it wasn't just me; it was all the other hosts. Let's talk about Fauci because that caller didn't connect. So I saw that Fauci's diary's been released. Bummer for him. I saw there's a couple things I want to respond to it that I saw. One person said that, one thing I heard was in it. is that he like admitted to enjoying some of the notoriety and fame that came with being the center of this COVID thing. And to that, like, I think the right is going to be like, look, he was in it for the fame. And I'm just going to sit here and be like, I'm in the same boat right now. Like, I would give up all of this to make none of this happening, to make the fascism go away, to like fix the Trump issue. But I am pretty excited about the success of my show, and I'm pretty excited about the things that it's doing for me. That's pretty cool. So, you know, that basically, I don't think that fucking means anything. Like, so the guy wrote in his diary that he's excited about being on primetime television so much? Fuck him, right? Like, that's not that big a deal. The other thing I think was maybe a little dishonest. My Discord, I asked my Discord to see if they could find anything substantive in it, and somebody said that they did find some. Let me see what exactly was said on the Discord. Thank you. I think it was Lucky Phil who found it. Yeah, he said that Fauci says that he had more. It was found that Fauci had more influence over lockdowns and school closures than he later admitted. Privately considered a lab leak more plausible than public comments suggested, but there's no smoking gun proving that he knew COVID came from a lab or committed a crime. Well, on the lab thing, I'll say that like I speculate much more freely about political conspiracies when I'm like sitting on the couch with my buddies, you know, like I'm very careful on this show because if Oskar Quentin says it, then Oskar Quentin said it, and I'm going to be fucking held to account. So I have all sorts of funny ideas about what I think might be going on. So sitting around waxing philosophy, you might find those if you read my diary. You might find me wondering these things that I'd be a little too careful given the reach that I have to say when I'm on the show. So I'm just going to like use my own like self as an analog and be like, yeah, if he was speculating about it coming from a lab, I was speculating about it coming from a lab. But all we can do is speculate until we have good evidence. So anyway, what was the other thing? The other thing was more influence over lockdowns and school closures than he later admitted, which, hey, I would want to look at that exactly. So, I mean, if he was a little dishonest about that, that's shitty. But I guess the thing I'll say about Fauci in general is that there's nothing that could come out about Fauci that would change the fact that COVID was real and that you should have masked up and gotten your vaccines. Like, he wasn't in charge of how the disease worked. And the United States wasn't the only country looking at it. So I'm not impressed by any of this. I also just don't find any of it all that interesting. You know, the other countries and all the people who died are all the evidence we need. This wasn't an American situation. But so those are my thoughts on the Fauci news. Oh, and then of course he pled the fifth during his deposition this morning. He did not want to talk to them, which I think if I was being investigated in such a obviously aggressive and unfair way by Trump's DOJ, yeah, I'll be pleading the fifth too. I mean, pretty wise to plead the fifth in general. So, you know, he's old. He's like, dude's like 85. I hope he doesn't. I hope he gets to sit and read his newspaper or whatever the fuck he wants to do for the rest of his life. I wish we'd leave him alone. I think he served the country well. Anyway, Big Emu Day. How old are you?
I am 27.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No. It's Trump supporters only.
Looking for Trump supporters only for now. We're going to talk to Grace.
Me, why do you not like ice?
We're going to talk to Memes for All. We're going to see if we get a serious conversation or just a bunch of memes. Hello, how old are you?
Howdy, I am 19.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit.
Are you local?
Yeah, I'm local.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 1:13 in the morning.
Okay, so not local. Looking for local Trump supporters. Corey to Goat 7. We're going to see if he's the greatest of all time, or if he thinks Trump is the greatest of all time. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell yeah.
Seem excited about it. A lot of people aren't so excited about it these days. Why are you excited to be a Trump supporter?
I mean, I agree with what he's doing. I mean, if Iran got a nuke and hit us, I mean, that wouldn't be good.
That wouldn't be good, but why do you think that if Iran got a nuke, they'd hit us? There's other countries that hate our guts that have nukes that don't hit us because of mutually assured destruction. Are you familiar with mutually assured destruction?
No.
Well, a country like Iran knows that if they used a nuke on us, we might
get absolutely obliterated.
Obliterated is the word. They would get wiped off. It'd be like appropriate to say they might literally get wiped off the face of the earth. So why would they do that?
I don't know. They just been going on the internet saying a death to America, you know, chanting that shit.
What year were you born?
So, what?
What year were you born?
08.
High school or college?
I graduated.
You just graduated?
Yeah.
Okay. You have a driver's license?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. Why can't you pull through an intersection if there's a car in front of you on the other side? What's that called?
What do you mean?
Like if you pass into an intersection that there's not room for you on the other side of, and you end up in the middle of it, what's it called when that happens?
Running the stoplight? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, I don't believe you're an adult. Blocking the box is what it's called. But I gotta remember to not ask the same handful of questions that Dean asks, because the kids have memorized them. Okay, got my phone back. Everything go okay with the delivery, Raven? Good. Well, that's the Oskar Quentin show so far. No serious callers. They have not memorized it. Says, okay, wait, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people don't call that blocking the box. I learned to drive in New York. Blocking the box is when you get stuck in the intersection because you crossed into an intersection because there's not...
Gridlock.
People calling it gridlock? Well, he didn't have a name for it at all. Maybe it was a bad question. I don't know.
I think gridlock is what they call it legally in Minnesota. I'm
not too worried about it. He did not sound 18. Ask him about music. That's well, because gridlock to me, gridlock is when there's lots of people blocking the box, and gridlock is what you refer to as the type of traffic that causes. But maybe we're getting into a little bit of that use, y'all, and you territory here, where I didn't ask a very good question. But we're gonna see if Eli's an adult, and we're gonna talk to him instead.
Fuck you, nigger, fuck you.
No, he's not an adult. His brain's not working. But that's how he spends his free time, is doing that. Yeah, Graham, thank you again for the $2 and the birthday wishes. Dawn just became a member. Welcome. Oh, they didn't become a member. They are a member, but you get a monthly member message, and they said, "Happy birthday, whichever day it is. Today is my birthday." Woo! Late July birthdays. Happy birthday, Dawn. Yeah. I've just been quiet about which day is my birthday, but I'm celebrating it on Friday. Bought my birthday present yesterday, last week of July. Somewhere in there. Anyway, Nikki sent $5 to say, "It isn't much, but doing what I can to support the cause. Thanks, Oskar, Jessie, and Raven, and the mods, and for my daily work distraction. Makes my day go faster." Well, I always say, if you're strapped for the cash, don't send it to me. I think that's like ways, there's people who have a little more, and some of them choose to give back by giving it to me, because they like what we're up to over here at the Oskar Quentin show, and all the other things we do, like the evening show and the members only stream, and some of the travel we're planning, and some of the other stuff. Got big stuff we're cooking up on. Not just spending the money on guitars. We got other things. Jazz sent $5 to say, "Literally every one of the accounts of violence that was mentioned was by a Republican. What reality was this dumbass living in?" He was living in a reality where he's gonna assert that the person who asserted Melissa Hartman might not have been somebody on the left, or somebody on the right rather. And then, but they're gonna mention Charlie Kirk, who was like, again, like these people don't realize that like the Republican Party is doing something so un-American right now that it's not even a little bit obvious to me that it would be somebody on the left trying to cause harm if there is an incident. But it is pretty obvious that if somebody's harmed on the left, it's going to be somebody on the right doing it. There's not that type of infighting among people on the left. The far leftists do really hate the establishment Democrats. Like there's that argument, I suppose. But no, I just don't think that I think that if the leftists were going to go out for political violence, I don't think that they'd go after Melissa Hartman. It doesn't make any sense to me. Kronos says for $2, "How much in donos for me to read your diary, Oskar?" A lot, Kronos. A lot. I'd also have to be way better about diarying than I am, because I'm definitely not good enough about keeping track of my crazy thoughts during this whirlwind of getting this show running. I'm going to talk to Martin. I'm going to see if we can get a call 20 minutes into the show. I would like a call. I would like a debate. I would like a conversation. Is Martin the guy? We shall see. How old are you?
Hello. I'm 19.
Okay. Are you a Trump supporter? Trump supporter?
No. Ooh. I have a question about something Raven said yesterday.
Oh, I did. Sorry, I hit the button before I got that out. You can put it in the chat, maybe. There was also a very, very long delay because I could hear my own echo, and it was not going to be functional. So maybe hop back in if it's an interesting question, but you can throw it in the chat for now. That was Martin. We're going to talk to Chris. We're going to see if Chris is a Trump supporter. Hello. I don't think he is. His American flag is upside down. Are you friendly?
Yes, I am.
Not looking for friendlies at this point in the show, just looking for opposition for now. Just looking for some of the sad, angry people who voted Trump to be president and don't regret it. Hello, Lily. How old are you?
19.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Why is that?
I like what he's doing with the immigrant policies. I don't like what he's doing otherwise, but I think what he's doing with the immigrants is smart.
Why do you think what he's doing with the immigrants is smart?
I personally and my family have been targeted by immigrants before, and I will say I'm a bit biased on that matter, but I believe that America is for American citizens, and there is a process to get in legally, and I know it is not the easiest, but I believe that people should not just come in as they please.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that you've been targeted by, I don't know if you said immigrants or illegal immigrants, but you said immediately after that you were biased because of that. So it sounds to me like we don't actually need to recognize what happened to you, because that's usually my argument, is that there's 12 million illegal immigrants, there's 350 million people in the country. I like to operate with data in mind. So if we're going to talk about issues of crime, whatever targeting meant, I don't know what targeting means, we can talk about that. But this is really the first question that I ask, because I can appreciate that the purpose of the government is, disproportionately supposed to be in favor of citizens. Like I can recognize that. But what I really want to know is who benefits from deporting the illegal immigrants? Who do you think benefits from that?
The U.S. citizens.
In what way?
Like taxes. Some of our tax money that we pay is going towards things that are being there's wasted.
Well, I don't know about wasted, because there's a couple of things that we do spend taxpayer money on for immigrants. They use our roads, they use the emergency rooms, their children are allowed to go to our schools, whether or not the children were citizens. That was a Supreme Court case that was allowed. I don't know if I'd call that waste. That sounds nice, but I recognize it's a little bit of taxpayer money being spent on somebody who's not a citizen, is I guess your concern. But illegal immigrants pay more into the tax system than they costed. Are you aware of that fact?
I am not.
Yeah, so you don't have to be a citizen to pay taxes. In fact, the IRS cares so much about collecting taxes, they actually just let you pay taxes if you are an illegal immigrant. You don't even have to hide it. They'll take your money. And the participation rate's pretty good. It's like 75 or 80% of illegal immigrants that are working do pay their proper taxes, whether it's through an individual taxpayer ID number or whether their boss finds a way to pay taxes for them. There's like other ways around it. But there's this rumor that they're so expensive to the tax system, but they're not. It's something, it's 100 and change in billion that they cost us. It's 100 and change in billion that they bring us, and people argue a lot about exactly how to count that. It's difficult to estimate it accurately, especially because there's states like Florida where there's no state income tax, so it's all through sales tax, which is very hard to calculate how much of that comes from illegal immigrants. So Republicans like to underestimate that, even though there's a lot of illegal immigrants in Florida, so we should estimate it to be a chunk. But even if it was slightly negative, let's say they paid $200 billion in taxes, and or they paid $150 billion in taxes and they cost us $200 billion, which means that the net cost was $50 billion. I would actually sit here and argue that for $50 billion, they're so good for the economy. They're so good for a number of other measures of quality of life that are important to us Americans that that would be a perfectly good price to pay. But I also am not at all convinced that we're paying a price at all. I think they pay slightly more than they cost.
Okay, but you said that was based on the immigrants that have been paying taxes. What about the ones that haven't, that has just been benefiting off? The
calculation includes them all. I was just pointing out that not 100% of them pay taxes. That is true. There are some who work under the table, but it's a small enough percentage of them that their tax benefit is still a positive one.
What statistic is that?
The cost to the economy? Or the cost to the tax system?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I need to get better organized about my bookmarks. Hold on, let me find this quickly.
Because I'm completely open to looking at something. I would love to be, my opinions be challenged.
Well, so there's one particular study that I like to refer to, which is the Cato Institute has this study. And the study as a whole focuses on immigrants generally, but there's a section on what illegal immigrants cost the government, where some of those claims that I made are backed up. But this is a good thing to review in general. And this is recent. It was published in February. It's called Immigrants' Recent Effects on Government Budgets, with a study from 1994 to 2023. And then this goes over some of the specific stuff to do with illegal immigrants. There are a couple of organizations that go around saying that it's the other way around, that like there is a net loss, that they cost something, like I said, like $50 billion more in taxes than they bring in. They're doing the sorts of things I was describing, like underestimating the sales tax in Florida, which is a big chunk of it, or stuff like that, or counting what it costs to give citizens an education in our public education system if their parents are illegal immigrants, that sort of thing. But again, we're talking about 100 and change in billion in, 100 and change in billion out, whichever number is bigger is actually not all that important, because they're so good for the economy. They're so good for the labor force in some ways that are really important. It'd be very destabilizing to a number of our industries if we deported them. Because the idea that somebody's participation in the country is necessarily bad for the other people in the country is kind of nonsensical, right? Because we're better together, all of us, right? Like one of the reasons that America's strong is because there's something like 300 million of us, right? Oh, she ran. I didn't even see it. How long ago did she run?
About 20 seconds ago. I was going to let you finish your point.
Okay.
Martin, I do see asking their question in chat when you're done wrapping that up.
Yeah. What was the question?
I mentioned Nuremberg 2.0 yesterday. They're wondering what I mean by that. It was on the topic of ICE and all of their human rights violations. I want there to be trials. I want the Democrats to come in strong and demand investigations and trials. And I want punishment to be served accordingly.
Yeah, and I remember what I said after. I like to follow up Nuremberg 2.0 by calling it Minnesota 1.0, because I've said for a while since my participation in Metro Surge that I feel like they targeted us to make an example of us when they wanted to do this shock and awe approach to immigration enforcement. So I want it to be here. I want them to come back here, and I want Gregory Bavino to be on trial here. Like if there is some big organized set of trials against all these assholes, I want them to be held here. I'm going to push for that.
If Bavino's on trial in Minnesota, I'm calling out of work every day.
Yeah, I'll be there. Anyway, no ad read because we haven't really had a good call yet. We're going to talk to Spaded. I hope that young caller goes and looks up probably what her parents said about immigrants is wrong. Spaded, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2008.
I'm going to believe you for now. You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why?
It's not really because like the immigrants. Like I know like that like a lot of people are going that side. I'm more like I don't want to be like homophobic because I have like gay uncles, but like I don't like how they support or like not support how they promote like LGBTQ like so much and like.
What do you mean by? Well, so you said support and then corrected yourself and said promote. What are you talking about? What do you mean promote? If not support.
Like, I feel like they like put a lot of ads on it, like and stuff. Like my uncles that are gay, like I know they're more like Trump supporters because they're just like, you know, they don't want to be like publicly like out there like promoted. Like it is weird, but like they don't want to be like promoted like that. Like it didn't make sense. Like
that doesn't make sense to me. What's your concern? Do you think that like a piece of paper on the side of a bus is going to turn you gay? Is that what you're worried about?
No, I'm just
what are you worried
like,
about?
They're promoting like the wrong ideals.
Oh, the wrong ideals. What are the right ideals?
The way of Christ, of course.
Oh, I don't believe in Christ, and a lot of people in this country don't. Do you think we should make laws that are based on what Christ wanted?
Isn't the Constitution forced on or based off Christ?
No, the Constitution establishes our separation of church and state. It says that the government shall make no law respecting any particular established religion. Were you not aware of that? That there's supposed to be a separation of church and state in this country? What do those calls mean? You know, like it's the same call twice in a row. It's like a 18, 19-year-old. They listen. I say a thing and they're like, what? And they get out of here. Like, it does say that. It's one of the amendments, right? Which one is it? We don't spend as much time talking about religion on this show as I would expect, given the things that we do talk about on this show. I find that quite bizarre. We're not really getting any callers today, but if you appreciate my efforts to get callers, you can go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on all the other platforms, and go to the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Or not, because we're not getting any callers today, so I don't really feel like asking for it. Oh man, the religion thing is interesting, because it always goes one of two ways, where I can either accept that you're religious and say we can only talk about whether or not your religion should be used to make the rules, which I don't think they should, because you wouldn't want my religion to be used to make the rules. So like we can see that as fair, but I can also thank you very much, Raven. I can also just say I kind of get the devil's advocate of, if I did believe in God, the word of God would be far more important to me than the word of man. So I probably wouldn't give half a shit about those immigration policies. I'd probably want to love thy neighbor, like there's a whole bunch of fucking inconsistencies with it. But I feel like when we're eroding away the population of people who are Trump supporters, right? I think there used to be a lot of reasonably kind-hearted but grown up in a Republican place people who have woken up and seen, okay, this is getting out of hand, and they've moved away from their party. And for each of them, it might just take a little longer. Maybe they weren't paying attention. Maybe they didn't, see the particular news story that would have rubbed them the wrong way about what Trump and his buddies are up to. We're running out of that sort of Trump supporter, and we're left behind with a bunch of really fucked up white supremacists, or just brainwashed kids, or just total nincompoops who are completely lost in the sauce, brainwashed, and can't be fucking helped. And I just feel like the religious component of MAGA is kind of this other ugly corner, where it's the good Christians are jumping ship because they can just look at what Trump is doing and say, this isn't Christ-like, and leave the party, leave the movement, leave the hang up the MAGA flags or whatever, or take them down, I suppose I should say. But I feel like the people who just say because of Christ, Christ, therefore MAGA, I feel like that's going to become a really, really, really ugly group of people. Chat's saying Trump isn't a Christian. They're right. He's a misogynistic grifter con man from New York. Ain't nothing Christ-like about him. All those deadly sins, right? Gluttony and greed and whatnot. He's a greedy, gluttonous bastard. The fact that any Christian can defend him tells me that they're really, really deeply drinking the Kool-Aid. Because I don't know. I don't know how somebody can look at Trump and take seriously the notion that he's the Christ-like candidate. That is complete fucking nonsense to me. That's it. That's the Oskar Quentin show. No more Trump supporters. 800 people watching, almost 900. Not one of them wants to call in. I'll talk to the chat for a little bit. First Jewish president. Who said that? Is that about Trump? Trump uses Christianity. That is accurate. He openly mocks their religion. He openly mocks all sorts of things. He openly mocked Lindsey Graham at Lindsey Graham's funeral. Did you catch that? Oh, I might want to watch it. Maybe we'll do some watching the news. Because it's a moment I want to look at, because I think I know what's going on in it. And I think it's that Trump forgot what he was doing. I think that Trump forgot that he was at Lindsey Graham's funeral. He thought he was just talking about Lindsey Graham. He probably in that moment forgot that Lindsey Graham was dead. Trump, Lindsey Graham statements. I'll use my audience to show this particular moment to people. Oh, but is it going to be impossible to find? See, this is what I need to work on with the worker bees on the Discord. I need to get these clips at the ready. Oh my God, why is every web page broken? CNN, fix your stuff, please. I actually just want to watch what he said. This is a video I watched. This is what's wrong with the internet in the 21st century. I watched a video yesterday and I can't find it. Remember 20 years ago when you found something on the internet, Raven, and and when you would go to show it somebody, it was right where you fucking left it.
No paywalls.
It was just right there. You could just look up what it fucking said. Okay, hold on. Are you gonna let me pause? All right, let's try to get this on screen. Let's try to get this on there. We can I make it a little bigger? Yeah, that's a little better. Let's make it. I'll have to get you trained up on these transform controls, Raven, so you can do this while I'm yapping.
Yes, please.
I'm not good at doing this while I yap. But I should definitely get you and Jessie trained on that. All right. Let's see what he has to say.
Everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful. For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this Capitol.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, I feel like he's just in. Yeah. He called Lindsey Graham darling or Darlene. I think he meant to say darling, but his addled dementia brain slipped out Darlene. I'm sure Darlene is some floozy that Trump remembers from the 80s. maybe that was Lindsey Graham's stage name in a club somewhere. But okay, now I'm just cheesing, but like
there's enough history within the Republican Party to have that accusation probably be true.
Well, the man himself has given me permission to mock the dead by mocking so many dead people. So I feel emboldened to crack jokes about this. But realistically, I do think that he just lost his fucking train of thought and forgot where he was. I don't think a president who accidentally goes into autopilot and in autopilot mocks the dead, because Trump, when he doesn't have anything to say about something, Trump will say very generalized things that'll please everybody. He'll say, he's a great man, some people say it, some people don't think so. And it's like, well, hold on, what do you think about him? Like, it's the griftery sort of, like, you can say that and somebody not paying close attention can be like, yeah, I'm one of the people who hates him. I'm glad you recognize those fools think he's great. You and me are the ones that don't. Or if you think the person's great, you can listen to it and be like, he's acknowledging that he had some haters, but we're on the team of people who liked him. It's one of the ways in which Trump, even through his dementia, is pretty effective at speaking. Like, he's good at sneakily looking like he knows what he's talking about, even though to somebody like me, he obviously almost never knows what he's talking about. I genuinely believe in that moment he didn't have anything to say about Lindsey Graham, so he fell back on that trope of, like, send a compliment, send a jab, wrap it up, call it a day, forgot he was at the man's funeral. That's my tinfoil hat theory about what was going on in Donald Trump's head in that particular moment.
Chat's blown up with Darlene is Lindsey Graham's sister that took his place.
Oh.
So he was just ranting about how beautiful she is.
That's
almost worse.
I think that is worse.
Standing over bro's coffin being like, yo, but your sister's hot.
Some people hated him, but the broad we replaced him with. That's his old man brain working away. Holy fucking shit. LT Coli sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, you know what I don't get? CBS is going right wing. MAGA already hates them, and this move just loses them viewers. Why are mainstream media outlets dumb? They're not dumb. They're cowardly. That's what the issue is. It's because they'll get fucking fired if they don't relent to the higher ups that are now right-leaning and Trump-supporting pretty much across the board in mass media. Maybe we'll talk about that with Bruce and Bruce 96. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a debate going. We'll see. Will he connect? He just showed up. There you are. How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
I heard like half of that. Cutting in and out. Can you try again? How old are you? I hear interference that suggests you're using a Qi charger. Inadvisable while on TikTok Live. Also, maybe a Bluetooth device. But you should have neither. You there? Yeah, and we go. I'm gonna kick you for signal. Maybe try to get more bars and try. It was showing you had 2 bars, so I think that was probably just signal.
Real quick, that other super chat. I'm pretty sure the CBS has been leaning more right wing because I think that they were purchased out by a right wing. They're just owned by a right wing person now.
Yeah.
So the shift was inevitable.
That's why I don't trust the political spectrum maps. People ask me to bring them up and show people sometimes, but it's more dynamic a problem than that to track the news. But I really I guess in general, the thing I'll say about watching the news is that I look so hard at what the actual primary source is. Because I'm perfectly happy to look at a Fox News article if it features a video of the thing that they're reporting on. or like if they're reporting on Ilhan Omar saying something, we can watch a video of Ilhan Omar saying the thing and judge it instead of reading the article. Or if we read the article, we can do things like saying, how directly are we quoting? Are we quoting in long sentences so that they can get an idea out, or are we editorializing where it's so and so said that something was, quote, good and bad, end quote, and went on to say that they wanted to do things to, quote, improve, quote, the program. Like, those sorts of quotes are meaningless. You can quote, I've said the word improve before. I just did. You can quote me with just, quotes around the word improve and put it in whatever the fuck you want and lie about the context, because there's no mechanism to protect people from the media doing that to them. So whether it's CBS doing that or CNN or NBC or Fox News or fucking whatever, just check what they're actually telling you. Like, check if the quote is long, because for as bad as Fox News is, I would actually be surprised to see them directly incorrectly quoting somebody in print. I don't think that happens on Fox News.
What I see them do is take a quote that could be inflammatory and then just say it's inflammatory. Like
that those sons of bitches are going to pay for what they did to the government. We're going to say that necessarily is a call for violence, but fight isn't.
Right. And like how they tried to paint the whole Democratic Party as crazy for supporting it by asking if a Democratic person thought that was inflammatory, and they were like, are you stupid?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my point is that, like, media literacy is, like, you can't trust any of these assholes. Like these people call in and think that I, like, won't read Fox News, but I'll treat CNN like it's the word of God. No, I mean, it's... even though that they are owned by people who lean towards Trump at the end of the day, they are still better about supplying those longer quotes. So I'm often able to gauge an article by CNN and look at it and be like, okay, they're doing longer quotes instead of editorializing. They have an unedited video of the section of the speech that they're commenting on or whatever. Like, that seems reasonably, like, we don't have to call it good faith, because maybe it's bad faith the way they write about it. But I can at least believe also that CNN's not going to lie to me about the words that were said, which, again, Fox News could, because they're entertainment. They could just make up shit the way that SNL does for entertainment. They don't, because they know it would lose them actual credibility with the right. So that's like that's a step they're not willing to take. Let's talk to David. David, wait just a moment. We're gonna talk because he doesn't like me reading the donations when we're on the call. So I'm gonna read this one before I get him on, because LT Coli came back with $5 again on YouTube Super Chat to say, I get that media is being bought by right-wing nut jobs, but shouldn't they say, hey, we're right-wing now. MAGA, please love us. MAGA still hates them. Well, they're okay with MAGA still hating them. They're going to use that influence into tricking people on the left to thinking things that make them more in favor of the right. It's like more 4D chess than that. They're not trying to get these news networks to switch teams. They're trying to leverage the influence they have over the left. They don't care what the people on the right think of them.
If I may add in, you can see that a lot with like trans issues. They'll speak on trans issues in a way to try to isolate them from the community of the left. They're gonna treat it like, well, if we just get rid of the trans people, we'll be okay. And so it's just another layer of indoctrination.
David's gonna ask me if I'm entertainment. That might be an interesting topic with David. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. How you doing, David?
Good. How is the grift going today?
Today kind of slow. You haven't called in yet. It's going to be going better real soon.
Well, I'm sure I'll get you some donations from the mentally ill. That's why you have me up.
I think it's irresponsible for you to be going around diagnosing people, dude. You ain't a doctor. Though I did say that Trump had to...
Are you not having me up to get the mentally ill to donate?
I would prefer that the mentally ill not donate.
Oh, did you hear that? Mentally ill, do not donate.
Don't donate if you're mentally ill. Spend that money on therapy, please.
That's correct. Or give it to a charity. Don't give it to hospitals.
Well, I'm not a charity in the legal sense. I'm not a 501(c)(3), but I've told this to you before. A lot of people consider giving me money charity because they so appreciate what I'm doing and think it's good for the country.
What are you doing?
I'm running an entertainment show where I'm so entertaining that I leverage people's attention so that I can...
You're running a Fox News channel.
Yeah, so that's... I predict...
Without the research and the facts.
Well, so I think it's me who does the research. You didn't let me finish, David. Are you going to let me finish with describing what the program's...
Research.
See, it's not much of a conversation if you don't let me actually answer what you're saying.
I don't really need the conversation.
Then why'd you ask the question, David?
I'm going to go before you make money on me.
Mr. Fancy USA sent $5 to say, here's my mentally ill grift donation. Thank you for the $5. Why does he come up here? He comes up for 30 seconds to like get me a cheeky donation and run. Like, what is it about? I was going to engage with this conversation about how I do entertainment, but I'm not going to lie to you. Like, it's part of the mission statement of the show. Like, my chat will turn on me if I say something wrong. It's one of the ways that I get kept really accountable, but that's not the case with Fox News. They can, their audience will just run with it. Chronos sent $2 to say, are you actually telling me not to donate, Oscar? Well, okay, it depends on how we define mentally ill, right? But I don't know. I didn't even get to call David a bitch, but gotta get that one in. Oh wait, yeah, because Lucky Phil just sent me a $5 buy me a coffee. He said, ding, 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 time to call David a bitch. Time to call Ding Dong David a bitch. Ding Dong David. That's even better than Dingaling. But we're gonna talk to Dylan.
What's up, Oscar?
Doing all right. I'm actually going to read a couple donations before I get to you. I just realized I got a couple coming on Venmo.
Take your time.
Appreciate you. David, different David. This isn't, well, this might be a cool David, but this isn't the normal cool David. This is yet another David who sent $10 to say, I kid you not, I had a dream where Lady G's, are we talking about Lady Gaga? Sister wins a full term as senator. Oh, Lady Graham. Lady Graham's sister wins a full term as senator and then becomes a Democrat. She publicly denounces Republicans for forcing her late brother to remain closeted his entire career, and her mission is to destroy the GOP. It was a good dream. Sounds like a good screenplay to me. I think you should make that movie. I would watch it. Thank you for sharing. And whoa, okay, shit. I'm sorry, Dylan. The donations are piling up.
You're good. Take your time.
Jessie sent $10 to say happy near birthday. Also, my regular donor to help the 4-hour format. Scout Noodle 28. Yep, let's get my pets on the ticket for 2028. And yeah, we are going to try to go for 4 hours today. Zachary sent $5 to say, hey David, here's my 2 cents. Sound like you're a Venmo cut it off, but what does it say? Can I refresh it? I think I know what it says. Sounds like you're speaking to a minor. Here's my. He does, yeah. I got a kid glove David sometimes, even though I'm kind of mean to him because he's pretty reprehensible. But Cool David, but back the other David I refer to as Cool David instead of Bitch David, sent $25 to say, now that David finally left, here's some grifted money from my mentally ill self. I may be ill, but David's a bitch. Thank you, David. I appreciate you. And then Jeffrey sent just $2 to say, if anyone is mentally ill, it's David, a self-hating guy who voted against his own rights. Of course the bitch ran. He always does. He doesn't hang out for very long anymore. He shows up for like 30 seconds and runs. I don't really know what it's about. I remember you, Dylan. You're 18, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, we've talked about some issues, and I know you've come around on some stuff. So what are we talking about today?
I believe you said to come back in a couple of weeks the last time we talked, so here I am. You said you had like questions for me or something. I don't remember exactly what point you had.
Oh, I don't remember where we left off, but I know we talked about a little bit about abortion and trans rights. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can kind of tell me where you're sitting on those topics today, or we can just kind of move on to some other stuff. Up to you.
Right now, I would for the abortion side of things, I would say it's her body, her choice at this point in my stance. And the transgender thing, really nothing that it doesn't really affect how I thought it would affect. It doesn't affect like, what's the word that I'm looking for here? The fairness. It doesn't affect the fairness.
Oh, you're talking about sports?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my big argument for people who don't have the context here is that I don't see any good evidence that allowing trans individuals to play on sports teams, with some reasonable rules around how long they've been on their treatment, depending on the sport. Right. That's just a better way to handle fairness and safety in sports than telling trans people that they need to play on the same team as those who share their chromosomes. I'm glad to hear that. A lot of times I feel like I make progress with somebody on the show and then they call back in and it's kind of all gone. It's kind of been like washed away by Fox News or something. But yeah.
And I think that's what happened my second. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying?
No, go ahead.
The first time I came up here, you kind of cleared my head. And then the second time I was thinking different. And then after we had that second conversation, this is my third time talking to you. Mm-hmm. After we had that second conversation, it kind of stuck with me in my head that it really doesn't really matter to me anymore at this point. I mean, yeah.
That's the big one for me is that just like when, it shouldn't, what trans people are up to shouldn't matter to almost anybody, right? It's just very rare that a trans person presents a situation to a person where there is some dilemma about this or that, even them using the bathrooms, because at the end of the day, like, who cares? Like, who cares where anybody pees, as long as they don't expose themselves, as long as there's no crime happening, which we'd sure hear about it if trans people were misusing bathrooms. We just hear about boomers being upset about it mostly, and if all you hear about a topic is boomers being upset about it, red flag. Red flag about that being a topic worth taking seriously. We're looking at November, and I'm sure I've talked to you about the fact that I think that what Trump is getting up to in the government's real bad. How do you feel about your first year voting?
Honestly, I really don't know how to feel about it yet. To be completely honest with you, I mean, I'm keeping my options open for sure. Like, I'm not leaning towards the right or the left necessarily, like, hard. I'm kind of in between the two. I don't really know who the candidates are right now. It's something that I would have to look into and read more about what their stances are on the politics side of everything. But it's definitely something I'm going to keep my eyes open and mind open to come in November.
Well, I mean, we could maybe go over it. You'd have to say what state you live in, because that's going to affect the big stuff.
I live in Indiana.
Indiana?
It's a red state.
Discord, give me the skinny. I'm gonna pull up in the operational chat. Give me the skinny on Indiana elections while I talk to Dylan. There's gonna be a lot of states where if it's a red enough state, it's not gonna feel like it matters who you vote for, and that's the first place to start with people not caring about their vote. And I just one thing I'll urge you to understand is that your vote still counts even if the person that you voted for doesn't win. And that's true in some very, very important ways. And my first question is just, is that obvious to you, or is that something we need to dig into?
No, that's something obvious that my vote does count.
Yeah, I mean, for the audience, I'll say that we have situations like 2016 where Trump lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton. So more voting Americans wanted her to be president. But because of the way that our system works, he just engineered which cities he should be doing rallies in to get the more important votes for winning electoral college votes. And then he won the presidency. And when people complain about the fact that he actually lost by like 2 million, it's so important that your vote counts towards that 2 million, even if you're voting in a state like Arkansas or something that's always going to vote Republican. You still count towards that disparity, and that's meaningful. You get to look at that disparity and say, I'm one of the upset people who can say that I broadened this. This gap. That said, I do think that right now it's pretty important to vote for people who are anti-Trump, and I say that carefully because it's not exactly red and blue everywhere. For the most part, people who are in favor of the rules of how the government is supposed to be run are Democrats right now. And the Republicans are doing a bunch of stuff that is really, really un-American. I actually can't recall how much of that we've covered. We've talked about some of those wedge issues, abortion and trans rights, but have we talked much about Trump at all?
I don't really think so. I think the main things we focused on was the abortion and I think we touched on immigration. And we talked about the transgender rights, the trans in sports. Yeah,
I mean, I guess broadly, I know that I've had your attention long enough for you to trust that, like, I'm telling you the truth, and that I think you've seen, my audience will turn on me if I say something that's wrong. So I'll just speak very broadly about what's going on in politics and what I think about going into these midterms. Which is that we have these wedge issues like abortion and trans rights and even immigration to a degree, which is a major issue that a lot of people care about right now. But the reason I call it a wedge issues are these issues that the right is using right now to get people to care a lot about something that at the end of the day doesn't actually have a significant influence over American politics. I care a lot about women being able to make choices about their bodies, but it's frustrating that we have to spend so much airtime in American politics talking about that instead of the cost of living crisis, or instead of getting people free health care, or instead of seeking more peaceful relationships overseas. Like, there's some really big important things that we're getting distracted away from because we're we're getting all stuck on these issues of abortion and trans rights, which are you've kind of landed in that spot with trans rights where you're like, why does this issue even have our attention? Let these people like mind their own fucking business. And I do think that the immigration issue deserves to be addressed, but I just think that the Republicans are working really hard to get people to think it's a big issue for them. It's going to affect their lives in some serious way, because there are some things that the right is doing right now that are going to affect people's lives in very serious ways, that have been affecting people's lives in very serious ways. And those things don't get enough attention because they keep us busy arguing about abortion and trans rights and stuff like that. That cost of living issue, the reason that we have that is because in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we were taxing rich people a lot, and we were using that money to do a bunch of really good stuff. And over the last 50 years or so, this has been bigger than Trump. The Republicans have been eroding away the degree to which we tax the ultra wealthy and corporations to pay for all the good stuff that the government does, all these social programs and things that help with quality of life and cost of living. So we've had this kind of long spiral down from a period, the boomer era, when we were in a pretty good financial position using taxpayer money to make the country greater and greater as we went. And a lot of those problems are getting to the point where it's starting to be unsustainable. People people's wages have been getting worse against the cost of living for a long time. But now it's getting really bad. People are really struggling. There's lots of people living paycheck to paycheck. There's lots of people getting desperate. And the Democrats want to address that. But the Republicans have been making this worse and worse and worse for 50 years, not because it's the will of the people, but because the wealthy have chosen that party to fund and say, pass these policies, lobby for Citizens United so that corporations have more rights, lobby to get our corporate tax rates lower, lobby to allow these loopholes that make it so that rich people don't really have to pay their taxes, like all these random little mechanisms that they use. So there's this big thing that's been going on where a small number of people have been leveraging American politics to make life shittier for just about everybody and better for this few. And then there arrives Trump in American politics 10 or 12 years ago. And he's just the nincompoop they needed for everybody to band around and say it's this cult of personality. So I know I'm being long-winded, as I often am with you, because I do appreciate, I appreciate that you're such a good listener. It lets me get a much longer version of this stuff out than I'm usually able to get out on the show. But we end up in a situation today where the Republicans have run out of ways to achieve the next steps in this just by lobbying and doing the normal, the billionaires will donate money to these candidates and they'll win, and then we can do these things because the founding fathers designed our government to be impervious to this sort of takeover. That's why we have the separation of powers. That's why the president can't do whatever he wants. That's why the legislators, the people in Congress, are elected state representatives and state senators who go to D.C. and represent their states. They're supposed to keep the president in check. They're supposed to adjust the rules. If he breaks the rules, the courts are supposed to be able to order him to stop. If the rules as they exist violate the Constitution, the judges are supposed to be able to say that. The Supreme Court justices, that is. So there's this, everything that you can do, there's a different branch that's supposed to be able to stop you. And the whole system's supposed to keep itself in check. And that prevents such a group of influential people, as I just described, from completely taking over the system. And because those rules are in their way, that's why we're seeing those rules violated as of now. That's what Project 2025 is about. That's what this whole scheme that people like me are concerned about is about. It's how can we use the system in what ways can we get around these rules? In what way can we get away with it? In what way can we lobby for the courts to become more relaxed about these things, such that maybe even if it is against the Constitution or if it is against the law, there's no way to stop the president. That's why we've seen rule changes like the fact that the president can't be charged for crimes that they committed in affecting their office of the president, which is kind of fucked up. But when that happened, Trump had a bunch of charges against him dropped. And that's why a lot of the stuff that he did in 2020 regarding that election never got followed up on. They just had to throw out the charges because the rules changed such that you couldn't charge the president for that. We see that his voter base is okay with him being an obvious criminal. He is a convicted felon. He's somebody who's got a civil litigation for doing something bad to a woman. Like there's a bunch of old lawsuits from before he was even a politician, before there was a political target on his back. People were suing him for being a grifter. So my concern for the midterms, because we're talking about you as a new voter, is that it takes more than half of the senators and more than half of the representatives to say that one party controls the entire legislative branch. And right now, these Republicans that have a majority in the Senate and a majority in the House, they because they're so loyal to Trump, all of those systems of checks and balances go out the window, because they're just not going to impeach him for doing all these things. They're just not going to, they're going to fight for laws that are maybe the next step in all these processes of eroding the systems that the founding fathers created to protect us from tyranny. They're going to keep that process going. And when Trump overreaches and does something bad, where any obvious reading of the Constitution says that's impeachable, we got to stop him, that's not cool, we got to remove a president who does that, they're just not going to do it. And that puts us in a lot of danger, because it means that Trump is in control of the entire government. And the whole purpose of the Constitution is to make it so that one person can't be in control of the government. So very straightforwardly, in November, you should look at the voting history. This might be a little bit of homework. You might have to go look up a boring list of people you've never heard of in, what was it, Indiana?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to look up a boring list of people in Indiana and go see whether or not were they still in office in Trump's first term, and did they vote for his... If you agree with me that what Trump is doing is bad and he's trying to take over the government, and we don't want the Republicans to be loyal to him instead of the Constitution, I would argue that he so obviously deserved to be impeached the 2 times we tried in his first term, that if any of those people are still sitting or maybe still on the ballot for re-election, like anybody who voted against his impeachment back then is on my shit list as a traitor, because they voted to keep this shit going. So you shouldn't vote for such people. But maybe they didn't serve then. Maybe they weren't on the House floor to be a senator at the time or a representative at the time to vote on either the impeachment proceedings or whether or not they were going to convict him for those impeachment proceedings. But you can look at their voting history on things like the Epstein files. Almost every Republican was voting in favor to hide the Epstein files until Trump had his hands tied and changed his mind and said, please release the Epstein files. And then only a handful of them betrayed him. And those are the sort of Republicans who I would say it's not necessarily bad to still vote for if you're just a regular conservative who wants some conservative values but doesn't like Trump. But with what we land at is I'm just giving you the long version of blue no matter who, because the list of people that you get when you try to pick a senator or a representative for your district who doesn't support Trump, it ends up being a blue, or there's probably a couple independent candidates here or there who are sensible picks, but you should vote for people who aren't going to continue this process of letting Trump do whatever he wants. And that just it does happen to be blue people, but I don't say blue no matter who, because people, when I say that, people think I mean like forever and always. They think I'm excited about the Democrats. I'm not. I hope I have much better advice than that for 2028. I hope American politics changes. I hope we get to hold the Democrats accountable for some of the bullshit they've been doing. I want all that, but right now I'm just mostly like the big goal. The big goal is to make sure that for the second half of Trump's term, he doesn't have his control of the legislative branch, and I believe that Americans are upset enough to achieve that in November by electing some blue senators and flipping some blue Senate seats and flipping some representative seats blue. Mm-hmm. That's what I think is important right now.
Right.
I wish I could tell you that you should vote for a senator who's going to do a good job representing your state. I really wish that's what I could tell an 18-year-old voter. But we've just got a bigger thing we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, can you repeat that? Sorry, somebody called me and it just like completely cut out. Sorry.
I was just saying I really wish I could tell an 18-year-old voter that you should vote for a senator who's going to do a good job representing your state for you. Unfortunately, that's on the back burner right now. Right. I would like personally take the sacrifice of voting for say a senator that I didn't like. I don't have this dilemma in front of me in Minnesota, but if I did, I'd be comfortable voting for a senator who I preferred less if they were anti-Trump than one who maybe would do something better for my taxes or whatever particular thing a particular senator or representative or even governor, like here's something I'm worried about in Minnesota. We've got a wacky gubernatorial candidate by the name of Mike Lindell. This is the My Pillow guy. He's been a loyalist to Trump for a long time. The governor is like the president of your state. They fit the same role. They're the seat of the executive branch in your state.
Right.
So, it doesn't matter who my governor is going to be in terms of impeachment. It doesn't matter who my governor is going to be in terms of this legislative branch concern. But as a Minnesotan, I am pretty concerned about a Trump loyalist being my governor, because it's the governor who decides when it's time to crack down on certain things. And Can you guess what maybe I'm a little worried about Mike Lindell cracking down on if he becomes my governor?
That supports Trump, probably. My guess would probably be immigration. That's probably wrong.
Well, that's one of them. I mean, obviously, as a Minnesotan, I don't want Trump to keep fucking with my city. Personally, I'm a little worried about having a governor who doesn't like people talking shit about Trump, because one of the things that I think is the next step is going after people for free speech quite a bit more. And I'm a little dissatisfied with Tim Walz's performance lately. He's made some mistakes, I think. But he's got my back, though. You know, he's gonna resist any effort by the federal government to go after people for free speech in greater ways than they already are. They're doing what they can to fight back to these illegal things that Trump's ICE has been doing regarding the investigations of some of the deaths that have happened here. There's he's using his office in the ways he can to protect us and work for what I believe is right. And if we have Lindell in charge, I'm basically going to have mini Trump as the governor of my state, and I'm fucking terrified of what will happen to Minnesota if that's the case.
Right.
Because Trump fucking hates us. He doesn't care that he cost our economy $600 million by sending Metro Surge here. He doesn't care that Renee Good is dead and that her kid will never see her again. She doesn't care that Alex Preddy's patients at the VA will never see that particular nurse again, even though he was loved at his job and people said he was a good nurse and he was really giving his life to caring for our veterans. Like, he didn't give a shit about any of that. He doesn't give a shit about the fact that people were scared to leave their homes for a few months here. A lot of people still are. He did that to us because he hates our governor. So he wants to install a loyalist governor, Mike Lindell, who's, you know, just like another fucking TV personality, conspiracy theorist asshole who like says a bunch of shit that's like obviously false. You know, this guy doubts the election. This guy was a COVID doubter. Like, this guy spreads misinformation. I don't want such a person in charge of my state. So I can ask the same question, like, in terms of like what I'm afraid of the Trump administration doing to America and doing to our legal system. I'm really grievously terrified of having a hand of Trump in charge of the executive branch here locally. So that's the sort of thing when I consider my vote for Amy Klobuchar, who I am not at all excited about for governor, but she's the blue ticket vote. She's an establishment Democrat. Among Democrats, she's of the sort that I talk shit about all the time for not doing enough, for not being progressive enough, for caring too much about political clout instead of like actually fighting back in a way that's going to elicit real change in America. But for right now, she is so obviously a better choice than anybody who supports Trump, particularly Mike Lindell, that I even went so far as hosting a joke candidate on my evening show, Tom Evanstad, who is a convicted rapist. This is a crazy person who used the N-word on my show while trying to win the black vote. Like, this is a kooky nut job. It was entertaining, some people thought, but he's a really problematic piece of shit. But he's only going to take votes from Mike Lindell, so I platformed him. Because I want Amy Klobuchar to win, because I really can't even summon anything. Raven, she's might be your governor. You got anything nice to say about Amy Klobuchar?
No.
Do you want Amy Klobuchar to win?
Absolutely not. But because of it's probably going to be my only choice.
Who are you voting for? I guess that's the question.
Amy Klobuchar.
There you go. Yeah. Because I would answer the other way. I do want her to win, but that's only in consideration of the options available. I want her to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the sort of thing you got to do in the voting booth. You got to think like what's best, because you're not going to be happy with any of it, because politics is a fucking mess right now. It's been a mess forever, but it's like especially shitty right now. The last time it was even halfway sensible, you were a little kid, and it was still bad back then.
I will say now I don't know what I have a man in my state. He's a Democrat that I probably will be voting for come November. His name's John Hurley.
Mm-hmm.
He's I would say he's anti-Trump, but I like some of the stuff that he's doing. And I could go on and on about the stuff he's doing, but I really don't want to really talk about it that much. I haven't really seen who's running against him for the Republican side.
What position is this for? I'm trying to find it. Is this House of Representatives?
I think so. I think that's what he's trying to run for. He's ran so many times in WASP, but I believe there was I can't remember the vote that's before November. It's the
primary?
Yeah, the primary. He won the primary to be able to run for the midterms, and that's more of who I'm leaning towards come midterm. But he's ran for like, I don't know how long. He's lost every single one of the primaries, but this is the first year that he's won the primary. So
well, and sometimes there's like a disingenuous tactic. Like it happened on the show a week or two ago where somebody was doubting Kamala Harris's qualifications as president, which is very silly because she's got very impressive. Say what you want about her politics, but she has a very impressive resume of working in American politics. She's
right, yeah, and I agree with that.
Worked in all three branches of the government in different jobs for decades. Like she's super duper qualified. But they pointed out that she like didn't perform well in a presidential run, and I immediately was like, "Are we judging by people's first presidential campaign? Really? Like?" Because plenty of people who've been president, if you look, they're like, yeah, 10 or 20 years prior, they ran, didn't go well. Joe Biden, when did Joe Biden run? Like in 1980 was the first time that Joe Biden ran for president?
I haven't been politically aware long enough.
Yeah, well, that was before you were born.
Really?
I think that Trump ran in like 2020 or 2000 as like a joke or something. Like it wasn't a serious run. Kamala Harris did try to run in 2020, but didn't do very well in the primaries. But like plenty of people have flopped in the primaries and then later on gone and become the seat. It's just about where their political career goes and where the attention is and who they're running against and how the politics all change. So yeah, don't be dispelled just by somebody not performing well in elections past. A lot can change in 2 or 4 years. Certainly, the way things are going right now.
Yeah, that's why I feel I'm gonna vote for him when it does come that time in November. And it could be a little biased. I mean, he used to teach at a high school that I previously attended and graduated from, but I didn't really take any of his classes. I didn't really talk to the guy that much. I mean, hallways, it was hi, what's up? It's not really biased. It's just I like what he believes in and what he says he's going to do if he gets elected. So I feel like that's the reason I'm leaning more towards of him for the representative.
Yeah, I mean, and that sounds reasonable. And I'm a little biased in supporting a teacher because I used to be a teacher. But I think I think for the same reason that my experience teaching has made me good at sitting here and having these conversations with you, like maybe that would be something to see in your politicians. You know, like I said, he's lost some favor recently, but Tim Walz has been my governor for a long time, and I think overall he's done a really good job. And he's also an ex-educator. It's definitely a green flag, I think, on a politician's resume if they have time working with youth, or just in education in general. I mean, it sounds like your head's on straight about looking at this, because there's a lot of people in my chat who would probably be up your butt about like you even being on the fence about it. But I'm not trying to brainwash 18-year-olds into voting blue. Like, cause I don't think that's lasting advice, for one thing. You know, politics is too volatile in America. We could have a situation where there is some growth of an independent party. Like, I don't want to sit here. Do I need to say it again that I'm not excited about the Democrats? Because I'm perfectly willing to say that it's more complicated than vote blue no matter who, even if the answers you get are all the same as if you just go blue no matter who. That's fine. But it sounds like your considerations are the right ones, and maybe that doesn't make the choices hard in Indiana. But what excites me about you is that I think that you're probably going to be capable at looking at elections in the future and run that sort of reasoning. And I personally hope that over the next few elections that has you voting blue, because I do think it's going to be, in most elections, vote for the blue person is going to be what satisfies these concerns that I have. I think that's going to be the case for a while. I think it's wishful thinking to think it's going to be anything other than that when it comes to picking a next president. But we've got another election cycle to procrastinate that, at least, you know, for you while you get involved. You got any burning questions for me about any of this? I feel like I've been doing all the talking today, but I do talk a lot when you call in.
Right. No, not really. I mean, everything you've said so far kind of is making sense to me. I was really just trying to listen and really get your side of things, just be a listening ear and trying to take in more information because, I mean, I'm still young. It's going to be my first election coming up.
Yeah, and a lot of hosts would just give you a million reasons why you're a fucking asshole if you vote the other way. And I'm perfectly good at listing those reasons, but I also just recognize that, like, you're not guilty of a lot of, you're not old enough to be guilty of a lot of the things that a lot of my callers are guilty of. You're not misguided about very much, really, it seems. There were some things that we talked about, but it does just seem like you're capable of using a reasonable perspective, which is why I spend so much time talking to you about a reasonable perspective instead of any particular issue. I think you're in a great position to just figure out the lens that you view politics for and pick your own candidates. And I'd much rather like have what comes from these conversations be that somebody like you is better at picking their own candidates than having to call me up and ask every time, because it's not who I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to be a source of, I mean, I do offer my endorsements just because people want them. And I think it's neat that people, weigh my political consideration. I'd rather somebody listen to me than guess. So if they're not going to do the thinking work themselves, fine, listen to what I offer. But I really do prefer people think for themselves. And I think that the thing that a lot of Republicans are afraid of is that if we teach 18-year-olds to think for themselves, they're not going to get votes. I'm not afraid to teach you to think for yourself, because I think it will result in you voting for people who are going to oust Trump or whoever replaces him, or prevent somebody from replacing him that supports him, or all of those considerations. I think in general, you got to be real weary of people who are afraid of teaching free thinking. But that's really what I try to offer on the show here, is just like good understanding of what's actually going on. And obviously, I weigh my opinion. I weigh my ethics. Like, I have my things where I say, I think this is the sort of thing you should consider when you vote. These are the sorts of things you should value when it comes to ethics. I have my shoulds, but I really do try to focus a lot on what, how things are, what sorts of things these people are doing with their political positions when they get elected, the sort of track record that the parties have. And just right now, dude, you're young. Like, people my age are really upset about the world that was handed to us by people just a little bit older than us, right? Like, I'm like 13 years older than you. People my age are mad at people 13 or 26 years older than us because they gave us an economy where it's hard to survive. And I know that you're not staring down the barrel of any good luck if you're looking for your first job, or right. There was a time in America where you could go get a part-time job and that was enough to have free time and enjoy being in college. And now that's, unless you got parents paying for everything, which, hey, if you do, you know what? I think parents should be able to spend their money making college easy for their kids if they want to. That's a perfectly good, you don't have to feel bad about having that privilege if you have it. But you should consider the fact that young people generally are not looking at a good financial equation in terms of what's going to happen in their life. You have this math problem when you become an adult where you think, okay, I need to find a place to live and I need its rent and my other bills to add up to enough such that the job I'm working makes sense, so that I have enough money left over to, whatever you want to do, whatever your hobby is, spend a little money doing this or that, save some money for your future, the responsible things you're supposed to do. And that equation's just fucking impossible right now. There's no such job that makes life make sense for a 21-year-old who's trying to get independent. And we're not going to get back to fixing that until we just deal with this fascism issue. There is the healthy and happy byproduct of, if we vote for people who aren't supporting the fascists, they also tend to want to, promote some economic policies that make those sorts of things better. Biden supported a lot of bills that Kamala Harris in a lot of cases was the tie-breaking vote on as the vice president, because the vice president settles the ties in Congress. And they had a split Senate for some of the term. But yeah, they passed a lot of policies that, are the sort of policies that the economists will tell you and show you the evidence of, this helped people get jobs. This helped make life more affordable. This helped reduce the big inflation rate that we had because of COVID. Some of the ways we dealt with COVID were very expensive on the economy. We had a real nasty inflation rate because of it. So the Democrats are working on quality of life stuff and or cost of living stuff and all that. And when I think about young people, when I think about you as an 18-year-old, I've told you before, I pain for the fact that you missed out on a bunch of school because of COVID. You missed middle school, right?
Yeah, I missed 6th and 7th grade.
That's fucking heartbreaking, dude.
Yeah.
Those are some seriously important years. And I'm so happy that you're sitting here with open ears and just being studious about it, because even just with my own students I worked at a private school, so my students were reasonably privileged, but a lot of 18-year-olds I've known recently who just aren't as willing to learn as you, and that's frustrating, because I think we're never done learning, certainly not when we're 18. So I think that's enough for you today, and I really do appreciate you calling in. You're a nice little reset from some of the conflict I deal with on this show.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking the time and having that conversation with me. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. Keep calling in. We'll keep talking about stuff. And yeah, just I would say if you got like really specific stuff, write down some questions and we can talk about some various stuff.
Before you go, producer Raven here. I just wanted to say thank you for being open-minded about the trans issue specifically, but also the abortion issue. And if you want to be a positive force in the people around you, talk about these issues with them and about how you've changed your mind now that you've gotten more educated.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't always jump to burden people so young with that, because one of the things I'd say
if it's safe.
Yeah, if it's not going to get you in trouble with your family, if it's not going to make your life hard, and don't feel any rush on that. I do just think that in addition to voting, one of the big important things that people can do is just be outspoken. If you're aware of what's going on and somebody in your life isn't, and that's why they're still supporting this, like, pushy as it is, I think it's a real patriotic thing to do, to say, hey, that president of ours isn't following the Constitution. Here are the ways why. Obviously, given that I run the show that I do, I think that's important.
I did have one question, if you got time.
Sure. Yeah.
So, and you can like speak up if you feel I'm like going off the tracks here and saying something wrong about it. So the biggest thing when I was in high school, the high school that I attended, it was trying, and I don't know if this is a left point of view or a right side point of view, it was trying to push out religion or teaching religion, any kind of religion. It wasn't just Christianity. It was just like all the religion. And then, but they were trying to push the LGBTQ stance, which I don't really care if they teach it. But I don't know. I kind of wanted the both sides of it. Like, I think it's good to learn about the religion side of everything, but I'm not against listening and hearing the LGBTQ side of things. But when they went to push your religion out, that's where I was kind of like, I'm not going to listen to this if you're not going to give both sides of things.
Well, so there's a little bit of a false dichotomy going on here, because I wouldn't, obviously a lot of the Christians are at odds with the LGBTQ, but I don't want you to think that it's like they're two sides of the same coin and we have to pick whether we're teaching Christianity or to be good to gay people. But I think, and the reason I want to point out that those aren't two sides of the same coin is because all of my reasonings for saying that it's important to teach people about marginalized groups, whether it's, it's not just LGBTQIA+, it's also trans individuals, it's also like women's suffrage, like there's all these American slavery, like there's all these other, thank you, Raven, there's all these other issues of like social issues that are important to teach. And the reason that they're important to teach is just so different than the religious stuff. It's because if we don't teach people about the ways in which we have in the past been horrible to marginalized groups, and in the ways that we continue to be horrible to marginalized groups, we're just not going to make any progress on those things. So if you become educated about LGBTQ issues in a way that makes you less hateful, makes you more accepting, makes you realize like, oh gosh, like you should just be able to marry whoever the hell you please. Like why would the rule be anything other than that? Like that's like, if you can get to that place with it, like that's good for society in a way that's very specific to a need of a marginalized group. And I don't think that that's the case usually with teaching religion. Does really keeping the two topics separate like that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then on the religion thing, I see the value in teaching about religions. I happen to be the world religions teacher, or not teacher, tutor at my college, because I did well in that class. I value the history. I have good, like, basic knowledge of long-term world history over the last few thousand years, and that's really important to world religions. So people would, like sit down and I would help them do their homework, about Siddhartha Gautama or whatever. And that's just important because religions are undeniably important to world history. It's undeniably important to understanding the way the world works to understand religions. So I personally am not at all opposed to teaching about religions to even people who are younger than college. I don't think it's a problem for there to be a religions, like world religions class in a high school. What I take issue with is giving any priority that suggests that any one of them is right.
Right, yeah. And see, that's my thing. I don't want them to push, like, this is the right religion, you should only follow this. if you're going to do it in the way that I had a teacher, and I'm not going to say a name or anything. I'm not going to say what.
Yeah.
No. But the way this teacher would go about it, she would expose us to all of the religions, and then we would break off into groups and then discuss what the information was. Like, she wasn't standing up there preaching like, you need to follow this religion, if not, you're a disappointment or anything like that. But then the school shut it down because they had parents coming in or calling in or emailing them saying that their kids came home, the students of hers came home, and they were basically trying to say what was going on, but the parents were misunderstanding what the kids were trying to say.
I'm guessing a little bit here, but like, it's unsurprising to me to like imagine a Christian set of parents coming in saying, why is my kid's homework about Islam? Or like, why is my kid's homework about Buddhism or whatever? And there's even like people less reasonable than myself that I, by my accusation anyway, who are atheists who might say like, oh, why are we teaching religions in school? Religion is stupid. And I'm like, I agree that religion is stupid personally, straightforwardly. I do think it is a little silly to think there's a man in the clouds orchestrating things. I don't think it's reasonable. But I think it's very silly to say that religion is unimportant in the ways that I just described. So I value religion as a topic, and I know that there's always going to be these issues of conflict where parents aren't going to see it the same way as their kids do. If anything, it's a sign of a stagnating society if some parents aren't upset about what their kids are learning. I think we probably want a little bit of that going on. That demonstrates that we're maybe making some kind of progress on some things. But for you don't have to subscribe to whatever system around you promotes that, right? Like, you can take in a more worldly approach to religions, regardless of which religion is yours. Cheekily, as an atheist, big points for a world religions textbook if there's a chapter on atheists, because I think that the lack of a religion is one of the categories of belief on planet Earth that is a popular one. It's actually a pretty fast growing one. And I think that the religion answers a lot of questions for people about ethics and the meaning of life. And I think it's worth teaching about the different ways that atheists answer questions of ethics and the meaning of life. Because I like to think I have really good answers for issues of ethics and the meaning of life. But they're just not founded in God. They're just not founded in any, sort of faith required religious text or anything like that. So I mean, it just comes down to the fact that knowledge is power. And if somebody's afraid of somebody having knowledge, goes back to what I was saying earlier about how if somebody's concerned about somebody being taught free thinking, that's a red flag. So if the parents are concerned that a child is being taught about a religion that isn't theirs, that's a red flag, because I would argue that if I'm going to play devil's advocate, no pun intended for that particular choice of phrase, but if I'm going to play devil's advocate and assume I might be wrong about being an atheist, I shouldn't be afraid of people being taught about religion. I shouldn't be afraid about people being convinced that God is real by learning about religions, because I think that religions are important to history, and I have spent a lot of time learning about religions, and it's learning about religions that's made me more and more sure as I've gotten older that I'm pretty dang sure there isn't a God. But that's my religion. That's my lack thereof. But this isn't a religion podcast. I could sit here and tell you why I don't think there's a God, but I don't think that's as important to my mission statement of saving the country from fascism as some of the other topics we have here.
Right. But all right, well, I appreciate you and Raven for taking the time and speaking with me. Both of y'all are very amazing people. If I do have anything else, I'll feel free to call back in, but I'm gonna get off here and let you hopefully change the minds of others. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Dylan. W's in the chat for Dylan for being such a wonderful listener. W for Jessie for being the producer who just texted me in all caps, "Are you reading the damn donos?" Yeah, sorry. Sometimes it feels icky to read the donos, and then the staff gets mad at me. It's okay. They're doing their job. Because it is my job to read the donos, because the people who send the donations pay for the fucking show. And I know it is important for people to get a word in edgewise with the donos, but I'm always just going to exercise my own discretion on whether or not I want to interrupt a conversation, because I really don't feel like interrupting a conversation with Dylan. Jared sent $10 on Venmo to say, even as a kid, I said trickle-down economics made no sense. Let's give rich people more money and maybe they'll give it back. Like, what? Yeah, it doesn't really pass the sniff test if you know how rich people function. If you've met a rich person, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Jared sent another $10 to say, I know we give moderate Democrats crap for only using strongly worded letters in response to fascism, but I figured out What they can do, an even more strongly worded letter, LMAO. Yeah, that's like my issue, is that like this thing about controlling the legislative branch, it's not going to stop them from trying to break the rules. It's just that the more support for that there is, the more the people, there's a more nuanced point about the fact that even if they like discredit the outcome of the election or something like that, the more people who are in favor of policies that are against Donald Trump will make it less politically easy for them to break these rules, because people will be mad at their senators and people will be mad at their governors, and people will be suspicious of election results if the election results are fishy, which I'm very worried about for November. So there's a lot more to it than that. But yeah, they're not going to fix the fucking system with strongly worded letters. Fucking governor of Kentucky has a strongly worded letter from Mitch McConnell about whether or not he's dead. Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky has demanded verbal confirmation of his ability to function in his office as senator from Mitch McConnell. So we'll see if we hear back about that before the deadline, because I really, really want Andy Beshear to call for that special election. I think Mitch McConnell is dead. I think he's dead in the ground, dead. I don't even think he's a vegetable. I think those photos are AI. They're not giving us good evidence, but that's what I think. That's just completely and totally what I fucking think. Lucky Phil sent $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, blue are the people here that walk around. Blue like my Corvette. It's in and outside. Blue are the words I say and what I think. Blue are the feelings that live inside me. I'm blue. Blue, yeah, I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it until the end. Oh, thank you, Lucky Phil. Chris sent $3 to say, hey, Oscar, hope you're having an amazing day so far, brother. Just wanted to ask you if you were able to look up the Working Families Tax Act. I actually have a stack of Post-its that are like one of my chores to go through, and one of these is the Working Families Tax Act. That's like on my list here. Yeah, there it is. Anyway, yes, it's on my like actual immediate in front of me to-do list. Sorry for not getting there yet. I've been a little busy outside of show hours lately. And let's get over to the YouTube super chats before we bring Gerald in for a call. Cordova Labs said, oh yeah, these are really stale donos. Sorry for everybody who wanted to get in on the David is a bitch fun, but he was on for such a short time. I almost felt like he didn't deserve it. But thank you very much, Cordova Labs, for the $2 on YouTube super chat. It smells like bitch in here. Is David around? He was. Ryan sent $2 to say, your show is education/entertainment. Yeah, David didn't want to have a conversation about whether or not I'm just as guilty of being entertainment in the way that Fox Entertainment Network is. I wanted to have an interesting conversation about that because I think I have a defense for it. David wasn't interested because he a bitch. Canadian Princess sent $2 and their message was deleted by one of the mods. I don't know what you said. I hope it was not too terrible. Canadian Princess donates pretty regularly, so appreciate you, Canadian Princess, but I don't know what you said. Angelic Pooper sent $2 to say, joke's on you, I can donate because my therapist is free. Woo! Whatever your healthcare is. That one guy with a really long name sent $5 to say, I'm mentally sick and physically thick. Here's a couple bucks from my fave grifter because David is a bitch. Man, I really should have read this. I didn't realize so many David is a bitch donos came in. What the hell? Bitch David's only marketable skill is discerning window brands by taste. Your crayons are getting cold, David. Ooh, had a paint chips and a crayon joke in one message. Burn. Sean sent $5 to say, is the team ever coming out to San Antonio? I'd love to buy the team a beer. We have travel planned, none to San Antonio right now, but I mean, hey, we're gonna. I feel
I'm not allowed in Texas, so I can't go.
You aren't allowed in Texas? What'd you do?
I'm trans.
Oh, right. Forgot. Tabby.
It's almost like we talk about it for hours a day.
Yeah, I just. Texas, right? Davy sent 5 gift memberships. He brought 5 more people into the members only stream that'll happen on Sunday evening, as well as possibly some other evenings coming up. Goblin Bag sent $5 to say, if David hadn't fled, he might hear convos like this, and maybe he'd realize how stupid he looks. He doesn't see how things could be. What a bitch. Totally agree, but that was about the previous caller, Dylan, who's not a bitch. Dylan's great. We love Dylan. Anarcho Heathen sent $5 to say the left needs to be more welcoming of religious people who are accepting of others. Leave the anti-theism BS behind. It's toxic to religious allies. I think religion deserves unique attention in terms of how we assess how reasonable a person is, because I give a hard endorsement to James Tallarico, but he's super duper religious, which a lot of people who know me personally and know that like how I really feel about religion are kind of blown away by that. And I just think he's such a good person. It's bursting through the good old fashioned Christian hate that you get from a good old fashioned Christian upbringing. But yeah, we can, maybe we'll talk about that more with Aaron Ravine, who's going to come on, and we are going to do the Is God Real debate. That's going to happen as an evening show sometime soon. Maybe this Sunday, because we had our guest back out for silly drama reasons. Gotta love Instagram drama. There's lots of it when you're friends with lots of protesting buddies and stuff. Gotta watch out for that. Metal God sent $5 to say, Raven has committed unspeakable crimes against all values Texans hold near and dear. I respect her immensely for it.
Appreciate you.
All right. I think I got through the donations. Sorry for letting them get stale while we were talking to Dylan, but I gotta lock in when I'm in teacher mode. Let's get double tapping away and get some new callers in here, but we do have Gerald and then Italian guy on deck, so hopefully Italian guy will stick around. If Jared isn't a good caller, we'll see if he is. How old are you?
How you doing? I'm 21.
21. Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for him. I haven't really been in your live before, so I didn't know how you do your debates.
Yeah, well,
it's only Trump or...
Well, you know, I'm the arbiter of whether or not somebody gets to stay up and talk. So when somebody says that they voted for him, I usually follow up by saying, are you glad that he's still president, or do you wish it had been Kamala Harris?
No, I mean, I'm not glad that he's still president, but I want to say I'd want Harris. I would have been more in favor of Biden going back in, honestly. But I had a question for you. It does pertain to politics.
Okay. You said something that triggered me wanting to ask you some questions, but what's your question? Go ahead.
How do you feel about the DSA taking control of the Democratic Party?
I think that...
Are you in favor of that?
I identify as a democratic socialist when it comes to American politics. I'm not happy with every position they have on everything. I'm not happy with their exact approach to moving politics in that direction. But I do think that politicians... What I hope for American politics, to avoid a fucking civil war or something fucking crazy, I really hope that the group of politicians in this country, elected officials at the federal level, so we're talking about senators and representatives and people in the cabinet of the president or the president or vice president themselves, people like the Supreme Court justices who aren't supposed to have political parties, but we all know that they all do at the end of the day, right? And they all have their own that they chose. I hope that the small group of people who are in my neighborhood of the political spectrum, whether it's DSA candidates or just broadly people like, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Mamdani, those groups of people, I hope that number of people grows. And I foresee a world where liberal politics, blue ticket candidates move farther and farther left, such that the group of Democrats in the federal government starts to reflect something more about the values of the DSA. But I'm not trying to say that we should take the establishment Democratic Party as it is and replace it with the DSA, because that would solve everything. I don't think that. I don't think that's a practical approach to accomplishing the sorts of things that DSA candidates want to accomplish.
So you don't What about with Hassan? How do you feel about that?
About Hassan?
Dressing up as Mao and going to give a lecture like a dictator. You think that's good for the party?
Well, when we talk about the PR branding of how anybody goes about this, people sit and ask me all day about do I think Dean is helping? Do I think Hassan is helping? Do I think Destiny is helping? Do I think so-and-so is helping? Each of us have our own strategy for getting across what we want to do. Because I could say that if I wanted to only lecture about what I wanted for American politics, nobody would watch my show. So I have to do all this other more performative bullshit that when David, that previous caller, I don't know if you saw that guy who the running joke is that he's a bitch, which I'm usually not that mean to people, but he's been so very mean to me that I feel comfortable doing that. And it's only for entertainment that I let him up. There's nothing politically useful that's going to happen from a conversation with David. So when I see somebody like Hassan Piker do something silly like that, and I'm not familiar with the example that you brought me because I don't follow Hassan Piker too closely, but I'm just not going to take all that seriously, a political conversation about a particular method that a particular influencer uses to get their point across. David's in the chat saying that I let him up for money. You're right, David. Letting you up makes the show more profitable. Talking to you is very profitable. Talking about really nuanced stuff with Dylan isn't so profitable, but I get to do both. Because I talk to David, I get to talk to Dylan. That's exactly what I was saying. So yeah, I just don't really, I'm not really.
I think it is weird that you and other people who claim they're socialists would grift on here. At least, Dean claims he's still a capitalist.
Well, I think that Dean is more of a capitalist than I am. I think that's just apparent in the way that we talk about politics. But I think we're both really close neighbors on the political spectrum, so it's not like he and I are on different teams or anything. And I think that there's a lot of infighting from people who disagree about capitalism because, yeah, Dean is definitely to the right of me, still left-leaning person, obviously. And then somebody like Hassan is, I think, farther left than me. So, but my position is that, like, I'm just excited about there being more people in that whole area of the spectrum. It's a win regardless of where they land. It might be more of a win if somebody lands farther left, depending on how far left.
It just seems to me that it's getting closer and closer to a revolution, and it doesn't seem like people like you who have, you know, sort of an audience could stand up against that.
I think I talk a lot about the possibility of an uprising. I mentioned a second ago by saying, like, the way I see politics changing in America without there being some kind of civil war or something. I think that the big issue is that I sit in the middle of people like Dean and to my right and people like Hassan to my left, where generally speaking, liberals want to reform the system through electing better people, and people farther left than me think that the system is so broken that we're not going to vote our way out of it. And I see that both of those arguments are really good, but you can't actually say with any absolute certainty that either of them are right unless you know the future. And I think that anybody who thinks that they do know the future is fucking lying to you. I mean,
it seems like the future the DSA wants and people like you want is a revolution, because, like, there's no way we're getting voted in. There's no democratic socialism, dude. Like, it's ridiculous. What, like, could you explain to me how you would get, you know, property rights? Or
so my broad stance when it comes to trying to bridge the gap between somebody to my right like Dean and somebody to my left like Hassan is that regardless of which of them is right about the path forward, whether it is some sort of revolution, people farther left of me think that, whether it is reform, what people to further right of me think, it doesn't matter for the current election, because I'm worried that we're all going to fucking go to jail if the Republicans maintain the control of the legislative branch. So I can remain agnostic to what I think is right for the future of American politics, but I can still be certain that it's important that the Democrats win in November.
By blindly voting blue. What you told that young kid to do, which is insane,
you are putting words in my mouth. He and I had a careful, nuanced convection about how
you lectured him.
We didn't. He listens a lot. He doesn't talk much when he calls in, but I didn't tell him to blindly vote blue. And I don't appreciate you characterizing my lecture as that, because I think what I told him is that there's all these really important things to consider about politics right now, and I landed back at saying that actually probably gives you a very similar list of people to vote for as saying vote blue no matter who, but I carefully cautioned him against doing that and against applying that reasoning to other elections than this one.
But you're still stuck in that vacuum. Even your co-host was saying she didn't want Amy to win, and then you're stuck in that vacuum by allowing these people in your party to make these terrible policies.
Raven, remind us who you're voting for.
And not giving them a reason to stop. How are you going to get them to stop?
Did you hear what Raven just said? Raven reminded you who she's voting for.
Yeah. She reminded herself after you told her. Well, after you put her in that vacuum.
Well, she's not excited about Amy Klobuchar winning. I would answer the question that I do want her to win. I think that we were kind of answering in different contexts there, but
Oskar can speak for me on this topic. Ranked choice voting is the eventual goal, to be able to get more DSA candidates the actual platform they deserve.
Yeah, that's actually what we want.
So infiltrate the DNC. I mean, that's
not
literally what you guys are doing.
Actually want to offer something other than two-party system.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying, is that the DSA is not trying to, like, take over the role of the Democrats.
So you think the Democrats are willingly allowing the DSA to be a third party? That is ridiculous. They would never allow that.
But as a matter of fact, the Democrats do support ranked choice voting more than the Republicans, because the Republicans don't support it at all. And some of the most progressive candidates for major roles in the country right now have been elected through ranked choice voting, including a noteworthy example, Mayor Mamdani, who as a mayor doesn't usually, mayors don't usually get talked about enough, but I think it's fair to point out that he's a mayor of a city that has twice the population of the state that I live in. He's the seat of executive control over more people than Tim Walz, because he's the seat of the executive branch for New York City, which is like 10 million people. And that happened because of ranked. What are you typing? Are you asking ChatGPT what to say next?
No, I was just saying if Massey agreed with ranked choice voting, because I believe he would.
If you found me a counterexample of somebody who, like, on the right who supports ranked choice voting, I'd be, wow, I would say, what a wonderful counterexample. Maybe that's the sort of Republican that somebody should vote for because they might be anti-Trump, like Thomas Massie. Again, I'm not at all stuck on blue no matter who. In fact, before Plattner left his run in Maine, I was saying he's probably a good counterexample because we shouldn't be. I'd give up a Senate seat to prevent another rapist from finding their way into our politics. So if he's guilty of some of the things he's been accused of, I would say not to vote for him. So again, I don't think it's fair, the accusations that you're levying against me about my own political perspective.
I also don't think it's fair to use Thomas Massie as an example of see the right does it too when he's literally being ostracized from the Republican Party for outing a pedophile.
They're pretending Mitch McConnell.
Well, does the Republican? So we're saying that the governor from California didn't have any rape allegations. Like,
which one?
You guys are ridiculous.
Which one? Newsom?
No, not Newsom.
You're talking about Swalwell? He wasn't a governor.
He was running for some kind of.
Yeah, Swalwell. Are you talking? Is that the example you're bringing up?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't support people who have sex crime allegations. Unless
you guys are acting like it's a one-party issue.
It is. It is. Are you familiar with the votes? Like, do we need to talk about the vote leading up to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, where all but 4 of our Republicans in the House of Representatives were voting to hide the Epstein files, and it was only because of those 4 that had betrayed Trump that Trump then had to pretend that he wanted them released the whole time and get everybody except for that one asshole to vote to release them. Like, do you really think I'm going to take you seriously when you suggest that hiding the Epstein files or protecting pedophiles or protecting people who commit sex crimes is a totally unilateral issue between the left and right? Okay, well, look what happened to
Massie. What could you say? You couldn't expect the whole party, if they're going to be ostracized, to go out and do that. You have to be somebody that has enough, push. And honestly, he didn't even do that. Massie and Ro Khanna didn't do that because they were good people. They did that for political gain and to get eyes on them.
Sure. I mean, like, even if that's true, like, we can say that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves to win the war and not because he wanted
He didn't even want to necessarily free the slaves. He wanted to send them to Africa. So Libya.
Okay, my point is that that's still good, and that still means you should vote for those people, even if they're doing the right thing for the wrong reason. That's better than somebody who's going to do the wrong thing for the wrong reason.
So just stay in a vacuum. Okay. So how are you?
Stop. You just said, so just stay in a vacuum. What on earth did you mean by those words?
So you're saying there's the lesser of 2 evils, so we have to pick the lesser of 2 evils instead of making people accountable for their actions?
I don't think that those things are mutually exclusive.
Okay, so tell me how you saying you have all these problems with what's her name? Amy who?
Amy Klobuchar. Here's what I offer. I want to know if you think about this. I'm trying to push a meme. I'm trying to push a new way of talking about politics. I don't offer endorsements. I offer soft endorsements and hard endorsements. Hard endorsements are candidates that I'm actually excited about. They are rare. Soft endorsements are the sort of endorsement where I say you should vote for Amy Klobuchar because she is way better for the state of Minnesota than Mike Lindell, but I'm not at all excited about her, and I think that she is exactly what's wrong with the left in American politics, left of center American politics. Do you think that it would be useful for people to start talking about hard endorsements versus soft endorsements so that we know whether we're talking about the lesser of 2 evils or somebody you're actually excited about?
No, I think it would be useful if you, as Minnesotans...
Why don't you think that would be a useful thing to do?
Give them an ultimatum and tell them we are not voting.
I'm not asking you to offer something that you think would be useful. I asked you a question, which is, do you think it's useful to do that? You said no. I'd like to know why your answer is no.
I just don't think it's not holding anybody accountable. How does that hold Amy Klobuchar?
Well, I think the way that it holds people accountable is it makes it so that when somebody with my reach gives them a political endorsement, they go, fuck, I didn't get a hard endorsement from Oskar Quentin. I got a soft endorsement from Oskar Quentin, so people know that I'm actually a piece of shit, even though they should vote for me. I think that's one way we can hold them accountable, by recognizing the difference between a soft endorsement and a hard endorsement.
I think she would love you saying that if you ended it with you should vote for her.
Yeah, I think she'd love it more if I offered a hard endorsement. I think that she knows that somebody like me not offering a hard endorsement means that I don't want her to be president. And that's something that she wants.
What Republicans are doing, they're actually voting against their party to show that we need a change, or they're not voting at all. And that's an actual change, because you're not going to sit around and get change by voting blindly.
Are you suggesting that people are eliciting change by not voting?
In mass, yes.
That's
or voting for the separate party. I'll vote Democrat, like I did in Ohio. I can't vote for Vivek, or I didn't vote for Vivek.
I'm really truly not understanding like what it is you're trying to say here. How is not voting the best way to elicit change? You said en masse. Are you saying that we could get enough people to not vote, that we like abstain from the system well enough that it's going to change? That doesn't make any sense to me, because that just leaves the people who are going to vote, who are going to be the less reasonable people who aren't on our team for reforming America, the ones voting, and then they'll get what they want, and we won't get the change that we want. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Okay, so you're saying if over the years people stop voting or change votes, start voting for a third party, even, that there won't be change. Like look at Thomas Massey.
I want to start voting for third parties.
He almost won.
I have a bet. Yeah, I don't think
Kentucky.
That's great. That happened because of voting, not because of non-voting.
No, that happened because the way he
the point you're defending right now is that you were advising people to elicit change by not voting. That still doesn't make sense to me. So we are talking about people not voting, eliciting change. How does that happen?
Okay, I said or vote for the separate party. How do you feel about that? Or vote for a third party?
I feel like voting for a third party is less useful than voting for the one of the two main parties that's more likely to create ranked choice voting in the future. If you want a third party candidate, voting for Democrats is usually a faster way to achieve that than for just throwing your vote away by giving it to a third party candidate.
Okay, so
I said usually there are exceptions.
How is voting but talking shit or not giving a hard endorsement?
I think
help, but not voting and also talking shit, it doesn't do the same thing.
Because you can talk shit in both of those examples, which means that we don't really need to weigh what that does.
But you're saying in both of those examples they're going to win.
Well, no, you can affect. There's this crazy thing where if you vote for an election, you can influence the outcome of it. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, and I'm saying so okay, so reframe what I say and say vote third party. What's the difference there? If you're still not gonna, if you give a less hard endorsement, but if you vote third party, they're still going to win, so it doesn't matter. So what does it change if you're saying that? If it doesn't matter, what are you changing if they're still going to win?
Well, I mean, if I can propose a situation where it's such a foregone conclusion that a candidate's going to win that your vote for the second party isn't all that useful. Like that's a successful counter example. But I think that we are talking about elections that matter in terms of the outcome maybe affecting what happens in American politics. So like, once again, I said usually you can cook up a situation where I think, okay, sure, your vote matters little enough here that it's not that bad a thing to do to vote third party, and maybe voting for that third party does help the growth of third parties. I've actually said on this show many times before that it's exactly that sort of reasoning that has me saying that you should vote third party when it comes to local issues, things like city council and mayor and stuff like that at the lower level.
That's what we were referencing.
Okay.
What is she running for?
Klobuchar is running for governor.
So you don't think 10,000 or 30,000 people is enough to sway a vote in Minnesota?
We don't know how close it's going to be.
I'm just saying it's enough to sway a vote here in Ohio.
Okay, what are we talking about? I'm getting lost.
Okay, so if I have a problem with Vivek, which I do, okay. There was groups where we would vote against Vivek because we want the party to change. We want them to give us people who actually are. We don't want a multi-billionaire pharmaceutical owner running Ohio, just like you don't want Amy Klobuchar running fucking Minnesota. How are you going to get that point across unless you show it? And like in the midterms or in any local election, we're going to show that we don't want him. Where you're not going to show that by blindly voting for them, and just talking shit. They're just still going to get the vote. If you vote someone else and still talk shit, they might still win, but they might also not win. They might have more trouble. They might have to spend more money on their campaign.
Did you vote in the primaries?
For Ohio?
Yeah. You seem to care a lot about the politics in Ohio, which is great. I'm glad that you're involved like that. Did you vote in the primaries?
Yes.
Okay, just checking for consistency on that. I don't really know what you're sitting here trying to argue to me, to be straightforward.
Well, honestly, I mean, I hate socialism. I think it's terrible. But
why? I mean, I'm not a socialist. I'm a democratic socialist in American politics. I'm a social democrat in philosophical context. And
social democrat is very different than democratic socialist.
Well, as I was just pointing out, but depending on whether you're talking to a politician or a philosopher, they could be one and the same. There's like a definitional issue that's created by Bernie Sanders identifying as a democratic socialist. So I mean, that's why I was clarifying. What's your problem? Like what's your aversion to socialism? Because to be clear, what I'm understanding is that you're not going to vote for somebody who identifies as a democratic socialist or something like that because you don't like socialism. Is that right? Or
I would have voted for Zeron probably.
Okay, then why did you just say that you don't like socialism?
There's two things I dislike about other people. I think it's a terrible thing. I don't think Zeron's going to last.
Why?
Because he's not really doing what he said.
You said you don't like socialism, which suggests to me that you think it's a terrible thing, which is why I'm not interested in learning that the reason.
I think a big part of it is medicine. People in DSA are pushing for UBI. It's going to be terrible.
Universal basic. You think universal basic income is going to be bad for the economy when it happens?
Yes, go get your food vouchers and stand in the bread line, dude.
Sorry, do you not like eating?
Yes, I love eating bread.
I think you're scoffing at something that's inevitable in the next 100 years in the country, and I'd like to know why.
What, state-run grocery stores is inevitable?
We already have them. Mayor Mamdani just announced 5 of them are opening in New York.
We'll see how that goes exactly.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I'll be watching.
Yeah, I'm very curious how the bus fares were free, but they actually went up.
No, you just scoffed at the idea of it happening, and you can say that we're going to be very curious about how it's going to go. I'm not going to be so bold-headed as to suggest that I know it's going to go well. I'm excited to see how it goes, but you do realize that it's a pretty good shoot down of the idea that there's not going to be state-run grocery stores for me to point out that there are going to be state-run grocery stores. It was announced by Mayor Mamdani like 2 days ago.
Yeah, and it's not going to work.
Okay, but you're moving the goalpost. You're moving. Okay. Listen, can you admit that you're moving the goalpost from it's not going to happen to that it's not going to work?
I mean, we'll see if it happens. You said he announced it. That's like saying Trump pledged that Saudi Arabia gave them $500 billion.
Or that he's not going to go to war in Iran. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, sure, okay. But who has a better track record of saying that something's going to happen and then doing it? Because this isn't a campaign promise.
Zeron has no track record.
That's absolutely ridiculous. He said he was going to balance the budget in New York, and he did.
How's the bus fares?
He's working on it.
Are they free yet?
Not yet, but you're bringing up an example. You're bringing up something that he hasn't achieved yet and saying that he doesn't achieve anything, but you offered something that he hasn't achieved yet immediately in response to me saying something that he did. Okay, you're just moving the goalposts and minimizing all of this, even though you keep making assertions about what's happening in American politics, and I keep immediately providing a counterexample. I don't think you understand what's going on, especially in consideration of the fact that we are talking about a candidate who came up as a mayor, as a politician, who came up earlier in the conversation as an example of somebody who represents this sort of American political democratic socialist ideals, who was elected through ranked choice voting. So he's a really good counterexample to a lot of this, and he's in charge of more people and more things and more committees and more money than a lot of the governors in this country, because New York is so big that we can consider it important in that way. So once again, it sounds to me like you've got bigger feelings than you do knowledge about all of this.
Yeah, well, was the original question that you asked, why do I not like socialism?
I thought it was nonsense that you scoffed at the idea of there being UBI, because the straightforwardly, this, like, I use the same approach. In the 1800s, we used to have to pay the fire department or they'd let your building burn down. That's the way it worked in major cities. Do you think that was good?
Yeah, that's what they did in Rome too. And guess who stopped that?
Right. But do you think it was good that the fire department would let your building burn if you didn't pay them?
No.
Okay, we fixed that. Do you think it's good that we fixed that?
Yes, I think
we fixed that with socialism. We made the fire department a socialist program.
I think regulated capitalism works with social programs.
But okay, so are you saying that we should have, instead of fixing the fire department with socialism, we should have regulated the capitalism that allowed people's buildings to burn?
No, there's social programs within regulated capitalism.
We're talking about, Right. That's what.
And that's a social program. That's not socialism within a government.
Because neither of us are arguing for full-blown socialism. I might in like 100 years if I'm still alive. Yay, modern medicine. Maybe I will be. But we're not there right now. What I'm just pointing out is that we looked at something that capitalism was doing in a way that's fucking evil, and we basically said, well, that's kind of fucked up. Maybe we just pay for that with taxpayer money, and that is a socialist ethos. Like that, we decided to draw a circle around the fire department and say, in this circle, socialism.
Oh, okay. So what are you arguing? Like, well, what does that mean?
I mean,
that's nowhere near UBI.
Right, because it happened in the 1800s. That was like 200 years ago. So in the 1900s, we started spending a lot of taxpayer money on the education system, because it used to be such a luxury to be in a family where you could educate your children instead of having them work for money for you to survive or to grow fruit or something like that. Thanks for the gifts, everybody. But we started spending a bunch of taxpayer money to give students not just free school, but compulsory school. You have to go to school. Do you think that was an improvement over the state of affairs?
I mean, it could have been. I mean, it depends on how it was structured. I mean,
do you think that the education system in the year 2000 was better than the education system in the year 1900?
Yes.
Okay. That is because we have started doing it with socialism. We've drawn a circle around primary school education and said, we're going to have a socialist option for this. There are still capitalist options. There are still capitalist options for the fire department. You could hire some people and buy them some firefighting equipment and have that be your solution to fire risk. That's a silly solution to fire risk. Which phone is ringing? Bought a brand new phone yesterday with a brand new phone number, already getting robocalls. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. So we're doing schools with some socialist ideals, and that's better than it was in the past, right?
Yeah. But you could say school and these things are needed. Yeah. Like as a,
would you argue
I'm not
that?
a
Would you argue?
capitalist.
Would you
I don't argue that the spread of wealth is necessarily terrible.
Would you argue that doctors are necessary?
Yes, and we can go into privatized healthcare. That's actually what I wanted to bring up, is how people are dying waiting in lines in Canada to get medicine.
Yeah, but
that doesn't happen.
But the outcomes that's an exaggeration. It's rare that sort of outcome happens. Sometimes we have to wait a little bit longer across the board.
25,000 in 2025 is not nothing.
That's better than in the United States, even at a per capita rate. What are you talking about? It is still better. Like, you can just point to an example of it not working out for somebody and then declare that the program is worse, and that ignores the conditions of hundreds of millions of people. Why would you behave so irresponsibly for seeking benefit?
But we're not running
people?
On a socialized healthcare. So
you can just assert that after I point out to you that your counter example was bad. Please respond to my rebuttal about your counter example.
Well, you said that's nowhere near the per capita of America.
Yeah, we allow
on a socialized healthcare system.
Right, but fewer people would die waiting for care if we did, is my point.
How could you say that?
Because 25,000 people isn't very many against the background of people who die waiting for appropriate healthcare in the United States, especially in consideration of the fact that we already do pay for the healthcare. We just do it in a way that's unfair and allows companies to allow people to die by denying their claims to protect their profit margins. Whereas if it was a government-run program, any year where the profit margins weren't going to be there, even if we didn't do free healthcare, even if we just had the government run it across the board as a public option, we could just have a year where if they lose 5% isn't that much to pay for with taxpayer money, and but that's an unallowable situation when it's privatized, because a company that's 5% behind on their profits goes fucking bankrupt. So because they're avoiding bankruptcy, they let people die. That's a nasty state of affairs that results in more than 25,000 deaths per year, and I don't like that. So I'm saying that your 25,000 deaths in Canada is paltry against what's happening in the United States here and the number of people that we could save by doing a more public option for healthcare. And I just don't understand why you understand why the fireman should put the fire in your house out for free, but the doctor shouldn't put the fire in your body out for free. I can't square that.
Well, it's hard to say that when you have, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt from going to school to be a doctor. And, there's a lot of doctors in, say, Germany that are actually striking because they're not getting paid fair wages.
But we have the taxpayer money. We have the prosperity. We have enough. We could restructure our system to pay for this and make sure that people didn't die waiting for healthcare in the ways that you're worried about.
And that the healthcare ecosystem doesn't collapse because we would have to pay them significantly less.
Well, we wouldn't.
We wouldn't pay them significantly less?
No, I don't think we would. I'm not saying that it would be inexpensive to do this. I'm just saying we can afford it as a society. But like, why are you so averse to the idea that instead of giving
That's like saying we can pay for everybody to have a house like you want, but
well, okay, I'm talking about doing healthcare. We talked about socializing the fire department in the 1800s. We talked about socializing the school systems in the 1900s. We're sitting here talking about socializing medicine in the 21st century. Maybe we socialize housing in the 22nd century. I don't know. Like, you do recognize that, like, as the amount of prosperity per person increases due to the advent of technology in this world, in this country, in our economy, in our agriculture systems, in all these systems that we care about, like, it'd be good for the government to spread some of that out so that people, on average, just don't need to work as hard in their lives. That's good, right?
Yes, because we see when we give things out for free, people actually work better, right? Just like, that's why we don't feed wild animals, because, you know, if they depend on us, they'll starve and die.
I don't think that you should look at the behavior of animals and I'll try to apply that to human sociology. I think that's a very dangerous thing to do.
But it is somewhat applicable now. You want to say so?
No. I don't think that. I think very straightforwardly, like, our sociology, our language, our ethics, the way our societies work is the thing about humans that separates us from the rest of the animals, because we are just animals, but like biologically speaking, but we're obviously a very unique type of animal. And I think that we're so different than all of the other animals in those ways that trying to look at the way you care for animals as the way you care for people is like really dangerous and leads to the sort of thinking that might make it reasonable for you to want to subjugate certain groups of people.
You might become a vegan or something.
That might be good.
This guy's ridiculous.
I'm sorry. What's so ridiculous about what I just said?
Okay. Say you're in socialism and you have an idea for an invention. How do you think that goes? How do you think intellectual property is held amongst socialists?
I think that the courts will have to deal with some changes in intellectual property, but I think that that's a really small issue against the background of benefit.
That's a small issue.
Yeah, I think intellectual property is a small issue against the background of human suffering that we have because of our healthcare system right now.
So you don't think entrepreneurs are the backbone of America?
Somebody said it in the comments earlier, but it's just a really good like snippet about how do you approach this, which is that we should cover our needs with socialism, and then we can have capitalism for our wants. And I think it's perfectly fair for a society to say that something is so important to the needs of society that it's not fair to do it with capitalism. And if that means some rich assholes don't get to stay as rich as they otherwise would, I'm fine with that ethically.
You don't think that you can have like why do people think we can't have regulated capitalism? That if you're arguing for a capitalist market but a socialist like society, or like how does that work? Because you say you're a democratic socialist, but then you just said that doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't think we ever covered exactly what you mean when you say democratic socialist, because I recognize that a politician in America means something different when they say democratic socialist than when a philosopher says it. What is your definition of democratic socialism?
A socialist that comes into power democratically from either, being voted in or, voting on changes within the government, but usually it has to be through voting. I'm not sure if I'm
that's not what either the philosopher. I mean, that's sort of what the philosopher means when they say democratic socialist, but that's not what the politician means. And I clarified that when I identify as a democratic socialist in the context of American politics. I think you made a mistake in this conversation, which is when I offered that to you, you didn't think, oh, that's interesting, I should really understand what type of democratic socialist Oskar is. I think you just said you just weren't interested in that.
I asked for your ideology and you just said democratic socialist.
Well, I explained that in an American political context, it's that, but a philosopher means something different. What a philosopher means when they say a democratic socialist is a socialist that wants to achieve socialism through democracy by eroding away systems of capitalism. And I actually fit that definition.
That's exactly what I meant.
That's what you meant, and like I said, that sounds
in layman's terms,
right? But I fit that definition on a time scale of like 100 or 200 years, because I think if humans don't have something that looks like socialism after another 200 or 300 years, we're definitely fucking up as a species, because the rate at which we're increasing the prosperity per person on Earth, the productivity per person on Earth, suggests that there will be enough prosperity that it will become necessarily evil for us not to be providing for everybody very, very soon. I am at odds with a lot of people farther left than me that I don't necessarily necessarily think that an individual is evil if they're participating in this system that isn't providing for everybody as well as they should, or asking for us to vote for a system in November that is going to provide for people in that way. But a democratic socialist in the American political context is somebody who wants to allow capitalism to operate over there, but to do all this important stuff with socialism. The philosopher would call that a social democrat, different label, but that's what Bernie Sanders called himself when he took the American political stage. Actually, not when he took the American political stage. He's been on stage for like 60 years or something. But, you know, when he started calling himself a democratic socialist, that's what that started to mean for people. And in reality, whether or not I'm one or two of those labels or something in between really depends on the time scale you put on it, because I do want to continue to erode away the sorts of things that we use capitalism for, because I think if we start spreading out some of this prosperity to pay for housing and maybe give some people some free groceries, like maybe SNAP just keeps growing to the point where everybody qualifies for it. Wouldn't that be nice? Like, why the fuck not, right? Like, if we can afford it, like, wouldn't that be nice?
No, I don't think so. I just don't think that having the government have that sort of control over food and stuff like that that's bad for society. That leads to communism.
But there can be public options if you want to eat a tastier steak or whatever it is. It's just that basic needs, you know, maybe something.
Why should we depend on the government for basic needs? Why would you want that?
Okay, let me just ask you this question to see if our thinking is at least consistent. Why should we depend on the government for our fire department?
Well, because the government doesn't want its citizens to die, I think.
Yeah, okay, then I'll answer your question. I think that we should rely on the government for food because the government doesn't want us to starve.
I'm just saying it puts a society in a bad situation.
What's that bad situation? I think that people not being starved...
Leading to communism. I think...
No, but you can just say that
power vacuums.
Power vacuums? Wait, we're talking about feeding people who are hungry.
Okay, so what happens if you're the only person that can feed hungry people? They do what you want. When you say.
You're the only person? Are you talking about some sort of... Who is that person in this?
The government is the only person that is feeding us. What happens then?
Yeah, well, okay, so here's something that the government could do. They could say, we're the only people providing fire department protection. We're going to withhold our fire department protection if you don't do what we want. Do we see that happening in the government?
No, but that's not a fair equivalence.
No, because you're saying that if the government has such power over people by providing necessary services to them, that they're going to use those necessary services to control them in a way that you think is bad. Why isn't the government doing that with the existing social programs? I mean, they kind of are, because they're like, you know, the Republicans are holding the social programs as the carrot and the stick to get people to vote for things like the big, beautiful bill by putting things like no tax on tips in it. There's like a little bit of carrot and stick happening, but for the most part, like the idea that the government is going to leverage the fire department to control the people whose homes they defend is made nonsensical by the balance of power, because politicians who do that get in trouble for it. It's made illegal by our system.
Well, I'm saying it'd be a lot easier for non-hungry people to start a fire department if the government withdrew theirs than hungry people would.
Sorry, say that one more time.
It would be a lot if the government decided to stop the fire department. I don't think that'd be as pertinent if we depended on them for food and they stopped giving us food. Like, we would be able to start our own fire department. It's not important as if we were starving.
I think you're a spoiled brat. I don't think you realize how hard the government works to make your life easy.
I just don't think you, like, I still don't understand your ideology. Like, are you a socialist or are you not? Like, I'm still a little confused.
I think we should continue the work of selecting things in this country that it's bad that we're only doing with capitalism, and we should create government programs that do them for us, whether that's a subsidized government program where they still cost money but the government helps balance the books like the post office, or if it's just completely free like the fire department. I think the sort of thing that we should sit around and think, what can we do next? We did fire departments, we're working on schools, we could expand schools, we could make some colleges free, we could forgive some student loans or something. I don't know, we should pay for some fucking healthcare or something. We should maybe like come up with some, like, we have Section 8 housing, like we have government subsidized housing, we could expand that, because that would help poor people, that would be more productive in their lives and have better class mobility. Like those are the projects we should be sitting around working on.
So if the more we progress, the more we need, you know, these needs, like, would you say a phone is a need?
Yeah, I think in the 21st century, a phone is a need.
So do you think that in 10 years, you could say maybe a laptop with AI is a need?
I think that AI is too broad a term for me to be comfortable answering that question. I would say probably no. In 10 years, I don't think an AI laptop. I don't know why you're off. I'm
just saying
every laptop's an AI laptop, dude. Like, don't.
Well, I'm saying a lot of my friends who just graduated college, almost every single job is asking if you know how to use AI or if you have access to use AI.
Well, yeah. How old are you again?
21.
Yeah. Okay. So, the AI thing is a whole other thing.
Getting into the job market.
The whole other thing. I think that the internet should be treated like a utility, like power or water. And the government does do some pretty strict regulation to make sure that people aren't fucked over as much as they otherwise would be. I think we stand to make some improvements in those territories too, but that's what I think about that. But you're getting past my whole political perspective onto another specific thing, because you said you don't understand my political perspective broadly. We have a list of things that we do with socialism. We have the fire department. We have these free schools that kids go to. We have police. The police is a socialist program. As much as, people on the left tend not to like the police, I am reasonable enough to say that we need some sort of law enforcement agency. I'm not seeking a world without police anytime soon. Maybe we could achieve such a metropolis in 200 or 300 years or something, but that's not really on the plate right now. I'm just saying that there's this list of things where it's really obvious to people who live in the 21st century that having the fire department show up and help you for free is a good way to spend taxpayer money. I just cannot wrap my head around why people like yourself aren't excited to find the next thing to make work that way.
Well, maybe these things would be good taxpayer money if we weren't spending $50 million on USAID.
But USAID is also good.
Oh my God. You could say that, but then you say we reform police stations and take money out of there for use, but we have 50 million sitting here and you only want to take it from Israel?
Yeah, I think that any penny taken from Israel and given to USAID would be a penny well moved.
Oh, given to USAID. No, I'm saying just stop giving out USAID and use it for social programs.
USAID is a social program.
Yeah, for other countries, we're paying for Germany to have UBI and universal health care.
True or false? The way the rest of the world is doing affects the quality of life of Americans.
True.
Okay, so do you think that the government should ignore the rest of the world when it comes to making policy matters?
Should we baby them?
I'm sorry. Do you think that the rest of the world should be ignored when we make fiscal policy?
No. Do you think we should baby them?
What does baby them mean to you?
Hold them and act like they're a baby. Give them everything they need. Pay for their health care. Pay for their social programs like we're doing in Israel. You disagree with that, right?
Right. But you're presenting a straw man, which is that no, I don't think we should offer free healthcare to people in other countries. No, I don't think we should offer free food to everybody in other countries. Like, those are extreme bastardizations of my perspective. What things like USAID do, or like our contributions to other programs over the world, is we can say, hey, if we spend $100 million here, if we spend $1 billion there, if we do this, we're going to affect the world in such a way that the world will become a better place for everybody, in a way that's beneficial to Americans, in a way that justifies the amount of taxpayer money we're spending on it. So when I look at the government spending money overseas, that's the equation that I'm trying to run. I don't like money being spent in Israel because I don't think it satisfies that consideration. I think money spent on USAID.
When Democrats will definitely say the problems in America should come first. Do you not agree?
Here's my issue with problems coming first, right? Is that you could pick the most important problem and say that comes first, and then say we're not allowed to spend money on anything else. But that's not actually how it works. We proportionate our expenditure on things based on how important they are. I think that if we use USAID money to fix a disease in some country somewhere, or whatever we might be doing with it, like that has benefit, and we weigh that against the budget for the rest of the government, and we try to balance the budget in a way that we're spending enough on the areas that we need to, so that it works. The idea of putting the most important thing first is defeated by the notion that you want to pay for anything more than one thing, because it's just a black or white way of thinking about it.
Well, we're paying for freaking asylum seekers to live in hotels for weeks, but we can't pay for Detroit to have a better water system.
See, you're upset about those sorts of things because they're wedge isings. But how much money are we spending to put asylum seekers in hotels?
Okay,
what's the dollar
they didn't give a grant.
If you're upset, I didn't say they weren't doing it. I'm saying that I don't take seriously the fact that you're upset about that unless you can tell me how much money we're spending on it. How much is it?
Well, I know New York gave a grant to.
How much money is America spending?
Federally?
Period.
I don't know federally.
Okay. Do you know how many digits it is? Are we talking about $1 million, $1 billion, $1 trillion?
Probably in the millions.
Probably in the millions.
I don't think it's definitely in the millions. I wouldn't say
millions. Okay, that's not very much money on the federal budget.
You could say that, but you could also say we have problems that we could use the money for that we're not.
Right, but you can just point to something you don't like and say that completely defeats my argument, when my argument is perfectly satisfied by saying that even if it's, let's say it's $10 million. Let's say we're spending $10 million housing asylum seekers, and we look at what that does and we say, okay, these people were in real danger in their countries. The people in those countries who are making things dangerous for them don't have people to subjugate anymore. We have some people who are really excited to work hard for the economy, and over the course of their lifetimes, the benefit that they have to our economy through their children and family and the businesses they start is going to add up to more in taxpayer benefit, even with inflation accounted for, than the $10 million that we spent housing them. That sounds like a good deal for making the world a better place in general and making America a better place because of their economic benefit, because we know that these people happen to be disproportionately beneficial to the economy. Asylum seekers in particular are desperate to live that American dream. They want to work hard and feed their families. So sounds like a good deal to me. What's your problem with it?
Well, it sounds like we spent over $800 million on asylum seekers. That sounds like a pretty big lot of money.
I think
it may not be a big portion of the federal budget.
I didn't ask how much we spent on asylum seekers. I asked how much we spent putting them in hotels, which was the particularly expensive sounding thing that you were upset about. So you pulled a little switcheroo there, because I could say if we're spending $800 million total on asylum seekers, I could make the same argument about the taxes they're going to pay in their lifetimes.
The taxes that they pay through what ways?
Anyway, doesn't matter. My point is that investing in people isn't generally bad. It's pretty hard to find an example of investing in people that is bad long term.
I mean, I think it is bad long term when...
Why?
Well, honestly, I don't agree with mass immigration. I just think
okay. Now you're gish-galloping.
It's bad
now you're running away from the idea of asylum seekers, because I'm sitting here telling you that investing in those people is very good for the country long term, and because you don't have a good answer and ChatGPT in front of you isn't offering you anything good enough.
I'm not even typing on ChatGPT to ask any questions. I'm literally looking up things that are not even pertinent to this conversation. Okay. So why don't you calm down?
I don't know. It just seems a little regurgitated, all of this. Like, you're asking me about asylum seekers, and I have a good rebuttal, which is that we can spend money on these people, and maybe inside of one calendar year, it's like, no, we don't expect an asylum seeker to give back all that money to the government that year, but in their lifetime, they make the country better. So that's good. Also, they got to escape whatever they were running away from.
You could maybe... There's studies that show, yes, they provide more in taxes, but there's also studies that show it depletes the job market terribly for natural born Americans, like George J. Borges.
Before we pivot onto that, I am just going to ask that Raven come take the hot seat, and why don't you just give a commercial for some of the stuff that we're working on while I use the bathroom, and then I'll come back, read some donations, and we'll keep going with Gerald. You okay with that, Gerald?
Yeah, you're good, bro. All
right, just stay muted. Thank you, Raven, for taking the seat. Come on over. Just yap. Work on your yapping skills. I have to. If we're doing 4 hours, part of the job of being producer is to keep the dead air from happening while I'm on the pisser. So, Here you go. Good luck.
Thanks. How's it going? This is Raven, the producer for the day, editor for the rest of the time. So, Gerald, you've talked about the government, or I'm supposed to advertise things. First of all, most important ad, Fall by Senses Agony, just dropped a little bit ago. Go give it a listen. It's super awesome. Also, I don't know, we got the new phone, so we're trying to get YouTube callers the ability to call in soon. That's all I can think of for ads, so now I'm going to lock in real quick. You were talking about how you were worried about the government weaponizing social programs. So far, we've only seen that from the right, where Trump has now cut off Medicare and Medicaid or whatever to Minnesota and California because he just doesn't like them. He's also denied emergency relief to southern states because he had beef with a governor or something. So people are literally dying. So I don't know why you're worried about that when the only side that is doing it is the side that you're advocating for. But
I mean, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I am a Republican, I would say. Exactly. Or I'm a classical liberal. This is what my ideology is.
Explain that.
Explain classical liberal.
Yeah.
I mean, I just believe in individual liberties. I'm kind of a constitutionalist when it comes to most things.
If you're a constitutionalist, then I have really bad news about the Republican side. But Oscar's back, so I'll hand it back to him.
Nice talking to you.
All right, I am going to read through the donations because it has been a few minutes, and Jesse's not here to beat me with a fucking stick for not reading them. We need to get like a big yardstick for you guys to whack me with when I forget to read the donations for too long. Sue sent $5 on Venmo to say, "Gullible, ignorant people turn to MAGA." Write that down. I want that to be the sign tomorrow. Gullible, ignorant people turn to MAGA. That'll be. We're always trying to make it good rage bait because it really is about getting new callers, is what the sign is for fundamentally. Peter sent $20 to say, "So according to this guest, if any politician does anything good, it's for political gain. What political gain did Massey get for going against MAGA?" See, that's why I got to read the donations faster because that was really pertinent a point earlier in the conversation. Thank you very much for the $20, Peter. I appreciate it. Jay sent $1 to say, "Did the guest, by virtue of saying Republicans were worried about losing their jobs, which is why they voted against releasing the e-files, accidentally admit Republican politicians lack conviction and integrity?" He might have. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, Tim Davidson sent $2 to say, "Texas needed awesome and imported me from Illinois." Love you, Tim. Jazz sent $2 to say, "Destiny is the worst DSA, full-on genocide denier." Is he really? Ugh, I don't follow him closely enough. But I do know him to be problematic in some ways, so I've never been too excited about Destiny. Tylenius sent $5 to say, "Leave religion behind is a real privileged take. Christians are the people who have been demonizing literally every other group of people." Yep, absolutely. Jazz sent $2 to say, "Amending the previous Destiny is not DSA, just a Dem." Yeah, I figured he was more like establishment liberal. Glad that was corrected because I would have gotten in trouble for getting it wrong about him. The Great J sent $5 to say, "Gerald lied. He is MAGA or a Fuentes supporter. Forgot which. He comes on Dean and Parker's stream all the time. I could be wrong, but I'm like 90% sure." Yeah, the chat was saying that they've seen him around. But I'm perfectly happy to just face off with what a person says on my show and go by that, unless somebody brings me some real serious evidence of them doing something bad. AJ for $2 said, I've had chronic pain for 20 years. Tax the rich." I agree. I hope your medicine is made free for you, AJ. I really do. Jazz sent $2 to say, we fund universal health care in places like Israel." Hilarious. We do. Tavi made 5 more people members. Welcome to the new members, and W Tavi for bringing people in. Chrono sent $2 to say, "I don't think this kid understands socialism." I don't either. I'm trying to figure out if he does. AJ sent the right with their projection, cutting off pro. Funny. Thank you for the $2, AJ. And then over on Buy Me a Coffee, "Took you that long. Damn, have another coffee," says Lucky Phil for $5 on Buy Me a Coffee. Sorry it took me so long. Lucky Phil sent $2 more to say, "Republicans are endorsing not voting. Cool. Republicans, stay home. We've got this one." Yeah, that's.
I love Lucky Phil.
I don't think everybody should vote. I think there's some people who should assess their ability to understand the politics of what's on the ballot and maybe abstain from certain categories on there. You guys know I'm not for literacy tests for voting, but some people. All right, I think I got through everything. Thanks for all the donations, everybody. Gerald, where were we?
Immigration. I brought up George J. Borges.
Yeah, who's George J. Borges? Am I missing?
The Harvard professor.
Oh yeah, you've brought him up to me before. What did he teach?
I mean, I haven't, but
some
economics probably.
Yeah. Somebody else brought him up. What's his position?
That the mass influx of mass immigrants would negatively affect native-born workers.
Okay. So here's my problem. Almost all of the economists disagree with him. Why should I listen to him?
Almost all. I mean, he has no validity in his claims as a Harvard professor. You're saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying that in consideration of the fact that his opinion is rare among economists, why have you chosen to listen to him? Why is he right?
I mean, I guess it would be more of a biased confirmation, but a lot of people do that.
You're bringing him to me because he agrees with you, not because there's any good reason to think that he's right.
I mean, he has statistics that show he's right.
Okay. So do the other economists. He's among the few. That's like telling me that you can find a doctor who thinks that that vaccines cause the disease that is called autism. I said it long to avoid the TikTok filter because you're not supposed to say that on TikTok. But yeah, like you can find a doctor who thinks that.
It's so funny when people, when you guys, come on here and whine about people not giving, studies or proof.
Right, but you have to.
And then when somebody does, oh no,
I'm asking you.
I don't believe him.
I'm asking you for what that information is and how.
I mean, you can read that. You want me to read the abstract?
The abstract of? Does he have a study that you're reading me the abstract of? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, his most famous study it's called what is it called? The labor demand curve is downward sloping, remaxing the impact of immigration on the labor market. It's a Nuremberg working paper.
The labor demand curve is what?
Downward sloping.
Okay.
It should pop up.
Yeah. Just good. Okay. This is a paper from 2003. Has some citations. What's it about?
Yes, sir. I just scrolled down. It should be on the first page. Is the abstract.
The abstract reads, immigration is not evenly balanced across groups of workers that have the same education but differ in their work experience, and the nature of the supply imbalance changes over time. This paper develops a new approach for estimating the labor market impact of immigration by exploiting this variation in supply shifts across education experience groups. I assume that similarly educated workers with different levels of experience participate in the national labor market and are not perfect substitutes. This analysis indicates that immigration lowers the wage of competing workers. A 10% increase in supply reduces wages by 3 to 4%. Okay, yeah, I think it's fair to say that not all immigrant laborers are created equal, and I would argue that a 10% supply increase in labor resulting in only a wage decrease of 3 to 4% is probably something that can benefit the economy as a whole in a way that's overall good, because you can obviously
good for who? The economy?
Like everybody on average, yeah. Because when you have a cohort of, if we're talking about illegal immigrants, we're talking about 12 million people in an economy of 350 million people, actually a global economy because it's all interconnected. But, we're talking about the effect of that economy on the 350 million people who have legal residency here. I'm not surprised that you can find an area to draw a circle around and go, look at that. The people's wages in this circle, their wages went down because of immigration. Congratulations. There are distributors and manufacturers in the United States that are doing very well because of Trump's policies around tariffs, but that's like 5 or 10% of these people. And the broad effect, if you look at all of it, is that the tariffs are bad for the economy. The broad effect, if you look at all the immigration, including the illegal immigration, is that the effect of the economy and the jobs market is good, even if you can find particular wages in particular sectors that go down because of immigrant labor. It's just it's not a holistic argument. You have to ignore so much important stuff to base your opinion on what's offered in this abstract. I'm not at all impressed by this study, even if what it's saying is 100% accurate.
So you're saying that. So are you disagreeing with it, or you're saying that it doesn't matter because there's better things that will happen?
Right. I'm saying that with any system this large, you can zoom in to some set of data where the outcome is worse. Like, is 3 or 4% wage decreases in certain sectors bad? Like, sure. But I just don't think that weighs against what all the other economists say, which is that on average, the net effect to the economy, the net effect to the jobs market as a whole is a good one for people.
Well, that study is what he's using is uneducated laborers. So anybody without a college education working. So that's 50% of America.
Right.
So if 50% of America lost 3 to 4% in wages for every 10% increase, that would be terrible if we keep seeing mass influx of immigration.
I need a source for you getting to 50%, because you said that this is specific to like less skilled laborers, which is true. It's the thing that people bring up about the effect that immigrant laborers have on the wage market.
50% is just how many people in America are uneducated, meaning without a college degree.
Is that right? Is it 50%? Really?
I think it's actually more now.
I think that one's worth a quick Google.
It's around there.
I don't even know. Let's see. Census Bureau education attainment data. In 2024, 40.43% of the population, 25 to 39. Wait, let's see. The U.S. Census Bureau today released the educational attainment in the United States. This was 2025 in September. Table package examining the education level of adults 18 and older by sex, age, race, all that demographic data. Let's see. Let's see. 50% of employed workers at a high school diploma or associate degree. Oh, it's like less than I thought. Okay, yeah, sure. But is the abstract of this paper applying to the job categories of 50% of Americans? Is that what it's suggesting? Because it doesn't say that in the abstract.
I don't know what necessarily the exact group was on the study. I know it was some sort of laborers.
Right. Here's the problem. Here's the confirmation problem.
No.
Some sort of laborers is really fucking vague. And the question we started with is why does the conclusion you draw from this paper disagree with what all the other economists say? And I think I'm right that it's narrowing in on something where it's like, look at this particular metric that went down a few percentage points. That doesn't mean that immigrants are bad.
Yeah, well, could you give me a study that says that? I mean,
a study that says what?
That it doesn't go down 3 to 4% with the 10% influx.
I'm not arguing that it doesn't. I'm arguing that that is not a significant detriment if we're looking at the ways in which immigrants affect the economy for people.
Well, so if we say that 20% of laborers are in the job market in America.
Also, the chat is like blowing up about the fact that, like, for what it's worth, the study is a little bit old for dealing with immigration today. It's older than you. Studies from before you were born.
So if you can say that there's more immigration, his study would be worse.
That's not necessarily true. That would only be true if the trend that he was pointing at was lasting in some way.
Based on paper, it would be true.
No, based on paper, you still have to assume that the trend that he's showing has lasted these 20 years into a very different political climate, a very different economic climate, a very different situation in terms of illegal immigration and legal immigration. Like, no, you're just assuming that this narrow spotlight on a particular labor market from 25 years ago is the end-all be-all answer to how immigrants affect the labor market in the United States, and you just haven't offered me good evidence of that. But you have admitted that you found a source that confirms your bias towards this subject matter and ignored the teachings of other economists, almost all other economists.
I mean, it's just, I think it's a problem, especially with the talks of mass amnesty through the DSA. I think it'll just incentivize
you think it's a problem, but again, my problem with your argument is that the only thing you can fall back to is you thinking it's a problem instead of offering me good evidence that it is a problem, especially in consideration, somebody just pointed this out in the chat, which is that this particular group of laborers, like the cohort of people who do have like a slightly deflationary effect on wages because they offer so much supply to the labor market, they are functionally and logistically important to some very necessary sectors in our economy. Noteworthy example that was brought up in the chat. They reminded me more than half of our agricultural laborers are this sort of low-skilled laborer who maybe have that effect on the wages, but more than half of those employees, the people who grow our food, are illegal immigrants. So deporting them all would be foolish because it would be very destabilizing to that labor market. It would make food more expensive for people. That'd be bad. Do you agree that that would be bad if we lost half of our agricultural laborers overnight?
Did I say deport all undocumented immigrants? No.
I did. I asked you point blank if you thought it would be bad to do that.
I think it would be bad to deport all illegal or undocumented immigrants. Yes, all at once. I think that would be bad.
Well, I mean, you think we should do it like slowly though?
Yes, I think.
Why not just offer them path to citizenship?
I think the country should be more nationalistic. Honestly.
Why?
Because
that's not what's made America great.
Yes. So we should just run a proxy empire and have control over all these.
I don't think that's no. That's a very black and white false dichotomy. I think that the alternative to being more nationalistic is not to suddenly fund a bunch of proxy states. I don't think that's fair for you to offer as the alternative between these two things.
So is that not what we're doing?
No, we're just trying to not be shitty to these people who grow our food.
So sending money to Ukraine isn't.
But so we could argue about that, and I could actually argue about how, like, from a nationalistic perspective, the amount of money that we've donated to Ukraine, if we're going to measure the output of that, never mind Ukraine for a second, if you want to be nationalistic, if you want to measure that just in terms of how much we have fucking decimated Russia's military capability, a nationalist should be pretty excited about how cheaply we were able to kill so many of Russia's soldiers. A nationalist would be very excited about that. But it's not a very good pivot because of that reason. But I'm still just not understanding why you think that deporting the illegal immigrants, even if you want to be nationalist, why is that good when it would be harmful to the economy?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be harmful if we did it over a slow process.
It would be less disruptive, but it would still be harmful, and it would still be harmful to those people, which as a humanitarian, I take issue with, even though my humanitarian needs are at odds with my nationalistic needs. I do happen to put my humanitarian needs above my nationalistic needs, but I'm just not understanding why you want to deport them at all, when if your perspective was purely selfish, purely nationalistic as an American, it would just be better for us to give them a path to citizenship. Because they're so disproportionately beneficial members of society.
To incentivize more mass immigration.
If the mass immigration was beneficial to America, would it then be good to support it from a nationalistic perspective?
It depends on.
Does it depend on the color of their skin?
Why you're nationalist? It depends.
No, I'm saying that you want America to succeed. If it were the case that large amounts of immigration would be beneficial to American life, to politics here, or to the economy here, to cost of living here, to all that stuff here, to quality of life here, wouldn't the nationalists then want immigration?
No, because it's more about preserving a country.
What does preserving a country and its people mean?
It means that most countries don't just become altruistic and let everybody in.
So once again,
hasn't ever gotten good for a country.
That's false. It's actually been great for this country for 250 years.
Yes, has it?
Yeah, we built this country. This country's been built by immigrants, whether they came here voluntarily or not.
If you want to say it's a false dichotomy to say 2003 is much different than now, then we can say when people were coming in through New York, then it was a lot different.
I'm saying specific labor statistics that you're basing your argument on are out of date if they're 20 years old. But the idea...
So is immigration.
But the idea that a country that has large amounts of immigration won't succeed is proven to be nonsense by many examples throughout history, including, importantly, America during the Industrial Revolution. The post-Civil War era, there's the Reformation era where we had to deal with a huge labor shift that happened because of the abolition of slavery, and the way we replaced a lot of that labor was through immigration. Those people were subjugated too. You used to not be white if you were Irish because people didn't like Irish immigrants on the East Coast in the early 20th century. So we can look at the examples of history and be like, no, people hated them for no good reason, but they built our fucking cities and saved our economy.
We needed immigration to survive and continue to industrialize America. But we don't. So you're telling me we need immigration now to industrialize America?
There's actually a reason. Well, the thing that we're doing isn't industrializing. There's a different problem that we're solving with immigration right now, which has to do with the birth rate. Are you familiar with what happens to the birth rate of countries that have great prosperity? Yes. What happens to
immigration doesn't fix birth rate because they showed that
What happens to birth rate in countries that are successful?
It reverses.
It goes down. It falls below replacement rate. Right. So what is a country supposed to do if their birth rate falls below replacement rate?
And to propagandize having children.
Yeah, I think you and I have discussed that before. I don't think that works. I don't think that's effective, and I don't think that's ethical in consideration of how many hungry mouths there are the world over.
Yeah, but propagandizing socialism is successful.
Instead of propagandizing people into influencing their family planning, why don't we just let immigrants into the country when that solves two problems? It solves the birth rate issue, and it solves the fact that there's people suffering in the world who want to be Americans.
Because you can't have mass amnesty until you fix how you get into the country.
I agree.
Legally.
We need to do both at the same time: mass amnesty and then a new program.
Okay, but that doesn't
answer my question.
Any democratic
that doesn't answer my question. My question was very specifically: why do you want to spend government money propagandizing people into having different family planning goals instead of just saying yes to the people who want to come here?
Because studies show even immigrants that come from a country where it's more conservative with having children, or conservative values about having children and having more children, they tend to break down when coming to America.
Studies show what exactly? Say that again so I can understand it.
Okay, so someone coming from a country where they have a lot of children, maybe at a younger age, or they're just, they have children. Places above
birth
replacement
rate. No, yeah, the immigrants don't need to be above replacement rate. Can you guess why? Are you good enough at math?
Why?
Because they don't need to replace themselves, because they count as well, because they weren't here in the first place.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but through generations,
what family. What is it? These studies that you're talking about? What I'm going to call bullshit on. Please do. I'm going to call bullshit on the studies. I just don't.
Moving to Western countries start to.
Yes, they participate in the American dream, and their birth rate also goes down, and that is good for Earth, because we want the birth rate on Earth to go down. That's good.
Oh my God! So now you think we're too populated too? What are you?
Earth is.
Oh yeah,
we're getting there. I mean, it's going to go up It's going to go up another billion or so. But the big question is whether we're going to crest 10 billion or not. But we do want that to stop. We live in a very exciting time here on Earth. We live in the part where technology and prosperity have caught up to the point where the exponential growth that humanity has seen, save the occasional bubonic plague or world war, everything has been getting bigger. Cities have been expanding, but we're getting to a point where the numbers are no longer sustainable. We have covered all of the land available to us. It's all owned by somebody, and we've started to begin dividing up the resources that we have instead of just expanding further west to find more of them. So we all get to watch as the big spike that is human population on Earth very suddenly starts to plateau off. We're going to start going into more of an S curve. And the question is how aggressively that S curve is going to plateau off. And it matters for the safety and prosperity of humans on Earth, whether they're Americans or not, that we do that in a way that doesn't result in mass famine and global strife. So if we can assist that by bringing people in and solving our own birth rate problem, by equalizing some of the birth rate issues the world over, that's good for everybody, including Americans.
So what are you, one of those like one world communist, like utopia people?
In like 500 years, I'd fucking hope so.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like for now, that's not what we're worried about. We're just trying to.
So you're preaching socialism because you don't think communism can work unless we're under one world.
I don't think the difference between the two is going to be relevant for 100 years in America.
Oh my God.
I think, like, why is it every time I drop something like that, you give me the like, oh my God? It's like respond to it, man.
Know that like socialists like you are sitting in Dean and Parker's ear and indoctrinating the youth.
You think I'm indoctrinating the youth because Parker and Dean watch my show? Like, what the fuck?
No, because you're sitting in there. People like you are getting in their head and getting them to just believe that socialism will work without a revolt.
How does it work without a revolt? I keep on talking about what I actually want to do right now, about problems we're facing right now, and then you go, oh, that smells like socialism that might happen after I'm dead. I don't like it. It's icky. You never offered me a reason why any of that happening over the course of the next 100 years or 200 years or 300 years would be bad. And it's also a sidestep away from the fact that you still just haven't offered me a reason why it is sensible to want to deport these people, even if you aren't a humanist and you're only a nationalist.
Because you could. Is a country not its people? Would you say a country's its people?
What
makes up a country?
I think that there's lots of different ways that you could define that. We could pick one for this conversation. I really do just want an answer to my question, which is, again, just like, why do we think it'd be good for Americans to deport the illegal immigrants? I still haven't heard a good answer to that. But I could say that the country is its people. Like, I could see that that's only what matters because I only care about the suffering of people. But I would argue that America is a lot of things. I would count our oil reserves as part of America. I would count our infrastructure as part of America. I would count our political relationships with other countries. Like, one of the things that's nice about like being an American is that my government has these relationships with other countries that keep me safe from them. Like, all of that stuff adds up to what America is and what it's like to live here. So you can just say a country's made of its people, and then, like, because you've drawn that circle, you've said that's America and the illegal immigrants are over there. But it doesn't answer the question of why should we deport the people that you want to deport in order to improve the quality of life of the people that you say are America.
Well, I just like, why do we have these social enclaves in America?
Why do you think it would be good for Americans to deport the illegal immigrants? That is the question that I have not received a satisfactory answer to.
Well, I think that they're trying to take over America.
What does that mean, take over America? Like, then do what? Grow our food for us?
So that's what you think Undocumented.
What do you mean?
You think that's all they're good for?
Okay, I'm asking. I'm asking what you're concerned about, and you say that they're going to
projecting over here.
You say that they're going to take over America. What does that mean?
With their culture and their normatives.
Okay, I think that it's important for immigrants to assimilate in certain ways, but not other ways. They have to assimilate to our laws. They have to obey the rules of the road. They have to not speed. Like, that's important. Great. Is it important to you what food they eat? What language they speak?
No.
Okay, then what do you mean?
Not necessarily. I mean, I would say it would be good for people to be speaking English in America, but
I think it's important. I think anybody who doesn't speak English in America has an obvious disadvantage, and if I could snap my fingers and make them speak English, I would. In fact, I care so much about that. I think that'd be so good for America, especially in consideration of how hardworking so many Americans who don't speak English are. I would actually be in favor of a social program that teaches English for free. Again, what's your point? Here's a better version of the question. Do you care what language people speak when they're at home?
No.
Okay, so then again, what do you mean?
Well,
taking over. What do you mean?
I care what my children will speak. Like, are they going to be speaking Russian because we let
how many Russian immigrants do you think we'd have to let into the country for your children to speak any other language other than English as their first and primary language?
I lived in California for 4 years when I was growing up, and I was living in San Pedro, and my school was 1% white, and how they did it, they taught the class first in Spanish, and then they taught it in English. So I think that was a big disadvantage from when I was learning.
I mean, if you have an anecdotal experience of that sort, I would think that
it is an anecdote, but
that's fine. I'm saying right. You're saying that that's happening, and that's okay. It sounds like that's not maybe the way that should have been handled. I just got done teaching at a school where a lot of the students did not speak English as their first language, which is why our Spanish program was very different than in a normal high school. We had a Spanish program for kids who speak it as a first language, which was most of them, and then we had a Spanish program for kids who were actually learning it, which was very few of them. So that's the way we handled it. So I disagree with the way that your school handled it. I like the way that the school that I was working at handled it. That's a disagreement of the way two schools work in this country. What is your concern when you say that immigrants are going to take over the country? What does that look like to you? Because they're not gonna take over the education system. They're not gonna make anything other than English the lingua franca. English is already becoming the international lingua franca just by default because we're so powerful on the world stage.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with, I think the country is better off as a Christian nation. It's disingenuous to say it's not a Christian nation.
So you don't believe in the separation of church and state? You don't want people bringing their other religions?
I do believe in the separation of church and state, but I also think
I'm a staunch atheist. I don't believe in God one bit.
I'm an atheist as well. I just don't. I'm agnostic.
Then why do you care about it being a Christian nation?
Because I think that people need something like that. People are, going to terrible things when they're an atheist country. Like, look at the Soviet Union. Look at, and the first thing to being communist is making everybody atheist.
No, but if we look, if we actually in the 21st century look at countries that have the least religious influence over their politics, they're the countries that are doing the best. They're like the top of the HDI list, the Scandinavian countries and stuff. The least religious country.
With what, 2 million, 5 million population? Okay.
Yeah, so if we compare that I know Germany. Germany is they might be a counterexample. They might have some Christian leadership. But no, the trend is that country.
We give 80 million a year to for their education system and their universal healthcare.
Sorry, what was that, Deg? What are you talking about?
That we're paying for all the good stuff that Germany is doing. We pay for it. So
that's nonsense.
That's nonsense. So none of the 80 million that we send them is getting put into the education system.
That's like $1 per citizen in Germany. So yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, like what? I don't know what 80 million.
That's just one of the grants.
Okay, so we have an $80 million grant. Like you keep bringing up these particular policies that you disagree with. That I will admit I'm not educated about. I don't know what we gave Germany $80 million for, but $80 million isn't very much money. I'm much more worried about the trillions more we're going to have in debt because of the big beautiful bill. But once again, this just isn't an answer to the fact that I just brought up Germany, so you gave me a dig about Germany, but I was specifically bringing up the fact that countries that are more atheistic in their governance do better by HDI. So the idea that atheistic states necessarily like fall into some sort of horrible tyranny is just like wrong. Well, especially in consideration of the fact that the atheistic like dictators of the 20th century are people who have still leveraged religion in order to achieve their outcomes. Hitler did it.
Yeah, but you're trying to say that it's not a core component of communism to be atheist.
Okay, I think that communists. I think that communists also wear shoes. Should we all stop wearing shoes?
Oh my goodness. The point is that people like...
Oh, I want you to listen to what I just said. Why did I just say to you that because communists wear shoes, we should stop wearing shoes? What's the point of me saying that?
That is not relevant.
Yeah, that you can't just point to something
that
about...
just because they're atheists doesn't mean that they're going to be a communist. Okay,
Yeah.
I get that. But what is DSA pushing? What is the youth pushing? Communism, socialism. You're acting like it's so hard for me to believe. You're like 500 years down the line, when that's what's happening right now.
Zoom out, context. We're still on the question of what is the problem. You're concerned with illegal immigrants or immigrants generally taking over the country. It's not the language they speak. It's not the food they eat. You think it's their religion. I have counterexamples for how their religion isn't the problem, especially in consideration of the fact that immigrants of every kind are disproportionately religious. A lot of them are Christian, especially Hispanic immigrants from the South. They're like mostly, they're like 90% Catholic. What do you mean?
I'm just saying it's a break of the social construct of America.
A break of the social construct. So you admit that most of these things that you value about American culture are not necessarily concrete things that have to do with the way that things ought to be based on the nature of the human condition or ethics or anything like that. It is just the social zeitgeist. It's the current social construct. You're worried about that changing?
I think the nuclear family is an important thing of America. I think that's what made America great.
I think that immigrants to this country have disproportionately nuclear families. It is not immigrants who are making less nuclear families.
Could you say that is a new thing like that? I don't think that it's always been like that. I think that's
always been like
Western
it's
society.
Always been like what? I don't know what you're addressing.
Immigrants having a more like the replacement rate in America didn't go down until when, like 2005.
It's the immigration, the replacement rate or birth rates falling below replacement rate are caused by people who are born here disproportionately. That's what happens in prosperous societies. It has nothing to do with America in particular. It's one of the most common trends in the history of countries on Earth. Is that when they're more successful, more prosperous, greater amounts of productivity per person, greater HDI, greater education, greater equality, all those things. When you have all those things, the birth rate goes down. It's actually really strongly linked with choosing to educate women equitably. That's like the big indicator, but that's just more of a little factoid for those who are interested in that sort of thing. But yeah, that's because of what's happening here locally. We're talking about why we shouldn't. You're arguing we shouldn't address the low birth rate with immigrants, and you're sitting here floundering for a reason other than their skin color that you don't want them to come here. And now you're grasping to the idea that they're not going to help with the birth rate. We've come full circle.
I don't know, man. I honestly, I don't think immigration is that big of a problem. I do think that we shouldn't allow mass immigration and that we should fix the legal system.
Wait, you're just like, are you just folding on the degree to which you don't think that immigration is a problem? Are you conceding?
I can concede to that. I mean, I just don't have any studies that can show, what latent outcomes will happen. But
I think that this is like you just said that you don't think it's that big a deal, but it sounds like you did think it was a big deal, and you now are admitting that I'm just right about it broadly. So are you saying, like, when you say that it's not that big a deal and you're conceding, are you saying that we should let the illegal immigrants stay and we should make an easier path to citizenship for everybody?
Well, I think we just have a different way of how we would go around mass amnesty because
I think that something like 90% of the 12 million illegal immigrants that are here should be given a big old packet of paperwork that they can pick up at the DMV to get started on getting themselves properly documented, and that packet should explain what the path forward is based on whether they're purely undocumented with no government documentation, whether they've overstayed a visa, or whatever it is that's made them a not properly documented person. I think that we should come up with effectively a flow chart where it's like, here's the path forward, here's what you have to do, here's your immigration probation office that you have to stop by, here's the number that you have to give to your boss so that they can report that you're working your job. Here, here's how you get your address registered. Here's how we can get you a driver's license so you don't have to drive to your job illegally anymore. Like, I want that for like 11 of those 12 million people, so that something that replaces ICE because of the terrible PR they've had can look at the other million and assess whether or not they belong here based on their history with criminality or whatever else we turn up through that process, which can include some modicum of vetting. I want that for the illegal immigrants who are here, and then for us to change drastically the way that applying for citizenship or residency in this country works. I think we should invest a lot more money instead of investing it in ICE or something that replaces ICE to deal with those 12 million people, because we don't have 12 million to deal with anymore. I think we should hire more immigration judges, more clerks and lawyers, and people who do the bureaucratic work of processing these applications. I think that the benefit to society of doing that would greatly outweigh the taxpayer cost of hiring those people, and that's how we can address immigration in a way that's consistent with everything that I've said to you during this call.
I understand that. It's just saying these things are a lot easier than doing them. I think it would be good
easier?
if we could help every country.
Stop. I never said it was going to be easy. Which is easier, my plan or deporting all of them?
I mean, honestly, I don't think that you could compare the two. I think that they both have their own hardships. I think that getting that to pass
I think that the difficult work of legislation in this country is about comparing expensive, difficult, and drastic policies when you have a big problem, because I think there's a piece of common ground here, which is that I think most Americans are upset to learn that there's 12 million illegal immigrants. I don't like that there are 12 million illegal immigrants. That's why I want them to get that paperwork and get their driver's licenses and get themselves protected by the government in all the ways that I want them to, because I don't want people to be afraid to call the police if they're afraid that ICE is going to come get them because they called the police on an abusive boyfriend or something like that. Like, I don't want those situations to start being created. I'm just...
The problem here with me is that under the IRCA, when they did mass amnesty, we did see a big influx of incentivized illegal immigration. And I just don't think that incentivizing doing wrong is ever good. And
no, but the current system incentivizes doing wrong. Like that argument at this point in the conversation is thoroughly defeated by the fact that under the current system, which I can say has been Trump's system because he refused to allow any of Biden's legislation on the matter to pass, it's Trump's situation. It's the current state of affairs that caused the ridiculously high amount of illegal immigration in the second half of Biden's term, after the global travel opened up after COVID calmed down. There's a bunch of international factors that affected that, but it is the current state of affairs that people are incentivized to break the rules. And I'm offering a situation where they'll be less incentivized to break the rules and more incentivized to participate in the system because it's easier to participate.
But that's only if you fixed how long it took to be legalized. If you did mass amnesty to where if you're in the country, you can do this and stay in the country, that will 100%. How would that not incentivize crossing the border?
It would incentivize immigrating. It would just incentivize doing it legally, and we need the immigration in the decades to come to deal with the expected continuing lower birth rates.
That only works by doing long legislative battles to make the legal system work first before doing mass amnesty. Because if you do mass amnesty before the legislative battles of making the legal system better, then what are you going to do other than make more mass illegal immigration?
You're pointing out these minor issues, like
that's not a minor issue.
I think
if we were giving out mass amnesty, people would come in.
Compared to the issues that rise up from trying to deport all of those people, like costing the economy of the Twin Cities and Minneapolis $600 million in a few months, which is more money, by the way, than our fraud problem has cost us by a factor of 10 or 15 or 20 or something like that, depending on the time scale that you want to look at, because it is billions of dollars of fraud over the course of decades in Minnesota. So that's less than $1 billion a year. And we're talking about if Metro Surge had been as long as Metro Surge got rid of something like 4% of our illegal immigrants. So if they got all of them, the cost to society would be enormous. So you can bring up problems, but I'm willing to call them small problems in consideration of the problems we would expect every community in the country to have if the government was successful at deporting even half of the illegal immigrants. We have to weigh them.
So what problems were arising when Obama deported 3 million? Because I didn't hear of any problems.
He did it in ways that were constitutional, so a lot of the problems didn't arise. He went after those who
constitutional cages, right?
That was bad. You're right. I'll give you that. There were problems. That was bad. That wasn't widespread. They weren't building more facilities for that constantly. If we look at the number of facilities that are being built right now, we can expect that to happen a lot worse. But if we look at the people that Obama deported, it was by a much greater degree people who'd committed the sorts of crimes that I do want people to be deported for. He had a better track record with all of these things than Trump, even if you can point to some kids in cages, and if you can point to some deaths under ice, even if you can point to some people who I wouldn't have wanted deported at the time, you're still just comparing it to something that's 10 times worse, 100 times worse, something like that, which is Trump's plan. So I don't know why you bring it up.
Yeah, well, you brought up that it's okay, we need to address the immigration problem, but you don't think it would cause a more of a problem to just be like, we're giving out mass amnesty without fixing the legal program first?
I'm saying that, like, okay, here's a solution to that particular problem that you're really, really, really stuck on, right? We could say to get that amnesty, you have to have arrived in America by this certain date, right? Because if you arrived after, it means that you broke the rules in the new system, right?
I mean, you can try that, but that's just going to add to a lot more, money spent on verifying that.
What?
Like to verify when they came in, how they came in.
They're going to have to verify some things about these people. That's that packet I'm talking about. We're going to have to figure out what your job is. Oh, you don't have any documentation? Oh my goodness. Do you have a Facebook account that a social worker can look at and realize that you're a functioning person who has a family? And then that can give you the tick box of saying, like, established residency for 12 months or whatever the fuck it is you're going to need to prove to this packet to do your citizenship process. We're going to have to fucking do that for everybody. And what I'm saying is that if we have new rules at the border, you're concerned about some overlap where it's like, oh, this program's not going to be ready by the time that one launches. Why? We could just make the deadline a date that fixes that problem.
Yes, and my point is that, like, how much time would that take? It just wouldn't ever happen. That would never pass.
But you're acting as though that's going to be more difficult or cause more hardship than deporting all of the illegal immigrants, or almost all of them, or even just half of them, or something like that. And what I'm saying is that you're so happy to point out the difficulties about solving this very difficult problem in a way that doesn't cause massive amounts of suffering. But you're uninterested. You're uninterested. Why aren't we sitting here talking about the cost to society? $600 million to get 4,000 illegal immigrants deported from Minnesota? Was that worth it?
I mean, just like you said, was the fraud in Minnesota too? Like, we could look at that. Is it worth it?
Worth it?
Was $600 million worth it for the hospice that didn't take care of people? Like, was that worth it?
The hospice?
I'm just saying it. I'm just saying the fraud in Minnesota, is that worth it? Like,
worth what? The fraud has nothing to do with illegal immigration.
I'm saying you're bringing up the money we're spending on that, but what about the money we're losing elsewhere? Like,
yeah, there's lots of things about. Yes, we could talk about any other topic in American politics, but at the moment we're talking about a very specific American political politics question, which is $600 million as cost to the economy in the Twin Cities in Minnesota worth deporting a 4-digit number of illegal immigrants? Was it worth it? You still haven't answered.
No, I wouldn't say that's worth it, but to your point, saying that we would fix...
how in the real world, pragmatically, are we going to achieve these goals of deportation without that sort of cost to communities the country over?
Well, you said that we could, run out these programs at the same time to make it where the legal system is better.
We need to deal
while also giving amnesty. But Reagan did that. And even after the amnesty program ended, we saw an influx of people because they thought, oh, no, maybe they'll do another amnesty program in the future. It'll always incentivize illegal immigration.
Reagan also did a lot to seriously damage the economy. So I'm just going to say that the exact way that went doesn't bear out against the way the data talks about it now. And I'm just not interested in hearing what Reagan thought would be good for the economy or how Reagan approached the economy. That was 50 years ago. The world has changed. And mostly what drives illegal immigration in this country is what goes on elsewhere in the world, which we have very little control over, which is why we saw so much immigration in the second half of Biden's term. We didn't have a system in place to prepare for an influx of demand for immigration like that, and it would have been better if we did.
And we should just let these countries be fuck ups and not hold them accountable and just take in all their people. I'm sorry. Right?
Do you think we should extend our hand to foreign countries and affect what's going on there or not? Because earlier in this conversation, you said we shouldn't do that. What do you mean hold them accountable? I think we should
hold them accountable.
What does that mean? Hold them accountable.
Fix their own country. Tell the citizens to fix their country. If you love your country.
No, ironically enough, my position on this particular point is the nationalistic one. Fuck those countries. They're fucking up. We should give their people jobs and help them make America great.
But we shouldn't take over their country. We should just give them jobs. So like when do we become the empire then? If we're just taking in all these people from every country.
What do you mean the empire? The empire from Star Wars? What are you talking about?
No. If you're pro, taking up all these people from all these countries, why don't we just take the country itself,
That's what the fuck are you talking about? I think we should make America greater. I think that's what the government should do. If there's people who want to work hard and help us do that, I say we let them. That's all.
Well, if America is just anybody that wants to come here, then what is America, dude?
A country of hardworking people who are building an economy and a government that puts food on your plate, dude.
Yeah. So just that the end goal is to have everybody in America.
No.
How's that going to work? Where's the cutoff line of immigration for you?
Somewhere slightly more. No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Where is it? Where's the
these rules would need to be these rules would need to be adjusted as time goes on. But what we're seeing right now is that we should be allowing massively more immigrants into the country than we currently are, and for some reason you're averse to that.
So what was the problem that needed to be addressed earlier? That you said we should address the immigration problem.
There's 12 million immigrants who don't have proper documentation. That's bad.
Oh, that's the problem. We just need to get them. Documented and make them citizens, right?
I think they could be more beneficial to the economy if we gave them a path to legal residency. Doesn't necessarily have to mean citizenship for all of them.
Yeah. So that would actually, how would that be better off for the illegal immigrant if he's just making the job market? So what would happen to the job market if we just brought in 12 million new legalized citizens?
Well,
because we would have to give them health care at that point that you say we don't pay for.
We don't even give health care to citizens as it is. What are you talking about?
So you're saying they want to be able to apply for a care source or something like that.
We don't give health care to citizens as it is. Why would we give the illegal immigrants health care?
We most certainly do if you're working. If you're making less than, what is it, like $1,000 a month as a single person, or at least in my state.
Yeah, it depends on the state, but that would be good because the reason we do that is because it's beneficial to society to give people health care.
Okay, so if we started giving 12 million new people health care, you don't think that'd be a problem?
No, I think that would be good. I think that would make it so that those 12 million people live lives where they are able to therefore give back more to the government through working hard and raising families. That's why I want all these social programs, because they help people live better lives, and when people live better lives, they are able to more contribute to that ever increasing amount of productivity per person that we have in the country. He ran. Thank you, R.I. Borders, for the $3 on Venmo. He said, the guest asked how undocumented immigrants pay taxes. An individual taxpayer identification number is used regardless of immigration status, and they pay sales tax when they make purchases. So income and sales tax are right there. That's true. I knew that. I don't think he asked all that directly, though. I think he did understand that. He just, I don't know. We were tiptoeing around. We were tiptoeing around their skin color, right? Everybody, right? He wants to preserve America. He didn't like my questioning on that. I'm going to keep talking to that guy. I think maybe we can make that kid less racist. Jack sent $20 to say, I've been watching debates on TikTok since 2021, been watching Dean since he was smaller than you, and are now maybe 30 or 40 other debate channels. You're the newest one, and I can say the hype is warranted. Congratulations on your success. I would bet there's more to come for you. Dude, I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited about how fast I'm growing. I'm so excited about how excited about my show everybody is. I'm so excited I got to hire 2 people to help me run it. Thank you, Raven.
Thank you for giving me my dream job.
Yeah, and also Jessie, who's not working today. Jessie does a lot of work behind the scenes. Like lately, Raven's been in the producer's chair a lot. That's going to be Jessie's primary job in August. At least that's like the plan right now. But Jessie also handles a lot of management and like Discord stuff and just keeping me on top of my messages and all that stuff. So you guys don't always see the work that Jessie does as much. But
Oscar's the face, Jessie's the heart, and I'm just like the legs.
Yeah, I'll take that. But yeah, I'm like super duper excited about it. So I'm excited for everybody who gets to come along on the ride. Your background reminds me a lot of Andrew Callaghan, Radicalized Theory, and honestly, it's spot on. Interesting. Radicalization theory. Yeah, something like that. Where were we? Zachary. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. He says, I work as an appliance repair tech, mostly out of North Minneapolis. I run into a lot of Spanish-only speaking houses. I use my phone to translate. It's not perfect, but it works, and it's easy, though. I've had a lot of that, too, where, like, I've had a lot of, like, used to, like, buy and sell electronics that I would fix for a living, and, like, I've done a lot of, like, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist sales, and it's, like, so fine to just pull out Google Translate and get it done. Whatever you need to communicate with somebody. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, a Boarded Sheep said for $5 on YouTube Super Chat, this guy is in Parker's Live every single day. He's even using the same talking points, expecting a different outcome. Yeah, I think he's just really stuck in trying to find ways for these talking points to work. But I think the reason he ran is because he was in one of those places of just like, oh, dude, this guy's got an answer for everything. Because his whole perspective is working backwards. Immigrants bad. Let's try to find reasons why. Which is why when we do this Socratic but why of all these reasons, we just keep ending back to him like saying something vague, like that they're going to take over our country, or like pivoting from one thing to another, where it's like, oh, well, isn't the healthcare going to be expensive? It's like, motherfucker, we don't even give healthcare to fucking most people as it is. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, also, I'm in favor of giving healthcare to people. So... yes, illegal immigrants will become more expensive to the taxpayer system if we make them legal residents. They will also become more beneficial to the taxpayer system if we make them legal residents. Funny how that works. Jazz sent $2 to say, and out comes the Nick Fuentoid lack of brain ideas. Yeah, he's definitely regurgitating some like right-wing online talking points. Definitely. Ismax12 sent $5 to say, if he's worried about indoctrinating the youth, ask him about reciting the Pledge of Allegiance every morning in grade school. Yeah, I abstained from that when I was in high school because I didn't like that Under God was in it because I was an atheist. I had to meet with the dean because I had an English teacher that didn't appreciate me doing that, and I had to like sit in front of the dean and have the dean tell my English teacher, nope, Oscar's allowed to abstain from that. It's like one of his rights. Like you can't make him do the pledge, especially the Under God part. And I was just like, cool, I'll keep sitting for the pledge. I'd stand for the pledge if it didn't have Under God in it. I like the pledge otherwise. Jazz sent $5 to say, white people are being selected against in the gene pool. Cry harder about it, caller. You're picking fights against nature. Funny. Cat sent $5 to say, caller is a supremacist. Women are not incubators. Brown and black people moving here and having babies shouldn't scare you. They don't scare me. You do. I don't know what they meant at the end there, but I appreciate I agree with the sentiment there. Tavi sent $10. Thanks for the $10. Why are you so bent on blaming the victims of a country's government policies and not putting the same effort into want to fix the policies themselves? Good fucking question. I think it's because he doesn't actually care about human beings. Canadian Princess sent $2 to say, stop with the dog whistles. Be honest, caller. Yeah, I was really letting him tiptoe around it, but I think we all know where his heart lies in terms of the problem he has with illegal immigrants. I would bet he doesn't mind that Trump is allowing asylum seekers from South Africa because those particular asylum seekers are white. That would just a guess. But anyway, heard about your new guitar. Happy new guitar day. Thank you, Joey. Appreciate you. I did buy my birthday guitar yesterday. I'm very, very excited about it. And then Chronos sent $2 to say same on the pledge, Oscar. Yeah, it's very upsetting to me that it's got this religious little tack to it that I just don't think belongs in there, given the way that we run our country, given the things we value as Americans or are supposed to value as Americans. Anyway. Mary Mifflin 819. We're going to see if this is a friendly or a Trump supporter, and we're going to move on after I remind everybody about that Venmo or that link tree in the bio where you can find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee's international if you want to support from overseas. But you can also just find all the various accounts and follow me for free. That helps out. On the way to 10K on YouTube. That's exciting. That'll be the last account to get over 10K, and then we can start looking at 100K for Facebook. Almost there. 90K on Facebook right now. Got to get the backup accounts. If you're not following this account down here, Oskar Quentin Music, make sure that you are. And thank you, Andrew, for the $7 Canadian on YouTube Super Chat. Said, I don't sing the Canadian anthem correctly. God keep our land. I sing please. Yeah, that's the idea. We got to get God out of all this stuff. I don't think Mary knows that she's in the queue, so I'm going to disconnect her. Her phone's probably in her pocket. We're going to talk to Elpha. And we're going to see if we have our next Trump supporter for the last 45 minutes of the show. After I thank Rogue Mayor for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Moira Rogue Moira, sorry, I saw they put the phonetic spelling. Moira here just wanted to say thank you for making this community. I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate everybody who's become a member of this community. It's pretty cool. Elpha, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 34.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I actually had a question for you.
Quick question. Yeah, no worries. I can answer a quick question.
So I just moved to Minnesota and I got hit by a car last year, so I'm kind of like discombobulated on how everything works because when I got hit, Tim Walz is still a good person, and then I woke up and he's not.
Well, when you say you woke up and he's not a good person, do you mean that we've turned on him, or you looked at him and you didn't see a good person anymore?
I looked at him and it's like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell me the reasons you think that he's not good anymore. I think he biffed it on the presidential trail as vice president on Kamala Harris's ticket. I'm pretty disappointed in how he handled the debates, how he handled some of the questions he was asked there. And I do definitely disagree with him pardoning that sexual offender, that rapist he pardoned. That was silly. We've spent some time on the show talking about that. That's the big one for you?
Yeah.
Well, what I've said about that is that the particular details of that pardoning got me, like, if we say there's a score from like 0 to 100, and 0 means definitely don't pardon the rapist, 100 means yes, definitely pardon the rapist. I think what happened here is we had some very, very specific contextual circumstances, and it's rare for me to say that there's context clues that make it okay to pardon a rapist. But I think on that scale, if 50 is the score you need to think that you should pardon that rapist, I think I got to like 45 by taking in all the details about the case. But 45 is less than 50, and I don't think he should have pardoned that rapist. I think that Walz was probably somewhere around 55 on that scale, which means that he and I are actually pretty closely aligned about it. We're just on different sides of the issue. We could talk about some of the details of it. I don't know how much you know about that case.
I don't know anything about the case. I just heard a little bit about it. I was like, oh.
Well, I don't mind giving it the airtime, even though I've talked about it before on the show, because it represents a real... It's a real L for left-leaning politics. Obviously an L for Tim Walz, even though he doesn't give a shit because he's not running again. But specifically the reasons I was able to get to something like 45 out of 100 on that is that this is a person who, straightforward, I'm going to start by saying, they did a terrible, terrible crime. They repeatedly raped a 12-year-old. This is not like... I'm not talking about a 22-year-old who sent some naughty pictures to a 17-year-old. I'm not talking about some mild case. This was an adult who raped a 12-year-old. So there's no room for grace there in terms of the nature of the crime. It has been 20 or 30 years, something like that. And the reason we're so hard on sex predators, I think the logical reason to be so hard on sex predators isn't just because they're disgusting and we hate them. We really shouldn't do anything because people are disgusting and we hate them. We tend to write bad policies when those are the motivating factors. The reason we're so hard on sex predators is because they're very, very harmful to society, and because they have a very high recidivism rate. Somebody who rapes somebody is much more likely to rape somebody else, even if their life circumstances change, much less than somebody who, say, robs a convenience store. Because somebody who robbed a convenience store 20 or 30 years ago, I think you could look at their life and be like, oh, you have a nice job, you have a nice house, you have a nice family, you have a nice retirement plan. You're probably not robbing the convenience store anymore. I don't think we need to think of you as a robber anymore. But we should still think of a rapist as a rapist, and that's why we have the sex offender registry. But this is a person who had paid their debt to society and was a free man, had a family, has a family, has at least one kid. I don't remember exactly. The reason that Walz pardoned him is because Trump is looking for people to deport to help his deportation statistics. He wants to be able to say that he's deporting dangerous, violent criminals and rapists. So he's looking around for people who he can technically deport. And this guy, who's a legal immigrant who raped somebody 30 years ago, but has paid his debt to society, is somebody that they had the power to deport. So he wanted to deport him, and Tim Walz pardoned him as an effort to prevent this person from being deported. Now, all of those details wouldn't have gotten me anywhere near 45 on that scale. What got me that much closer is that the victim of those rapes, as an adult now, decades later, wrote a letter to the pardon board, to Walz's pardon board, asking that he be pardoned because they didn't want Trump's policies to tear apart a family on her behalf. I weigh that heavily.
Yeah, I do too.
Politically, I think that the person who should have taken the L here isn't Tim Walz. I think it's the rapist. I think if he gets swept up in this Trump thing and Walz has to not accept the moment where he might say, I can chess move this guy away from deportation. I think we should have said, sorry, rapist, you're not the one we're going to rescue to fight this thing. That's my position. Tim Walz disagrees. Tim Walz. That said, Trump deported the guy anyway.
Okay.
So that's my position on that. I don't think I'm as far away from Tim Walz on it as people would probably hope for me to be, but I'm never going to do anything but sit here and be honest. And I think what Tim Walz said is accurate, which is deporting that man didn't make Minnesota a better place. Because I think that I weigh more heavily the fact that the victim was unhappy with the outcome, the fact that this is a person who's done a reasonably good job of proving to the state that they're not going to recommit, and who mattered to their family and their community. And because of those factors, I do just agree with the statement, deporting this person didn't help anything.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Thank you for educating me on that area.
But again, I weigh more heavily the fact that just pardoning a rapist at all violates a really important one, which is that we need to be hard on rapists. So that just wins for me, which is why I don't think he should have done it.
Yeah, that's like...
Oh, and to thank you, Law of the Wild is in the chat, just adding another detail for us on this one. Because Walz handles his pardons through a pardon board, he was pretty hands-off with it. Like, it didn't require his vote on the board because the board decided, in consideration of those facts, to pardon the individual. But he could have. He's governor. He could have done something about it.
I think, if I remember correctly, Law of the Wild is also from the Midwest, at least.
Mm-hmm. He's a barred lawyer in the Midwest.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're like, I hope that I get to meet them sometime because I've seen them on things.
I got to meet him once. We've had a beer together. That was lovely. Yeah, I think the big thing to say is that, like, what's frustrating about a case like this, because, like, as we play this fucking 4D chess game of trying to control, like, what people understand about all this, like, it's frustrating to me that I have to sit here and explain the nuances of this case to say that even though I disagree with him, I still just defend that it's not fair to say, like, look at Tim Walz, he wants to set rapists free in your community. Like, that's not fair to say at all in consideration of the details of this case. But then you have Trump, who literally does pardon violent, dangerous criminals for political gain with no nuance or benefit. He pardoned 1,000 J6. I mean, you know this, I'm sure. Like, I'm not trying to lecture to you. I'm just saying the fact that it's like frustrating to look at this particular PRW for the right, that Tim Walz pardoned a rapist, when if we look at the people who are in greater positions of power than just the governor of Minnesota, the president of the United States is hiding the fucking Epstein files. That is a bunch of rapists that he's protecting, and those are people who are legitimately... Law of the Wild saying in Minnesota, not a secret. I said the Midwest, but I'm just always careful with releasing details that maybe aren't publicly known.
That he was also in Minnesota, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that. I was just being careful. But yeah, I think it's devastating that, like, the right so controls the narrative that we can have this nuanced situation where, like, there's actually a pretty decent argument for the pardon being the right thing. And I'm not even, like, going to die on the hill. I just tell you where I land on it, given what I understand about it, what I think about it. In my opinion, it wasn't the right pardon to offer. But the fact that this gets any airtime against the background of what Trump has done to support and protect criminal sex offenders, including himself, because he's himself, by my definition, a sex offender. God, yeah. Like, it's just devastating to me that this gets airtime.
Like, it blows my mind when I find out there are supporters of Trump who are SA survivors, and I'm like, as someone who also is, like, why? Like, I don't get it. It just...
Welcome to Minnesota. Have you had a Juicy Lucy yet?
I have at the Blue Tour Cafe, if you've ever been there.
No, you gotta go to Matt's. You gotta go to Matt's.
That's what I hear, but I haven't been to Matt's yet, because, I don't know, like...
I mean, the two worth comparing are Matt's and the 5-8 Club, and I just think 5-8 Club is, like, too much of a family Denny's type restaurant. I like the divey shithole that Matt's is.
I have a question about Matt's. Is that the same Matt's that turned into a ice bar while they were here in Metro Surge?
Maybe fuck Matt's. I don't know.
I heard stay away from Matt's. It's an ice bar.
Shit. Dang it.
Yeah, I have a sign in my window that says "fuck ice." So
well, I mean, I gather that you were friendly. Just wanted to get that in there. Hit up the Midtown Global Market. That's a fun place to go eat. Go support them.
I have not been there yet. I've looked at
that. I highly recommend.
I got hit by car last October, and I didn't wake up until like late December, early January.
Whoa! I'm glad you're here. That's crazy.
Yeah, me too. 5% chance survival, and I survived.
Look at you. Well, that's I hope you get healthy enough to enjoy Minnesota, you know, before the federal government comes over and fucks it up even more. Because yeah, if you didn't wake up until midwinter, that's probably a pretty scary time to wake up in Minnesota.
Yeah, I grew up like 3 hours south of Minneapolis, so
okay.
I grew up in Iowa.
Not too much of a stranger.
No.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for hopping up.
Yes. Thank you for having me, and thank you for explaining that to me.
Yeah, no problem. I'll give airtime to that fucking unfortunate fucking case. Italian guy's been chomping at the bit in the chat. We're gonna see. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 28.
You support Trump?
I do, yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna read a couple donations before we get to that. Daniel says for $5 on YouTube Super Chat, I've seen your videos around, recently followed because I think you're really good at staying on track with the facts and having empathy. Keep it up. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $5. I'll spend it doing the show. That's what it's all for. Kronos sent $2 to say, always be hard on rapists, even if they don't want it. Good pun. Julia sent me $2 to say he's the same type of guy that would said if you. Oh, I think your message got cut off. Cash App doesn't allow a very long message. So Julia, if you want to blow it up in the chat, I'm sure somebody will notice and bring it to my attention. And then Lucky Phil says for $2, W for Raven's legs. Were your legs in shot?
The legs conversation got them to talking about my legs.
Oh, fun. Okay. I think, okay, there we go. And then Manuel said, what's in Antarctica? What? Thank you for the $2. Okay, Italian guy. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think that left-wing ideology is the actual destruction of America.
Oh.
I think that by voting against Trump, you're basically voting for things that are antithetical to my positions, yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
Yeah, sure. So left-wing ideology is destructive by its very nature because it's self-defeating. So every left-wing ideology that is held essentially actually ends up in an absurdity where the person is going to be voting, or not voting, but they're going to be holding a position that is actually against the actual objective. For example, do you believe that being a white man, I am racist?
No.
Okay, the entire left party does believe that.
I'm sorry, I'm part of the entire left party, and I don't think that, so that's wrong.
Yeah, so I would say a majority of left believes that by being white,
goalpost move number one. Somebody in the chat, keep track.
Sorry, actually, let me reword this. Do you believe that by being white, a majority of the left believes that I am racist?
I don't know.
The answer would be yes. There's a reason you're saying I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, the left is like 150 million people, something like that. 200 million people, something like that.
Tell you what, let me give you a benefit of the doubt. 50% of Democrats believe that by being white, by the very nature of being white, you are racist.
Okay.
Yes or no?
I don't know. I would say no to that question, but I don't know how a large group of people. There's different ways that people define racism, and depending on which definition of racism that we're using, I would expect drastically different answers to that question.
Okay, fine. Let me give you a definition, okay? Let's just say that the actual system of America was operated under the actual principle that white people were superior to the people of color in the actual starting of our country, okay?
Yeah, it was like that for a long time.
I agree with that 100%. I do agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
In the 21st century, is America operating under that same principle?
In some scopes, yeah.
Okay, so then you would believe under your answer, you would believe that if it's operating under that in some scopes, that by being white, you are be a racist or a benefactor of racism.
I think that you listed two things there. One of them I'd agree pretty staunchly with, which is that you're a benefactor of racism. I think you are a benefactor of racism for being white. So if that actually gives us a yes for what we're talking about, I would say that yeah. But that's not how but I don't define racism in that way.
Yeah, let's operate off that for a minute.
Well, I just don't think that being a benefactor of racism makes you racist. If somebody does think that, I disagree with them.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
If being a benefactor of racism, if you're a benefactor of racism, would that put me at an advantage to people of color being white? By the very proxy of being white.
Yeah, that's what
Right.
I believe that white privilege is a thing. Do you believe that white privilege is a thing?
Oh, no. I disagree with that fundamentally.
Okay.
Now, let me ask this question
No,
next.
I think we need to stay on that. I don't think it's worth proceeding in this conversation until we agree about that. I think we're going to get stuck there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that like life is this video game, and there's like a lot of things that can affect the difficulty of your life. Like maybe, it depends on what's important to you. It depends on your goals in the video game. Like if your goal is to become an Olympic basketball player, we have basketball in the Olympics, right? Doesn't matter. If your goal is to become an Olympic basketball player, your game is on hard mode if you're really short. But if you're tall, your game's like a little easier, right? Like you can imagine that, like in terms of what you want to accomplish in your life, everybody gets like a slightly different difficulty in terms of how much work they actually have to do and how much luck they need to succeed at those things. Do you think that's like kind of a fair analysis of how life goes for everybody?
I think that is absolutely a fair analysis for every single American in the United States of America.
Yeah, every person on Earth is dealing with that same, like, how difficult is my life going to be? And I think that if we correct for everything else, if we just look at being white versus not being white in this country, I think the people who are white have an easier difficulty on their video game. I think that they're far more likely to get the jobs they apply for. They're far more likely to get approved for the apartments they apply for. They're far less likely to be brutalized by the police. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that. They're far less likely to have been born into a family that lives in a neighborhood that has poor social mobility and where it's going to be difficult for them to rise out of it. I think that those things amount to white privilege. That's what I'm talking about when I say white privilege, is that the video game difficulty for life on Earth is a little easier for white people in America on average than for non-white people in America.
Yeah, I understand the principal distinction you're making for white privilege and how it operates under the system. The problem is going to be this: is that would you just agree that a person of color is going to have a harder time achieving a certain level of status as compared to a white person based on the obstacles given?
Yeah, that's another way of saying what I just said.
Awesome. Was Barack Obama the president of the United States?
One counterexample doesn't mean that that's not the case on average, and you know it.
Well, no, it doesn't. I'll give you numerous examples. Was Barack Obama... Let me ask you a better...
There's 350 million Americans, and about half of them are white, so you're going to have to give me a lot of examples before I decide that you're wrong, that I'm wrong about the averages.
Oh, yeah, I will. Let me ask you this way. Would you agree to all the guests and the viewers here that being president of the United States is the most actual, let's say this way.
What percentage of presidents have been black?
Wait, Oscar.
What percentage of presidents have been black?
Oh, wait. I'm not making
What percentage of presidents have been black?
Well, how many presidents have there been?
40, 30 or 40, I don't know.
47 now.
Great. And one of them is
it's 40. Well, hold on.
47 terms.
No, yeah, because two of them have served non-sequentially. So is it 45 total? Because it's Trump, and who was the other one that served non-sequentially? Doesn't matter. 40 or 50, somewhere in there, 2%, right? 2%. About 2%. Okay. How many? What percentage of Americans are black?
13.
Roughly currently, and we could expect that to change throughout history. Do you think it's sensible to point out Obama as a counterexample and say that he's a counterexample to the existence of white privilege when he, as the sole example of a black president, shows that black people are greatly unrepresented in those sorts of positions of power?
It would be stupid of me to do so if I didn't have other examples as well. But the question,
I think you'd need other examples who are presidents for it to not be stupid for you to bring that up.
No, Oscar. The reason I'm mentioning this is for
do you agree that what you would need is other examples of black presidents, not other examples of other black people being successful? Because there's millions and millions of black people, and of course many of them are acceptable. And know that I'm talking about averages.
No, because there was a reason I'm mentioning the president.
It was Cleveland. Thank you, Law of the Wild.
Wait, can I ask you this question before you cut me off again?
I was just responding to something in the chat.
That's fine.
It's more interesting than what you were saying. What are you saying?
No, I know. I understand you're scared. That's fair. Let me explain it to you. Okay? I understand you're scared. It's going to happen very easily here. Basically, just so you know, I'm going to Miranda right you. Anything you say can will be used against you. Okay. So let's ask it this way. Okay.
Oh, dude acts like I'm not broadcasting this to YouTube and it's not going to be published as a podcast later. Oh no! I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Oscar, listen. Question for you. Is being president of the United States one of the most actual prestigious positions in all of America? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, great. Question for you. Is Supreme Court judge one of the most actual prestigious positions in America?
Yes.
Great. Harriet Thompson, Obama. Let me give you more.
Unless you give me several million, I'm not interested because we're talking about averages. I'm not saying I never said that it was impossible for a black person or a non-white person to achieve great things. Did I ever say that?
Well, no, you didn't say that. The problem is the implications of your statement. If America
it's not, I don't think you understand what implication means. Implication means that it logically follows from what I said earlier, that I'm suggesting that a black person can't become president. It does not logically follow. If you think that, then you don't understand basic propositional logic or model logic, whichever you need to use for that.
Also, just so you know, your viewers are actually slow because they're saying Harriet Thompson. Google who Harriet Thompson was. Anyway, Oscar, let me ask you this way, okay? Instead, it's a better question for you, so you can just actually understand.
People would take you more seriously as a caller if you just asked your questions instead of asking me repeatedly. If you can ask me a question.
Well, I'm gonna have to ask you. I think it's better because you're not giving me good answers here. But
I know you don't like my answers, but they are right answers.
Is America as racist today as it was in the 1980s?
I would say it's less racist.
How much less racist?
I think that's difficult to measure. I don't know what unit we measure racism with.
Right, it's not quantifiable, right? The question is just going to be simple then. In 1980,
I think the question is going to be made less simple by the fact that it's hard to quantify that. Why do you think it's going to be made more simple?
Yeah, it's very, very simply. It's more simple because in America,
hold on, it would be way simpler if it was easier to measure. How does it being hard to measure make it simpler?
Oh wait, it being measured by people voting for Obama.
Sorry, my question was, I'm sorry. Do you think that people voting for a black president is an accurate way to measure how bad racism is as a problem? I think that's nonsense.
Would you agree that if Obama won the
I could actually cheekily argue that people voting for a non-white president would be evidence of racism being a problem that the voting population is very upset about.
No, that wouldn't follow. Our country...
It actually wouldn't. It would just be the type of bad argument that you're making right now.
Wait, no.
That's why I said I could cheekily argue that instead of seriously arguing that.
Okay, apparently, can I tell you what? If you understand, can you steelman the position I'm even trying to argue? Can you steelman it?
Yeah, you think that white privilege isn't a thing, even though it's very clear that it makes your video game difficulty in life in America harder to be non-white.
No, I mean, tell you what, you steelman some of what I said. My argument is this, though, is that if America is actually operating under white supremacy or inherent racism, then how did a person of color come to the highest position in the country in 2008?
Because people voted him as president?
Okay, great. And we could use those numbers to quantify what?
How many people wanted him to be president instead of Mitt Romney?
Great. And by people voting and wanting him to be president, it insinuates that they are what? In support of him?
Yep.
Great. So that we are less racist today than we were in 1980.
That doesn't follow.
How doesn't it follow?
Well, I do think we are less racist today than in years past, but that doesn't defeat the original argument, which is that white privilege exists.
Okay, and you have to give me a metric for white privilege where I am.
Well, if you want to talk about presidents, I think we should talk about the fact that African Americans are so horribly underrepresented among presidents. You said that they're about 2%. That's accurate because it's just one. Barack Obama should be more than that if we don't live in a racist country.
Wait. How many people have ran in the last 20 years for the president seat that were people of color? Besides, we have so far, the neurosurgeon, and we have Obama, correct?
I don't think that the number of people running for president versus how many...
It's important. Yes, it is important because people who actually wanted to run for president, how many people that were people of color...
What does this have to do with cops shooting black people or people not getting jobs because they're black?
Don't pivot. Don't pivot.
You pivoted to narrow the entire discussion of racism as to whether or not we were willing to.
It's Ben Carson.
Excuse me. You were the one who narrowed this discussion to presidential politics instead of racism in America. I started with examples like the fact that your skin color affects your likelihood of getting a job or an apartment approved or things like that. And so I'm actually pivoting back to the thing that you ran away from. Why are we talking about the president?
I didn't run from that. Wait, it's conceptually relevant. The reason I'm mentioning the president, just to be very clear so you understand, I'm mentioning the presidency off of our actual initial conversation because your argument is that people in America, they are disadvantaged. And I'm giving examples of how there are people in our country, people of color, who are actually they have positions of power.
For that to be a sufficient counter argument, what I would have had to have argued is that all black people are less advantaged than all white people. And I did
That's
not
your argument. That is your argument.
That isn't my argument. My argument is that they're less advantaged on average, which is a very different thing to say. The bell curves can overlap.
That would be completely anti against all people on the left, just so you know.
That's wrong. I'm on the left and I think that. Therefore, you're wrong about all people on the left thinking that.
No, listen, just so you know,
if you're in the left on the chat and you agree with me instead of what he's saying, well, just I don't know. I mean, you can just say that they're biased, but it's still going to farm perfectly good engagement for people to chime in, which is really what I'm trying to achieve. Because I don't actually take what you're saying very seriously.
Oscar, they believe that by the very color of your skin, you are disadvantaged. It doesn't matter who you are or which area you live in. Your color of your skin put you at an actual disadvantage. That is the actual
on
agreement.
average. The on average is really important.
Okay, so then how do we have people that are Supreme Court judges, presidents, neurosurgeons, doctors, lawyers? They are people of color.
Because there are some black people who are lucky enough to, in spite of the existence of white privilege, been born into a situation that affords them that and be lucky enough to achieve that with hard work and stuff. Yeah, that's fine.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. I think that
what does lucky enough mean?
Oh, like maybe they had a gym teacher in high school who really instilled.
Oh, dude, get real. All right, you're not being. Are you trolling? Or are you being serious?
I was going to give an example of a way that a black person could be lucky. Were you going to let me finish?
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll listen. I'll entertain it for a moment, I guess.
Well, here's an example. I had a couple of mentors that were really important to me in my teenage years, and they really influenced my work ethic and my approach to my approach to a lot of the skills that I have that have made me good at running this show. And I just happened to cross paths with them in my life. I didn't have to go end up being a kid in that theater where my teacher was somebody who really became an important mentor who I to this day still keep up with on the phone because he's excited about what's going on in my life. That didn't need to happen to me. That was a little spot of luck. There's nothing stopping that sort of luck from happening sometimes for a black person. Maybe a black person has such a figure, maybe a high school teacher or a coach or an acting teacher, which is what the case was for me. And maybe that person has a really positive influence and it teaches them the ways that they can work really hard against the system that's unfair on them. And they go and they achieve something great and they become president or something. That can happen. And life can still be harder for black people on average. I don't think you understand math if you don't think that's true.
Yeah, so, okay, a couple things here. I guess I'll address that. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that it's possible with proper guidance or with a certain authoritarian figure?
You don't have to be all that creative to think of different ways that it's possible for a black person to succeed. I'm not saying it's impossible for black people to succeed. I'm saying it's harder for black people to succeed.
And let me ask it this way. Can a person of color succeed if another person of color gives them guidance? That's successful?
Sure.
Okay, so that defeats your entire argument.
No, it doesn't, because you're saying that you're making the same mistake with every single counterexample you offer, which is that you're saying that one person could have an experience that shows that they had some luck or some prosperity or some success, and that is against the general trend, which is that life is made harder in this country by being non-white. And I'm just going to keep saying that you need millions and millions of examples to show me that there's a trend instead of one example where somebody did successful. I'm aware that there are rich black people. That is a thing that
isn't my argument though. I'm just
but it's not a counter argument to my argument, which is that it's harder to succeed in this country if you're black. It's harder to have social mobility.
Okay. So the person of color, when you're saying that their life is going to be disadvantaged to some extent if they aren't in access to some sort of person to help them.
Well, no. I gave one example of a lucky thing that could happen to a person. I'm not saying that some black people are rescued from the situation by having a good coach. I was just giving one example of the way that luck can help somebody in a way that's against the trend in terms of this privilege.
All right, great. So can I propose to you an example? You can just tell me an example of how this actually plays out in the real world.
Sure.
Let's say you have a high school class. Okay? There's 3 black students, 20 of them are white. What are the disadvantages that the black students are going to face in high school that a white student isn't going to face?
If they get pulled over for speeding, they're more likely to be shot by the police officer that pulled them over. So
I'm sorry, I'm asking in regards to education.
I'm talking about their lives.
I'm asking you. We can address their actual.
Maybe because some people are racist in this country. Because if the teacher wasn't racist, then it would be a fair classroom. If the teacher was racist, then it would be
evidence for that.
That racist people exist.
No. Of course, racist people exist. Is there evidence on a systemic level that teachers are racist and they're stopping children of color from learning properly?
You didn't even let me finish my argument before you asked me a different question.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that a teacher that's racist or has some racial bias might like be not so lenient when grading tests, right? And not might hurt the scores of the black students in his class, and that offers some disadvantage. And compare that to a situation where the teacher isn't racist, where they wouldn't have any disadvantage. You'd have to invent a situation where the teacher is racist against the white people and allowing the students who are black to do better, or biased towards grading the white kids' tests more harshly or something. I don't think that's a big trend. I think on average, the average teacher, there's enough teachers in this country that I think it's obvious to propose that some of them are racist. So I think that the average effect of racism on the scores of students in classrooms is bad, and that's an example of the sort of thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, Oscar, the existence of an actual demographic isn't a causation. So can you show me evidence that this is happening?
Sorry, say that again?
The existence of a demographic of racist people doesn't prove the causation that all people of color are being treated in this manner. Is there evidence? Can you give me a metric?
Yeah. Here, I'll use a different example. Sometimes when...
No. I want a metric. I want evidence of what you're saying.
That racist people make life harder for people who are not white?
That children on a systemic level.
What you're doing is called sea lining. I'm going to educate my audience. I'm going to educate my audience on. I'm going to if it's not sea lining, then you're definitely not going to mind me educating my audience on what sea lining is, so that they can judge. Because sea lining is a strategy where instead of addressing the core component of an argument, you ask additionally superfluous questions until the person you're arguing with doesn't know an answer. So yeah, I don't have any statistics on hand about teachers being racist and the effect that has on people.
Can I respond?
No. I'm going to first ask. No. I'm going to first ask a yes or no question to the chat. Is the guest sea lioning?
That's not appealing to the biased chat is not actually.
I'm not appealing to the biased chat. I am getting them to answer the polls to farm engagement, so more people watch this conversation.
It's your fan base. It's appealing to the fan base.
I don't care. I'm not even going to look at what the answers is. I'm just going to ask them to do that to farm engagement, so more people watch this conversation.
Oscar's chat also holds him to a very high account of.
I understand that.
Integrity.
I understand that. I understand that. I'm not saying that he's not. I'm not saying he's trying to actually prove a point here, but I think that appealing to the chat isn't proper for the dialogue.
Right? I wasn't appealing to the chat. I was farming engagement so more people watch this conversation.
Okay. Can I make a response to that, please? There's going to be a problem here, okay? Is that if there is no metric or actual data to support the claims being made, the answer is going to be simple. We have zero evidence in our country that people of color are being educated at a disadvantaged state compared to white people.
No, that's not true at all. There's actually very good statistics about that, because African Americans and people who are minorities in general do happen to live in areas that have lower economic status, and because of that, the local property taxes that pay for their school systems mean that their schools aren't as high quality. So there's actually an immense amount of data supporting that.
Wait, that's a whole different conversation to have. There are people in certain actual areas that have less funding. I'm just speaking about as a whole in our country. And the answer, Oscar, is that you do not have any data for this.
I do. I just mentioned some of it.
Do you know what a systemic means? Systemic level?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. You're giving me like certain. I'm asking for systemic evidence. You don't have that.
It's just the reason that people who are different colors skin than white live disproportionately in underadvantaged communities is because of history. It's because of the lack of social mobility of their parents and their parents before them, which is a really good example of a systemic problem.
Yeah, systemic problems. This is a whole different conversation to have. I'm not speaking about people that are born and raised in areas that are disadvantaged. This does exist.
You know what? Somebody just sent me $50, and I want to get to the donations in order, so I'm going to read some of them really quick. Because thank you, Tylonius, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. He said, ask him to specify what characteristics classify the leftist ideology. I'm trying. Hi-Fi Mike sent his monthly member message to say, leftist ideology is about empathy and care for people. How is that bad? Sounds like Collar got called racist once and holds a grudge. I agree. Tavi Bitter sent $5 to say, Collar, the fact that you have to look for examples should be an answer to your own question. Good point, Tavi. AJ Stott sent $2 to say, this guy thinks he's winning the argument. And then there's about, 8 crying laughing emojis. Thank you, AJ, for the $2. Cal sent $10 to say, great content, Oscar. As you grow, please keep your values of empathy and education. Others in this space are starting to lean on rapid fire rage bait, and your willingness to listen makes a difference. I'm trying to be really transparent about the rage bait, like I was just saying about the engagement farming. I have sections of the podcast where I talk about the ethics of how I maintain my intellectual, academic, and journalistic integrity about these things, while also trying to make sure that the show is successful and grows big enough that I can reach more ears. I spend a lot of time worrying about that, so I appreciate you looking out for me and wanting to guide me on that, but I really do spend a lot of time trying to consider that stuff, and I'm always open to having people message me and ask why I make certain decisions I do, because I'm hyper transparent about some of the more engagement farming type practices that I do, which straightforwardly I have a lot of, which is why I've been so successful. So thank you anyway for your concern. I really, really appreciate the $10. I'm glad you think I'm doing good work. LT Coli sent $50 fucking dollars. Thank you. Can I get some, is it Lieutenant Coli? LTCOLI 2, because I want people to put some W's in the chat for the $50 super chat. $50 YouTube super chat. Getting tongue tied. Seriously, dude. Thank you very much. Metal Gods sent $2 to say camera on for caller. I did check right away. He doesn't have camera privileges, so I can't ask him that. But I would
Oscar, question.
I'm not done reading the donations. You can ask your question.
Fine. Finish them up.
Yeah. Kale Cook sent $5 or $10 to say requesting Raven peep her Discord messages after the show. I sent over a tool for y'all staff. Keep it up. Raven, check it out. Raven, you're in the room, right? I think somebody remind Raven. Raven, I'm sure will read her Discord messages. I think she's in the restroom. She's not in her chair. David sent $5 to say, by his logic, America is less racist for voting in Obama. Doesn't that make it more racist by not voting in Kamala? Good point, David. I don't think that type of argument works on him because this guy doesn't understand how argumentation works.
Oscar.
Armando sent $10 to say light bulb with a heart emoji. Thank you very much. Almost done. Joe Cooper sent $10 to say the existence of Oprah Winfrey doesn't disprove white privilege. If you have to ask why there aren't more Oprah Winfreys versus all the successful white male billionaires and why it was 5 times harder for her to get her position, that's kind of where I was going when I pointed out that black people are pretty underrepresented among American presidents. But yeah, another argument to that effect. Scout. And then who sent me a Cash App? Manuel, I don't know how it's pronounced. He sent $1 to say systemic racism has disadvantaged the roots of, and then Cash App cuts it off. I'm sorry, you only get like one line on Cash App. I've been trying to figure out how to see those, but it doesn't show me. Anyway, thanks everybody for supporting the show. Where were we, Italian guy?
Yeah, Oscar. So I'll say this too. I think it's very interesting, actually. When your guests and your viewers see you in a position where you're actually losing, they actually donate more than they ever have before because they can see you're actually losing and they're scared of it. That's why you received the most donations in the last 10 minutes you did in the entire live. Let's say this, okay? Let me ask you this question one more time.
I don't think it's true that I've received more donations.
Yeah, you have. I've been here the whole time. You just received $200 almost in the last 5 minutes because of me because they're scared.
A lot of that. Well, hold on. Because I was reading back, like the one from Kale on Venmo. That one was from.
No, it's all me. It's all me.
That was from 25 minutes. It might have been during you, but it wasn't the last 5 minutes.
It's all me, buddy. It's all me. By the way, you're welcome. Let me ask you a question, okay?
Oh, he doesn't want to fact check when the donations come in, even though I know. But okay, we'll move on. Move on.
So let me ask you this question in the most simplest layman's terms, okay? I asked you a question. Do you think it's more beneficial for a society that there is a party that is insinuating that by the very color of your skin, you are racist? Does that actual statement perpetuate racism or does it end racism?
I think that I don't like your question. I think that's a loaded question. I think you have to. There's parts of your question that I have to assume are true to offer an answer at all. Like here, I'll ask you a loaded question. When did you stop beating your wife?
Wait. I'm sorry. Why are you assuming I beat my wife?
Yeah, that's the question. So by answering the question you just offered me, I'd have to assume that it's reasonable to present that dichotomy between the fact that the party is pushing that sort of ideology, which I don't think that it is, and then you said
they are pushing that. They are
right.
Tell you what.
Some people are, just like some presidents are black. Some people purport that ideology. Hold on, we do have some more donations coming in because Kronos sent $2 to say just to keep it going. Thank you, Kronos. I think we see where the bit's going here. Metal God sent $2 to say more donos, more interesting than the caller. Metal God sent another $2 to say why does this guy think he's so important? And then Jerry sent $2 to say sending a dono to troll the racist. Thank you very much, appreciated. Kronos said I've seen $600 come in 5 minutes. Caller, you dumb. Yeah, Cronus is warning you, which is that if you complain about the donations, you are only going to make more donations about your complaints about the donations come in. Hold on, there's more on Venmo now because you complained about the donations. You fell for it, you fucking idiot. You're racist idiot. See, here's the thing. I'm using racists like you for profit so that I can spend other time on this show doing more productive things than talking to you. Chris sent $20 to say, why doesn't the caller recognize Kamala as a black person who ran for president? I don't think he gives a fucking care. Dominic Tusco, thank you for pledging the $10 on Patreon. We don't get very many Patreons during the show. Is there a message for that one? I gotta go find my notifications on that one. I also gotta go send some like stuff to the guys on Patreon. I feel bad. I've been neglecting them. But David sent another $5 to say, I sent $25 for bitch David. Icky Italian only gets $5. See, look at that. You're not even the most donation driving caller of the day. We had bitch David on, and he's one of my most profitable callers. That dude has given me like $1,000 by people being mad at him and sending in donations. $2 from RA says pee pee poo poo. That's an inside joke for those who watched the episode that's titled Mom. Skip this one. That's a good episode. You should go watch that one. I think that was episode 94. Chris sent $5 to say Oskar is cooking Italian sausage. How funny. Oh wait, there's more on YouTube Super Chat. Metal God sent another $2 to say OMG caller, so right. That's why I give Oskar money. And then he sent another $2 to say I fund Oskar because the racist told me to. He is at least listening to you. Okay, hold on. No more fresh donations. Now you have the floor, Italian guy.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so I think that first of all, to start with, I think the irony is insane here, don't you think? The irony being that by me defending the position that all white people aren't racist, I am by the very nature a racist, and you agree with your actual donations. I am a racist.
I don't believe that I don't believe that all white people are racist. I do believe that all white people in this country benefit in some way from racism.
But your own donations are calling me a racist.
You are a racist.
No grounds.
You've demonstrated thoroughly in the calls that you're racist.
Okay, great. What are the grounds for it?
You said that you don't think that white privilege exists, and in my conversation where I tried to argue that, you demonstrate.
So we've established that actually left-wing ideology is true. I am racist by denying that I am an advantage as a white man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's my conclusion.
Next topic. So now you've agreed.
Well, no, but I don't represent the entire left, because the idea that the entire left.
But your own guest.
Just true or false? True or false? It's impossible to prove anything about the entire left by having a conversation with me. Okay, that's so don't say that you did.
Wait. I think that we can come to the conclusion that if
Kronos sent $2 to say fund for the racist. Thank you for the $2, Kronos. Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, great. Let's move on to actually the point number 2. Now that we've
David sent $5 to say I called you icky, dumbass. Pay attention. Thank you, David, for the $5.
Great. Now that we've established that left-wing ideology...
Manuel sent me $1 to say if he is racist, I will race him.
Okay. Now that we've established that left-wing ideology states that I am a racist by being white, let's go to the next point.
No, we haven't established that. We've established that you can't say anything about left-wing ideology as a whole from just talking to me, and you admitted it.
Your own chat agrees that I am racist.
I thought you didn't value what my chat said.
Wait. All the people on the left agree with that. It's unanimous.
What's unanimous?
Almost all.
Oh, almost all. So not unanimous.
Yeah, it's across the board almost. It's almost.
Is there a flounder emoji? Like if you search flounder on emoji, is there like a fish? Can we get like some flounder emojis in the chat?
I think the problem is, Oskar, is that even people that actually support you, large creators, disagree with you.
Okay, yeah, actually, I would say that you'd be hard-pressed to find a large creator that I don't disagree with on something, because almost nobody disagrees on or agrees on everything. Look at that. We got clownfish. There's a clownfish emoji. Oh, even better. The clownfish is floundering.
Now let's establish the next
point. Can I ask him a quick question?
What's up, Raven?
Is he really not understanding the bridge here that we don't think he's racist because he's white? We think he's racist because he denies his white privilege.
Yeah, that is what's going on here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because he's making a lot of jumps and conclusions here that are pretty unfounded. I just wanted to make sure he understood.
Why don't we move forward? However, sick of the
Have you noticed how he is unable to keep his mouth shut when other people are talking?
Yeah, he struggles with that. What are you saying, Italian guy? What is it? Get out the teacup. ChatGPT ain't gonna help you. Come on, eyes up here.
I got a phone call. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. What are you talking about?
I'm on ChatGPT. I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Hold on, I'll ask again after I read Metal Gods' $5 YouTube Super Chat. He said, caller, not all white people are racist, the same way not everyone on MAGA is dumb or every Republican is an asshole, but you happen to be all three. Burn, thank you, Metal Gods, and thank you, Tylinius, for the $5. She said, you are racist because you are racist, not because you are white. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. Appreciate the $5. What were you saying? I think you were trying to demonstrate that you're not racist. And
I'm not gonna actually continue the conversation of this because it's actually just making you a bunch of money. Let's go to the next point.
Okay, hold on. Before we move on to the next point, I am gonna thank DMCS 2003 for the $101 YouTube super chat.
Yeah,
he says he says we value your contributions to society in the USA. Dude, thank you so fucking much. That's a huge YouTube super chat. And then Melissa sent $5 to say late Hundo Day. Yeah, because it's my 100th episode yesterday. That was pretty exciting. W Maraven W Jessie's music. Happy song. Happy song is, I've been telling everybody to go listen to Fall by Sensing Agony. Sensing Agony is the band for which my producer Jessie is the vocalist, but I actually really like Happy Song. Happy Song is, I think, maybe my favorite Sensing Agony song. WMods, WChat, W-Friendlies, please show us your new machine that unalives fascists. Oh my god, I just bought... Dude, you're gonna be so mad. I got so many fucking donations that I was able to buy myself a Martin for my fucking birthday. It's like the first thing I've actually spent the donations on that's like for me. I can't fucking believe I have this guitar. I should make it say on there that this machine kills fascists. Anyway, thank you very much for the donations, everybody. It's really exciting that that the people who donate money to this show really wanted me to buy something nice for myself, and definitely enough people the people who said they wanted me to buy that guitar are a group of people who've donated a lot of money that adds up to much more than the value of that guitar. So I feel very honored by that. Thank you so much. But yeah, so there's the new machine that unalives fascists. And then Quartus sent $5 to say tilted LMAO, and then there's the flounder emoji. Love the flounder emoji. What a fun new gag for the show. Gotta keep busting that out. And then for $2, Hyatt sent $2 to say the fact that he doesn't know how Italians lined up with white ideology in America to continue racism. Maybe he should learn about the history of Italians coming here and how they were treated. I did mention the Irish earlier, but the Italians were just with them, not considered white people, and people were very racist against them during the industrial era earlier, about 100 years ago. Think I'm caught up on donations. Wait, no, there's a buy me a coffee. God damn it.
Yeah,
stop sending me money, everybody. I'm trying to have a conversation with this racist. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, caller, we are not judging you for the color of your skin, just the content of your character. Yeah, the content of your character sucks.
W's. All right, let me respond then. Thank you.
I'm out of donations to read. Wait, no,
Oscar.
sorry, hold on. Jerry sent $2 to say funding new point. Okay, here we go. Okay, go ahead.
Oscar, man, listen, I just want to say too, I think it's actually very interesting. If you take into consider human psychology and how it works in human behavior, when somebody is losing an argument, people are more prone to actually support the person than if they are not losing the argument, which is why you're actually getting more donations right now.
That trend might be true, but that doesn't make it a good argument against my argument.
You're welcome.
If my argument is an example of that sort of trend, you should be able to show it by demonstrating that my argument is bad. But I find it very funny that because you can't demonstrate that my argument is bad, you are instead falling back on that trend. And we know the way that you struggle with analyzing trends.
To be fair, Oscar,
hold on, we have more YouTube super chats to read because Jammerbank sent $2 to say, nah, caller, we donate because Oscar deserves it. Thank you so much, Jammerbank. I appreciate you. Metal Gods sent another $2 to say flounders in the chat and some flounder emojis. Thank you. Sir Bulbous said camera time. Oh, I think we already visited that idea. His little virginal account doesn't have camera privileges, just like him. Anyway, also, what?
Also, for the people in the chat saying, I think it's crazy that I don't understand psychology, why do people in fights not intervene if somebody's winning a fight, but if their friend is losing a fight, they jump in and support their friend? Same concept applies to actually debates.
I feel like I already responded to that one, but Manuel sent me another $1 to say, here's another buckaroonie. Thank you for the buckaroonie, buddy.
All right. So anyway, Oscar. So we can't even have a conversation because of the donation. So there's a reason for that.
Yeah. It's because Tylenius is actually going to get us back on track because he's pointing out exactly why that is. Because for $2, he said, "You deny black people still struggle. That's racist." I agree.
That's funny, bro. That's actually funny. All right. Any more donations?
Yes. Jay sent $1 to say 2 points. Oscar regularly forgets to read donuts for so long. Jess is a typo. I think Jessie yells at him. 2, main character syndrome is going dummy little bro. Yeah. Thank you, Jay, for the buck. Appreciate
Oscar, do you want to finish the debate or are you going to keep reading actual donos?
It depends, man. The donations are coming in really fast. If the debate was substantive, I would wait until after the debate to read them. But because the debate is not substantive, I'm reading them as they come in.
Can we be real? It's obviously substantive. The problem is you're dodging it.
Thank you, DMCS, for the buck. $1.01. Thank you.
That's why the last guest you told me you couldn't read donos. You said it was up to your discretion.
Yeah, and I'm using my discretion this time because I don't take you seriously at all to read the donations over you. No, it just helps. It helps pay for the less profitable parts of the show if I do this. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, "LOL, this wanker thinks he's winning." I agree. He is a wanker and he thinks he's winning.
Why didn't the last guest get any donations at all? It was like $5.
What even did I talk about with the last guest? I don't remember.
I'm sorry. It was like, was it 3 ago? It was like Dylan. He made like $5 for you.
Yeah. Those are the really productive conversations I'm talking about. That's what I really care about. Like, I'm really excited that I got to talk to Dylan today, and I'm really excited that you made sure that time was not too much of a drain on the finances of the show. I get profitable, unproductive time with you, and then I get productive, unprofitable time with Dylan, and the two add up to a show that's both profitable and productive.
I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to either debate me or concede.
Metal God sent me. Metal God sent me. Oh, my mom's calling me. No, I'll answer later. Right. She knows I'm live.
You can either concede or you can actually debate me. Choose one.
Yeah, dude, fuck your dilemma. You're not in charge of me. Metal God sent me $5 to say you're losing, caller, and I'm more than happy to watch this beatdown. Owl sent $20. Thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Would he rather be black or white in America? Good question. Blanc said $5 to say this one actually just because I love that pettiness can also support the stream. Yeah, I'm using. Oh, he ran. Ah, dude, I thought I had 60 seconds. I was going to run the clock and then get serious in the last 5. What a bitch. What a racist bitch. That dude sucked. He'll be back. He'll be back. Will he be stronger when he comes back? I fucking doubt it. Emily, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Gotta support my favorite new show. Love you. And Venmo cut the rest off, so I'll get in there. Love you and the team. I love the team too. W Jessie, W Raven.
W Chat.
And Damien sent $5 to say, I don't actually think racism has improved in America. I think it was kept under wraps after the 1970s, and people like David Duke were pariah. Then Trump gave them new voice, and it came out of the woodwork with this guest. I do think that some of the regression we're seeing lately is like not as regressive as it necessarily seems, because those people have been that racist for that long. They're just kind of coming masks off right now. But I do think that if we're going to talk about how big a problem white privilege is for a black person walking down the street, a Hispanic person walking down the street, with the exception of the local emergency we're dealing with ICE, like that, the exception of that, I do think it's been getting better. I think we have some victories to celebrate there, but it is still very bad. Elusive Viper sent $2 to say goalpost movement counter sitting at 10. Were you counting? Thank you. I did ask the chat to count the goalpost moves on that one. He's back. He's back. He's back. DeBlues sent $5 to say no reason to step into the middle of this conflict to support Oskar, who is presently engaged in a battle of wits with an unarmed man. That's funny. I appreciate that. Melissa sent $2 to say, Jesus fucking Christ, your team is winning. Take your screw. What's the emoji? Screw snake and STFU? Screwworm. Ah, yes. Thank you. Wait a minute. We value your contribution. Was it 100? When did this come in? Did I miss this $100?
No, you read it out, I thought.
Did I think it was $1 and a penny?
No, you also read out $1 and a penny one.
Where was that one? What the fuck?
There's been so many.
DM says,
did 50% of the money.
Did I properly?
50% of the money goes to me.
Well, unfortunately, 50% of the money actually goes to YouTube. If you think you're gonna split it with me, we have to do it after that. But that's not gonna fucking happen. Why are you back?
Yeah, I wanted to finish the conversation after the donos, man. But they just keep coming in, bro.
Hold on, let me see if I have any more on Venmo. I do. Yeah. All right, send $2 to say Trump cooperate with the Italian mob in New York during a time where Trump was very successful in a real estate market where the mob had the most influence. He was also sued for being a racist landlord because they had plants apply for leases at his properties, and they found that they told black applicants that he didn't have any vacancy, and he told white people that he did, and he was sued for being racist, for having racist tenant practices, and he lost. So Donald Trump is racist. We hadn't even really covered that yet. Caller sounds like a sad, angry person who has turned to MAGA. Sucks to suck. Thank you, Lucky Phil, for the $2 on Buy Me a Coffee. Okay, hold on. I think that's everybody. I think that's okay. Here. I'll take my hands off the phone. What are we doing? What is this?
Oscar, I mean, I hate to say it, I don't know if I trust you to continue the conversation. You're going to just, like, cut me off in mid-conversation?
I don't know. If I'll keep sending $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say the education thing, he had not heard of redlining. BIPOC people were specifically placed in lower economic areas so they get less money. Yeah, I think that's, like, the type of nuanced conversation
Oscar,
about racism that this guy's a little bit incapable.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing. You can keep reading donos, but let me just say this. Don't you think it's kind of ironic that the actual argument we were having is that you don't hold to these positions and speak for all the left? However, your donations are all speaking for the position I'm taking.
What?
The donations you're receiving are all alluding to the position I was initially stating, that the left believes I'm racist by being white. They're donating on behalf of this actual position. Isn't it ironic?
You're still making up bridges where they don't exist.
Yeah, he's still saying.
Well, no, I'm just distracted because Arabella sent me $5 to say delayed donation for episode 100. Wasn't very involved in yesterday's stream. Busy day at work, but congratulations. Yeah, I missed that one. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me in the chat to read it. Sorry. What's your question, you racist asshole?
Okay, I'm done, bro. See what I'm saying? I love how actually in the beginning your position was by being white you aren't racist. Now I'm a racist asshole because the actual chat, which is donating to you, is saying I'm racist.
Well, that's not why you're racist. They're calling you racist because you're racist, not the other way around.
And again, the racist I'm exhibiting is what?
You're denying. I think that you have to be racist.
You don't even know. You don't even know. He doesn't even know.
I think you have to be racist to deny that white privilege exists in America.
It did exist. Yes, of course it did. That's how our system. That's how
does exist.
Our country was founded on racism.
Presently exists.
And we were discussing how it exists still, and you could give me no actual arguments.
Chrono sent me going extra late just to mess with the caller. Nice. Right. Yeah, I am a little over schedule, but this is profitable, so I'm not going to hang up until Raven tells me that we really got to.
I'm done. I'm not going to keep making you money.
Well, no, I made lots of good arguments for why white privilege still exists in America. I talked about how difficult it is to get it.
Oscar, bro.
No, I gave a bunch of examples. I just gave a bunch of examples.
I just made you.
Lover of Life sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say, shut up and get to the conversation. He ran. If you enjoy the Oskar Quentin show, I think people have maybe been made aware of the fact that we take donations. I don't know if I need to shout that out too much, but there is a link tree in the bio where you can go find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. But more seriously, because a lot of people did just donate a lot of money, and I appreciate that very, very much. You can go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on the other platforms. That helps for free. Just broke 100,000 followers on Instagram, which I'm very, very excited about. Almost there on Facebook, so maybe I should start telling people to go follow me on Facebook. But Facebook's growing pretty fast on its own, and 10K on YouTube will be pretty exciting. But you don't get a plaque until it's 100K, and that's going to be YouTube subscribers are a real currency in the 21st century, or this part, in 2026. So that'll be lagging along. But yeah, you can go, support me in those ways. Link to get into the Discord if you want to convince the mods that you're not going to be a problem in there. What else?
Don't forget to follow the backup account in the corner.
Backup account. Ooh, I always put my finger the wrong way. Down there, down there, down there. Get following there. That's the Oskar Quentin show on this particular Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. Raven, do you have anything to add?
Chat, you're amazing. Thank you for helping contribute to my dream job. I seriously can't thank you enough.
Metal God sent another $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say, where can we send you money? Well, YouTube Super Chat's one play. Venmo, where Jay sent another $1 to say, flag in the play. Caller said the chat is biased and thus their opinion can't be counted. He cannot now use the chat to support his claim. Yeah, he flipped back and forth on that, whether or not the chat was supporting his claim or not. That's another pay method. But Buy Me a Coffee is another one where Lucky Phil just sent me another $2 to say, hey, what's that song we should be listening to again? I think it's called Fall by Sensing Agony. And I think that the lead singer of Sensing Agony is a person who goes by the name of Jessie and is the producer of this show, who lots of people listening to this right now are a fan of and want to support. And you can go do that for free by Googling Fall by Sensing Agony and listening to it on your streaming app of choice. That'll get the job done. All right, let's get out of here before any more donations come in. This is getting the fuck out of hand. Goodbye, TikTok. I'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time. Goodbye. And YouTube, I love you. Goodbye.